Okay, panelists, we are going live now.
Thank you. I have 7:56, so we'll wait a few minutes. Truly love technology with all my gadgets here on a very small space, trying to sort them through. So, Deputy Director Crowder, I think we're 1 minute on, and I think as soon as we hit the 8 o'clock mark, I would love to have you take a roll call just to make sure we have everybody on. And I think today I will be probably asking, just so I don't miss anybody on our votes, I'll be asking for a positive aye, I think, if that makes sense to you. And I am able to see participants. I'm sorry, I'm in quarantine, but I am well. Hopefully we get through this with some ability. So Deputy Director, I think it's 8 o'clock by my clock.
Very good. Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I want to first extend Director Scoggins' regrets for not being at this meeting. Circumstances are such that she can't be here, and you know they have to be great or else she would be here. So I apologize for bringing the B team today, but staff with me today are for sure the A team. In fact, I am absolutely exhausted trying to keep up with them this week to present this meeting to you in this fashion. So I appreciate all their hard work and effort to bringing us to today. I will go ahead and call a roll call as you requested to ensure that you have a quorum and all board members are here. So we'll start with Governor Gordon.
Here.
Secretary Buchanan.
Here.
Treasurer Meyer.
Used.
Auditor Racines.
Here.
And Superintendent Balo.
Here.
Very good.
I think we have a quorum, and when the treasurer joins, we'll acknowledge that.
Very good. Mr. Chairman, you do have one item from the Wyoming Business Council, and with your permission, it makes sense to me to allow them to go first.
That is fine for me. Thank you. Mr. Durrell.
Connected. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, thank you for hearing us today. We've got a project that's pretty exciting, and one that I think you'll find to be something that is going to be great for Evanston, Wyoming, as well as the rest of Wyoming. And to present that, I've got a number of members of my team, and I believe that the city of Evanston, as well as members of the company that we've been working with to develop these grants and loans, are here as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Julie Kozlowski, who leads our investments team.
Julie, thank you for being here.
Good morning, Governor. Glad to hear you are well. We have, as was previously mentioned, one project from the city of Evanston, Avalon International Aluminum. For the board's information, we have $46,915,465 in the Business Ready Community Fund. And per the quarterly allocation plan, there is ample funding for this project should the board choose to fund it. There's $6,702,338 available in the fund. Also, for the board's information, we did ask for the Attorney General review, as we do with all business committed projects, and particularly those with loans, for a review of the project to make certain that it does comport with Article 16, Section 6 of the Constitution. And we did receive a clean opinion on that it does comply. And with that, I would ask Noel Reed to walk you through some of the details of the project. We also have Josh Keefe available if you have questions related particularly to the business plan or financials of this company. So Noel, if you would provide some detail, appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Julie. Good morning, members of the board. As Josh and Julie stated, at the end, I'm happy to answer any questions, and we do have members of the community and members of the business online as well that can answer questions. So the city of Evanston is requesting a $3 million grant and $1,109,607 loan combination to construct a 60,000 square foot manufacturing plant and site development for Avalon International Aluminum. Avalon is an interior aluminum door frame manufacturer completely relocating from Oregon. Part of their interest in relocating is expanding into a larger facility that is closer to both their suppliers and customers in Texas and the Rocky Mountain region. The city is proposing constructing the facility on about a 3.5 acre site in Evanston's city-owned Union Center Business Park. In addition to the facility, the project will also further enhance the business park and the adjacent 20 acres to the parcel, which can then be marketed for further business expansion opportunities. Avalon's presence in the community will help to further diversify and stabilize their economy, which has historically been based on two economic sectors, energy and healthcare. Evanston anticipates significant job losses in the coming years with the closing of the Westmoreland coal mine and the Pacific Core power plant. Furthermore, the community expects slower job growth within their healthcare industry. Evanston Regional Hospital's parent company recently filed for bankruptcy, and while the newly built state hospital is scheduled to open either later this year or sometime in 2021, they have stated that their employment numbers will remain the same. So this project can really add resiliency to that region. This project will also help further the state's economic strategic plan by recruiting a manufacturing company to the state, as well as assisting Evanston activate a new economic sector within their region. A little more about the business. Avalon has been a leader in the production and fabrication of aluminum door frames, side lights, borrowed lights, and other glazing components for over 30 years. Their products are utilized in the interior construction of commercial office spaces, hospitals, and educational facilities. The company was purchased by Rick and Baron Carlton in January 2016. Since that time, Avalon has grown from about 0.6 million in sales to almost $3 million in 2019. Furthermore, they have a confirmed backlog of another million in product ready to ship. The company anticipates creating 60 new jobs within 5 years, with those jobs averaging about $30 an hour, which is well above Uinta County's median wages of about $19 an hour. The company will also provide benefits averaging about $3 to $4 per hour. The revenue that will be recaptured is through lease payments by Avalon. This rent revenue to the city of Evanston will be initially used to repay the loan amount, which they are proposing as a 10-year term at 2% interest rate, which will equal about $1.2 million. If the project is sold, the loan will be repaid in its entirety, and 25% of the grant amount, or about $750,000, will be reimbursed to the BRC fund. And it is anticipated that the project will be sold at the end of the 5th year of operation. The remaining recaptured funds, or 75% of the grant amount, will be placed in the City of Evanston's specified economic development account that can then be used for grant matching funds, commercial and/or industrial land acquisition, infrastructure building development, and other economic development projects. The requested grant and loan will be matched with a $500,000 cash match from the committed business. Other funds and expenses include the city's contribution of sewer upgrades, which is about $500,000 worth of infrastructure, and the property, which is valued at about $130,000. Avalon will also be contributing $775,000 in ineligible equipment costs, $260,000 in moving expenses, $40,000 in site building engineering costs, and plans to contribute building materials estimated between $100,000 and $250,000. As I stated previously, the loan terms is 10 years at 2% interest rate. And in your write-up, we do have that out, so you have a little bit more information on what that looks like. The WBC board, the Business Council board, met a couple weeks ago. They are in support of this project, and they do recommend funding in full. I am happy to answer any questions. Josh Keefe is also on and can answer some questions from a financial perspective. And we can also turn it over to the community and/or business as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Noel. And I believe Mr. Carlton is on as well. Let me first ask members of the board, and I'll just rotate through this. Any questions for staff from Secretary Buchanan? Auditor Racinas, Superintendent Balo. Do we know if the treasurer has joined us yet? Mr. Treasurer, not hearing you. Okay, let's, Noel, would you recommend that we let Mr. Carlton speak to the project?
I think that would be a great idea, Governor Gordon. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me?
We can, and we're delighted to be able to hear you and very excited with your project. So,
well, we're excited about the opportunity. We've been looking at this for quite some time, and as we discussed in the last meeting, Evanston really meets all the requirements that we were searching for in relocating the business. A couple of corrective issues on some of the stats that were given before. When we bought the business, the revenue was just under $500,000. And we've accelerated that now to this year. It's going to be over $3 million. And we actually have over $1.5 million in book business on the log right now. So we've broken all of our projections all the way through since we initiated the operation.
Fantastic. Well, that's exciting news. Is there a question for Mr. Carlton from, let me go backwards this time, Superintendent, Auditor, or Secretary? Well, great. Thank you very much. Well, with that, we have some members of the community? I think I did talk to Dennis Bowl a little bit earlier. Is there anyone from the community that would like to address?
Governor, this is Dennis Bowl, and I'm here today with our city engineer, Dean Barker, our city treasurer, Trudy Lim, Elena Zempel, who is our regional business council representative. She's been a tremendous resource for us over the years, and particularly on this project. I teased her the other day that I would look to her to answer some of the questions about this project. She knows it in and out. And we also have Mika Madrid, who is the city's grant writer. That's not her official title, but that's what she does. And then joining us was Kathy Tomasi. Kathy is, as you know, a citizen board member of the Business Council. She has spent an inordinate amount of time vetting this application, coming up to speed. And, you know, she's a great example why citizen boards in our state, I think, come up with good decisions more often than not. Also on the line is our mayor, Kent Williams. And, you know, we're excited about the project. We believe we put together a tight application. We stand ready to answer any questions about it. Oh, the other thing I want to mention is I'm sure you expected to meet Rocco O'Neill. Rocco is our community development director. He's an Evanston kid, graduated from UW, and promptly had to go out of state to find work. We were able to get him back here, and he has provided good energy for our community and was instrumental in getting this project to go forward. Unfortunately, he has tested positive for the virus and he's at home convalescing. But I'd be remiss if I didn't mention his contribution. So we're excited about Avalon. We think they're a good fit for our community. And the last thing I want to say is the city wants to commend the Business Council staff and the Business Council. We understand, we fully understand that they have more than enough to do. And yet they were able to move our application through the process expeditiously. And we don't want them to think we were not grateful for that. So that concludes my remarks, Governor. And like I said, we were received favorably by the Business Council, and we hope to be received favorably by the board. Thank you.
Thank you,
Governor.
Dennis.
If I could interject here, Governor, I know, as I said earlier, we've done really, really well, but I think the gist of what we're doing here really is looking forward to the future. I'd like to have my son actually address some of the prospects that we have, that our expansion, I mean, the future looks really bright for us from an expansion standpoint. Baron, do you want to share some things on that?
Sure. Baron.
Thank you. We're really looking forward to expanding to this facility. We've got a lot planned down the line for all the new products we've got coming out. We've really been hitting hard for all these markets, and we've been seeing nothing but growth going forward. We're looking at expanding to the actual doors market itself, and not just the door frames, and for hardware as well. And that's a much larger market as well from just the frames perspective.
I mentioned the COVID stuff, Baron.
Oh, so some of the other aspects are mentioned of the COVID. We're working with a company here locally that's going to have us create some devices that will help out with hospitals for purifying the air, both as well for airlines as well. And those are some large projects that we'll be producing, 3,000, 5,000 units a month for each one of those. So those are very, very large projects that we're currently doing in the design phase for, and we expect to have that contract before the end of the year.
Fantastic. That's exciting. That's very exciting, Aaron. And thank you, Mr. Carlton, too. Let me just, I can see all three of my colleagues now. Any questions for members of the community? Or none?
No, Mark, just a comment. We're excited to have you guys here. As from my part, love taking businesses from the West Coast.
We
Thank
love
you.
leaving the West Coast.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Very good comments. Mr. Bowl, I have to, the shrinking violet that you have there and Kathy Tomasi, I have to see if she'll say anything, just because she never likes to talk.
Thank you, Governor Gordon. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the comments about myself. This is a hard project not to get behind. The people at the Business Council and the City of Evanston have worked so well together in coordinating everything with this project. And the City of Evanston did its due diligence, and the Business Council did its due diligence very quickly and got this project to its fruition, and I hope fruition. And we are just delighted. As you know, Southwest Wyoming is suffering from some energy crises, and we think this is just a shot in the arm for Southwest Wyoming. So I could go on and on, but I won't.
No, Kathy, thanks for your work on the board, and I just wanted to make sure you had an opportunity. So thanks for that comment. Any further questions? Any questions from the board? I see you all. You can shake your head if. Okay. Well, with that, what's the pleasure of the board? I would entertain a motion to approve the Avalon project.
Move to pass, Mr. Chairman.
That's been moved by the treasurer. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
It's been seconded by superintendent, is what I heard first. Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And that is unanimous. Congratulations to Avalon. Thank you very much for being here. And thank you, Business Council, for your work. So good job.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Deputy Director, I think if our order follows, then what we'll do is, I guess, recess and move to the Board of Land Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Okay. And before we get into that, I did notice and wanted to make sure people were aware that we're going to limit testimony to 3 minutes today. I've asked the staff to be able to provide some opportunity for timing that. And so with that, Deputy Director, I know that comes a little bit later in the process, but just wanted to make sure that we had that on, and I think probably a roll call here is appropriate as well.
Very good. Secretary Buchanan.
Here.
Auditor Racines.
Here.
Treasurer Meyer.
Here.
Superintendent Balo.
Here.
Chairman Gordon.
Here.
Very good. Mr. Chairman, the only item before you today as the Board of Land Commissioners is Board Matter D7. As you may recall, this matter was presented to you at your October 1st meeting, in which the board voted to table it. For a quick review, this is a wind energy lease application in southern Albany County from the applicant ConnectGen Albany County LLC. No items have been changed to the board matter or the application since it was first presented in October. However, since that time, OSLI has participated as a cooperator through the continued development of the whole project's participating agreement. We have also received additional public comments since October, and all of those have been provided to you. Additionally, OSLI has prepared a revenue summary as requested and provided that to you, as well as a response document from the applicant addressing some of the public comments that we received in the October meeting. Also, as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, we have posted on the agenda for the public's view that we'd like to limit public comments to 3 minutes per person and we will be watching that for you. Today, we have Holly Dyer, the Assistant Director of the Trust Line Management Division, available for you to ask questions of and provide any color to the application, as well as Brian Lovett, Industrial Siding Administrator with DEQ. He can give you a brief summary of the process still in front of this project, along with any reclamation requirements. And additionally, I'll note that there are several members of the public registered to speak to this application. It is still the director's recommendation that the board determine that no substantive impairment exists to the existing grazing and agricultural leases by issuing this wind energy lease. And it's her recommendation to approve the ConnectGen Albany County LLC's application for wind energy lease for a 40-year term, as well as approve the provisions and annual rental as set forth in Board Matter D7.
Thank you, Deputy Director. I think we did not table it until this next meeting, if memory serves. I think we have to have it brought back up to, and I see Secretary Buchanan looking like maybe he remembers it differently.
No, sir. Actually, I'm having some feedback from somebody who was on our last issue that's still on the line, and it's cutting you out for some reason. So
okay.
That's the consternation on my face.
So I guess what I'm asking is that somebody withdraw this matter from being tabled so that we can consider it. So I would entertain that motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we remove said matter from the table for discussion.
Okay, is there a second? It's been seconded by the secretary. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Mr. Treasurer? Mr. Treasurer wants to leave it on the table, but the majority prevails. I have Auditor Racine, Secretary Buchanan, and Superintendent Bailo who voted to bring it back up for consideration. Very good. Thank you, Deputy Director. So moving on, did you, I guess, Brian Lovett prepared to address the board?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Lovett. Thank you very much for being here.
So I'll give a brief oversight of the Industrial Development Information and Siting Act and that permitting process, and then certainly we'll be available to answer questions and questions that may come up from testimony later. I'll be around all day as necessary. The industrial siting process, the division is 2 employees, the administrator and the economist. And then we have a 7-member council that is appointed by the governor. Those members are diverse both geographically and by profession, and that's intentional. I think key points in the application process, I wanted to go over some of the things that are required to be in the application. So the following impacts need to be addressed: scenic resources, recreational resources, archaeological and historical resources, land use patterns, economic base, housing, transportation, sewer and water facilities, solid waste facilities, police and fire facilities, educational facilities, health and hospital facilities, water supply, other relevant areas, agriculture, terrestrial and aquatic wildlife, threatened, endangered, and rare species, and other species of concern identified in the State Wildlife Action Plan. So all of those resource issues are addressed as part of that application process. I would also point out there are, I believe it's 18 agencies within the state government that are required to respond. They all receive a copy of the application, and comment is requested from them. Quite honestly, the general response is we have no comment or no concern. We do receive quite a few comments. Generally from Wyoming Game and Fish has the largest amount of comments, and we almost always have conditions that come from those comments that are added to the permit and adopted by the Industrial Siting Council. But those agencies are the Wyoming Department of Transportation, the Public Service Commission, Game and Fish Department, Department of Health, Department of Education, Office of State Engineer, State Geologist, Wyoming Department of Agriculture, Department of Environmental Quality, University of Wyoming, Department of Revenue, Business Council, Department of Workforce Services, Office of State Lands and Investments, Department of Workforce Service, Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources, Department of Fire Prevention and Electric Safety, Department of Family Services, and the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. So all of those agencies are requested to provide input, and many of them do provide comments. The other thing I would point out is there is a requirement for a decommissioning and reclamation plan. Now this is specific to wind and solar development. It does not apply to other industrial siting projects, but that plan and estimate of reclamation cost is required as part of the permit application. That has to be conducted by a Wyoming licensed engineer, and then that bond has to be in place prior to construction. With that, I would leave it open to you folks for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lovett. Let me walk through and ask if any of the board members if they have questions. Mr. Buchanan.
Good, thank you, Governor.
Okay, thank you. Auditor Racinas.
Mr. Chairman, if Mr. Levitt could just address maybe the timeline, where this project is in the timeline of the Siting Council, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant has had a jurisdictional meeting with us, so recognizes they will require a permit. They have pushed their application date back. I believe they are now coming in. I believe the proposed date is in April.
Thank you.
Thank you, Auditor. Superintendent, or sorry, Treasurer Meyer. Any questions from Mr.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. In the reclamation plan, I've been hearing stories of these windmill operators essentially going out to a ranch and putting in place a 10-year storage thing for blades or other parts of the generation system, and paying the first year's contract and then heading out of state and disconnecting their phones, and so the ranchers stuck there with a pile of junk on their place and no place to go with it. I didn't know whether or not in that reclamation plan it actually called for the I guess the transformation of those parts into some kind of a recycled product that we know is not going to be left, on our prairies and in our gullies and across the state.
Mr. Chairman, I would say I'm not familiar with that situation, or certainly haven't experienced since I've been the administrator. The reclamation and decommissioning plan is specific to that project going out of service, and certainly we have control over that. As far as recycling, there is no requirement, as all of you are aware. Certainly with the repower projects that we've seen, those blades are being landfilled at this time, although I do hear rumblings that there are efforts to move toward a recycling type of process.
Yeah, a follow-up, Mr. Chairman. On the reclamation, is it required that the land be taken back to the present state, the undisturbed present state of what it is today before the project started? That's essentially what we do in coal reclamation, to remove the concrete towers, remove everything, put it, reseed all of the sites and put it right back to the prairie that it was. So this isn't a lifetime scar on the land.
Mr. Chairman, yes, that is the process. So the end game is that this would go back to essentially what it looked like before the project was there. The concrete tower bases are removed down to 48 inches below the surface. All of the cabling underground is removed, and all of the roads and pads are reclaimed and reseeded. We do defer to private property rights if the landowner wants to keep the roads, if the landowner has a specific seed mix they're interested in, we certainly defer to the landowner's preference. But yeah, the end game is you wouldn't know that project had been there.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. Now, the bonding requirement, this has, I'm sure has nothing to do with the regular Mine Reclamation Act, but the question I have too is that I know that we've had a great deal of problems with the hydrocarbon industry where they've basically sold off their assets into another shell corporation, and then they left the state, and they've had these community bonds, and that hasn't been enough. And I know we've had to in the past appropriate money out of the general fund to you know, I guess look at the problems that we have with the hydrocarbon industry. And I wanted to make sure that the bonding process that you have here is robust enough that these guys can't bond with some Nigerian bank that absolutely has any credibility. And, you know, I mean, I want to make sure that loopholes that we had in drilling oil wells and gas wells don't, you know, aren't in this.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would say we probably had that concern 6 years, maybe 8 years ago. Since then, we have centralized the bonding process in the Department of Environmental Quality, and our economist has overseen that process. We have a much more robust bonding program, looking at bond ratings, looking at whether those bonding companies are actually a subsidiary of the company we're bonding. All of those things were concerns in the past and are now addressed. And so we do feel we have a very robust bonding program. Under the Industrial Siting Act, that bond is reviewed every 5 years as part of that permit that goes with that project. So those costs are updated as time goes on, and that bond is updated. So we feel we have more than adequate funding in place if somebody was to walk away from one of these projects, that we could reclaim it.
Yeah, I still have problems with these things not being recycled and being landfilled. I can see 50 years from now, it filling up every landfill that we have, and every local municipality and county and centralized landfill essentially being filled with blades, and you have no place else to put them. And we're out there building, you know, spending, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars on new landfills 50 years from now. So I just have some really heartburn about not having some type of a recycling component of the reclamation plan. But that's my opinion, and I guess I'll stick to it for a while, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Superintendent.
No questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Administrator Lovett, from me, a couple of questions. You have held some hearings on this already, and when were those hearings held?
Mr. Chairman, on this specific project, there haven't been any hearings. It's certainly not public. So the jurisdictional meeting is very early in the permitting process. Really, it's a informal meeting to some extent with the agency and the applicant to lay out what those requirements are going to be, timelines, those types of things, so we can work on both making sure that we get a quality application and also timing as far as getting it in front of the Industrial Siting Council. We have very strict deadlines in statute that we have to meet, and so scheduling becomes a very tight issue as far as the actual application process. So we actually generally work out up front when the day they're going to bring that application through the door.
So, Mr. Lovett, then following that, and thank you for bringing that to my attention. So you are just in preliminary mode, in a sense, kind of understanding what the project is going to look like, what the scope is going to be. And then when that is finalized, you will have public hearings to discuss many issues, the ones you brought up. Is that a proper?
Mr. Chairman, so the only public hearing process in the industrial siting division permit is the actual hearing on the permit that occurs in front of the council. I can point out parties are allowed to the formal parties to the hearing that have legal standing. And anybody, I can read that party's language to you, but basically anybody that's in the county affected and any group that represents an interest group has the ability to become a party. And we do have that happen frequently. I expect we will have it on this one. And they can formally submit. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, so if I am an adjacent landowner and want to address some concerns about the scope of the project, whether it be on state land or adjacent lands, I have that opportunity, or do I have to organize myself in a different manner than just being a member of the public?
So you have to formally request party status, and there is a timeline for that as part of the permit processing. And then as a party, you participate in the pre-hearing conference, which is when evidence is admitted and everybody that is a party to the process agrees to the evidence. There is another informal process at the hearing. The public can come and attend the hearing. It is public. If they're not a party, they do not have the opportunity to testify, but we do take written limit appearance statements at that hearing, and those are read into the record and the council receives them prior to deliberation on the permit.
So like just follow up on that. So if my concern is view shed, let's say, I do have a path to be able to register my comments with the Industrial Siting Board. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Are there any further questions for Mr. Lovett? I mean, Mr. Lovett, thank you for staying on, because there may be some questions that come up later. Hearing none from my board, before I get to Deputy Director, before I get to you or Ms. Dyer, I wanted to ask Brandy, if she is there, Attorney General, if Ms. Monger could just give us an overview of what our constitutional duties are as the Board of Land Commissioners.
Sure, Mr. Chair. This is Brandy Monger with the Attorney General's office. And I know we go over this all the time, so it's just a reminder that your duties are to maximize the value of these state trust lands for the benefit of the state trust beneficiaries, which are the school children, essentially, of the state of Wyoming. So really the goal is to make sure that you're maximizing the benefit of these lands.
So Ms. Monger, as I look at it, it's Article 18. Is that the operative part of the Constitution?
Let me grab my Constitution. That sounds correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Are there any questions for Ms. Monger?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Did you look at the letter that was provided by I guess it was Mitch Edwards and Phil Nicholas? They had a legal analysis of the question that you just answered that extended our duties constitutionally and statutorily through the Constitution as far as the legislature. And I happen to agree with their analysis that we have more duties than just looking at the money that goes into the support of the education system. It's more of a holistic approach to look at the long-term benefit over a generational aspect rather than what have you done for me lately. So I was wondering if you've had an opportunity to look at that legal analysis. It had the citations to the different cases in it.
Yeah, I did, and thank you, Treasurer Meyer, and I was actually going to bring that up, so thank you for mentioning that. Ms. Monger, have you seen that analysis?
Mr. Chair, I have not actually seen that analysis.
Okay. Okay, it was forwarded to me yesterday.
Okay.
And I think Betsy has a copy of it she might be able to forward to you.
Sure.
Let me ask if other members have copies of that correspondence. It was originally Mr. Edwards, but former President Nicholas followed it up. Thank you, Superintendent. Secretary, have you seen that letter at all?
No, sir. I'm looking for it right now in my email.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, it was emailed to each board member last night around 6 o'clock, if you're looking through your emails.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so we'll take that into consideration as part of the record. So Deputy Director, the next issues, I guess, are up to you. I do think I wanted to ask you, in the case of oil and gas, particularly during coal bed methane days, the state had the capacity to put additional bonding through the Office of State Lands on. And I just wanted to ask if that was still a provision that was a possibility here.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. And Holly's on the call as well. And if we need more detail about this specific application, we can ask her for that, how bonding is anticipated here. But historically, the board and the Office of State Lands does have the authority to request bonding on every action on state trust land. And we do that regularly, and we pay careful attention to that. We also pay careful attention not to double bond an applicant for no good reason, I suppose. So we do defer in these types of cases to another entity like the EQ, who holds a very substantial bond to ensure that the board's assets are adequately covered as we go forward with the action.
Thank you, Deputy Director. So should I recognize Ms. Dyer now, and she can address the board, please.
Good morning, Governor. So on the bonding matter, and I'm glad that came up. I'm glad that you asked, Mr. Chairman. So yes, we do definitely have the ability to require additional bonding. So we do like to work together and be efficient with our sister agencies, with the EQ or with oil and gas, with the Oil and Gas Commission, Conservation Commission. But we can, if there is a reason that stands out to us, we can definitely require additional bonding. It's per the director's permission, I guess.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else that you'd like to bring up, particularly on this project? And then I'll ask the board, and then we'll start taking public testimony.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, one thing, we went over our duties, and Ms. Munger, I think, gave us her opinion on that. But the question I have is when we have these leases, and as different leases have gone through the process before, the board has modified them to, certain terms. I'm curious as to whether there's any restrictions on our duties as far as the modification of the lease before.
Mr. Chairman, I can answer that.
Please go ahead, Deputy Director.
Yeah, Mr. Treasurer, there is no restriction for you to have the ability to modify the lease. In fact, in the wind leasing arena specifically, we provide the board with each and every lease that we've negotiated so that you can approve those. And as you're approving them, you absolutely have the ability to make any changes in there. The caution is obviously that this has been a long negotiated lease. This hasn't been just developed yesterday and provided to you today. So this particular lease, as Holly can attest, has been negotiated for close to 2 years. So there are a lot of provisions in there that we've gone back and forth several times on, but you certainly have the ability to make changes or recommendations that we can go back to the applicant with.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
With that in mind, and the guidance that Ms. Munger gave us to, I guess, obtain the highest amount of dollars that we can get off of these things, it was also brought up in the Nicholas letter that just 2 years ago there were wind leases that were higher, substantially higher than the money that's being obtained off of this lease. And I don't have the exact numbers, but I think that I'm sure that Mr. Nicholas during public comment, if he's on, could probably, clear up the differences between what other people were getting for their wind assets and what we're getting for this particular wind asset. Understanding it's like any other asset, and wind maybe more than others. Sometimes there's the wind blows better in different places, and maybe that's the reason for the higher lease price. So, but I think that it's if some people have been getting substantially more, we probably need to understand why, at least before we approve it. And I guess I would ask Mr. Lovett, as far as a question on that recycling, it seems to me that the recycling, if we required it, would occur 40 years from now. And maybe the technology doesn't exist today, but that certainly gives the company a long runway to provide for a recycling component. And so I don't see that it should economically impact a company that much when you look at it, I think, in that perspective, and really protects Wyoming's future, I think, substantially. So I'm just wondering whether or not he's had any information about potential recycling companies, where that technology is, and maybe could opine, if he's got a crystal ball, what it might look like 40 years in the future if there was a requirement for it.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Administrator, please.
Thank you. Yes, I think it's certainly a possibility to put a condition in the permit that encourages recycling. We do something similar with the ADLS, the aircraft detection lighting systems. We encourage that and to some extent require it, but it's an FAA approval that's required in order to do that. So there are some conditions on whether that may or may not be applied. Certainly we could do something along the same lines with recycling. And yes, crystal balling, certainly PacifiCorp seems to be aggressively pursuing some way to recycle these. I think people have recognized both you're concerned with landfill space, but also it's quite honestly, it's a public relations nightmare for them right now. When you're renewables and you see pictures of blades being buried, it doesn't play well for them. And so they are actively seeking a way to address that. So I think you're probably correct. In the future, that will be something that does happen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. Ms. Dyer, do we have anybody from the company that would like to address the board at this point?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I believe that Amanda McDonald, the project manager, is on the line. And so she should be available.
Ms. McDonald, if you'd like to address the board, I would be glad to give you the floor.
Thank you. This is Amanda. Can everyone hear me all right?
We can.
Great. So I am with ConnectGen and I'm the project manager for the proposed Rail Tie Wind project. Thank you to this board for again considering our wind lease application. I'll try to keep my comments pretty brief since you already heard from me last month. I want to re-emphasize the tremendous opportunity that this wind project presents to the state. During the project's operations, we estimate that the project will pay an annual lease payment of about $500,000 each year to the state. In fact, the state would be guaranteed to receive at least $480,000 per year because the lease agreement specifically defines a minimum fee of $100 per acre. In total, it's estimated that this wind lease would generate about $20 million over the wind project life, including initial payments, installation fees, and operation fees. I recognize and understand that there are people who are not excited about this wind project and are concerned about the visual impact. However, the state land parcels only make up about 20% of the project area and are interspersed throughout private lands that we have leased for wind development. So the visual appearance of this project is going to be largely the same, whether the project includes state land or not. I also want to share with everyone that there will be a number of additional opportunities for public comment on this proposed wind project. Mr. Levitt already spoke about the Wyoming Industrial Siting Council process. There will also be written and oral public comment opportunities through the ongoing federal NEPA review process, as well as the upcoming Albany County permitting process. Finally, I'd like to remind the board of the dozen or so comments they heard at the October meeting in support of this wind lease. Out of respect for this board's time, I've asked that our supporters who already spoke at the October meeting avoid speaking again at this meeting. However, I believe there are a few additional supporters on the line today who did not get a chance to speak at the October meeting. So in conclusion, thank you again for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Let me ask Superintendent if she has any questions.
No questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Treasurer Meyer.
Yeah, just one, Ms. McDonald, on the tax situation. I don't have all of the numbers in front of me as far as the local impact. You did say, what the state impact was. There's been quite a little bit of concern that approximately a development of potential of about $60–70 million may be, I guess, not occur from the residential real estate aspect of a lot of developers out there whose land would be, severely impacted as far as the their prices, and they seem to think that that's going to negatively impact the overall total taxes that come back to both the county and the city. So I was wondering if you put a pencil to those to see whether or not the property value that goes back to the county is more or less if the project goes through. fully understanding that in 40 years' time and the project is reclaimed, then those opportunities would be restored, but that would be basically skipping a whole generation on the opportunity. But just for a dollars and cents thing, can you tell us the positive impact to the local tax structure?
Sure. Yeah. So I can't speak to, the speculative impact of surrounding properties.
Right.
There have been, but in terms of the project's projected tax payments, which I think is what you're asking, we've estimated that during project construction, the project will pay $27 million in sales and use tax in total, of which 14.6 million will go to Albany County and 12.4 million will go to the state. And then during project operations, the project will pay ad valorem taxes, the wind production tax, as well as ongoing sales and use tax. And we estimate that over the 35-year project life, the average annual total tax payment would be $4.2 million per year, of which about $3.3 million per year would go to Albany County.
Okay, thank you very much, Amanda.
Thank you. Auditor Racinas? No questions. Secretary Buchanan? Any questions, Secretary, Mr. Secretary?
Yeah, thank you, Governor. I was looking for the mute button. One of the things that's come up and it's already been discussed this morning is view shed, and I see there's some public comment with regard to how the towers might affect places like Ames Monument, which is, as you know, just kind of south of I-80 there. But when I look at the map, it looks like most of the state leases are more southerly towards Colorado. And I guess, can you give us just a statutory mile distance from I-80 to the closest state lease? I guess you could just look section by section, and I kind of took a guess. But I think it's important to note that regardless of our decision on this, the rest of this project, still takes place, is my understanding. And most of the leases on private land are the ones that are closest to I-80. So if someone could clarify, am I correct in that, or am I mistaken? And how close is the closest state land to I-80 near Ames Monument?
Thank you. Ms. McDonald, can you provide some comment on that?
Sure. I'm quickly pulling up Google Earth now to use my measure tool, but the Secretary is correct that the vast majority of the state land parcels are in the southwestern half of the project area, south and west of Highway 287. There is one state land parcel on the eastern side of the project, but when I was looking at this the other day, that state land parcel is about 5 miles south of the Ames Monument. And looking at the distance from I-80, it's about 6.5 miles south of I-80.
Thank you, Mr. Buchanan. Any follow-up on that?
No, so that's kind of what I had measured out on the map as far, with the sections being a mile. So I'm just trying to consider the view shed argument in light of the total project. And so thank you for that information.
Thank you. Superintendent Bailo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for not bringing this up when you called on me. However, I was just putting some numbers together. I heard Ms. McDonald talk about $20 million over the life of the project. And then I also heard Ms. McDonald talk about $3.3 million in taxes going to Albany County and what would be generated for the state. And I just wondered if you could clarify, Ms. McDonald, what the total revenue is. I guess I thought that the 20 million was the total revenue, but then as I heard you talking about taxes, I'm thinking maybe you had estimated the 20 million as just land lease payments, and just wondering if you can give us a little better look at what the full revenue picture would be over the life of the project.
Yes, you're on the right track there. So the 20 million dollar that I quoted, that is just lease payments to the state for the state land parcels. And then the 4.2 million annual tax payments, that's completely separate. That's sales and use tax, that's ad valorem tax, and that's the wind production tax. Does that answer your question?
It does. I'm just computing. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Ms. McDonald.
Thanks, Ms. McDonald. Ms. Dyer, one question beforehand. I think we have materials that indicate that we don't perceive the wind lease themselves to in some way compromise other potential values, grazing, lease use, et cetera. We understand the viewshed issue and you know some of those issues, but it is not going to preclude other lease possibilities on these lands. Is that a correct statement?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that is a correct statement. We do, as part of our requirements outlined in the rules and regulations, we require consent from our existing lessees. And as outlined in the board matter, we do have 3 of the 4 total grazing lessees consent on this project. The remaining consent that we have not been able to obtain, both Amanda Connection and our office has reached out to Mr. Fisher of Fisher. I'm sorry, I'm losing the ranch's name, but Fisher Ranch LLC, I believe it's in the board matter. So we have reached out to him and we have not been able to connect. The last time we were able to speak, he did offer some insight that he wasn't feeling, he wasn't willing to provide comment or consent at this time. So he was stating that he was impartial one way or the other.
Thank you. All right, any further questions, any further comment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Amanda, you know, I've asked about recycling. You're in the industry. You know, I'd like to try to get a component of the lease or the permitting process to where, you know, we can, you know, at least get these blades chopped down or something and put into a form that doesn't take up, you know, a tremendous amount of landfill space or can be actually recycled to another purpose. 40 years from now, you know, I feel confident the technology is going to be there, that it shouldn't be, you might actually make money off of the recycling and the reclamation. This would be a totally moot question as to whether we have recycling in the contract or not. But I'm just curious as to what you think the industry is gonna move toward. Is it going to be, you know, as was kind of purported, the nightmare that the backlash of blades and landfills when we're trying to go green, and we find out that you know, you have some I guess warts on the going green concept. Just from your perspective, recycling, is it going to occur 40 years from now?
Yeah, I wish I had a crystal ball and can say for certain what's going to happen. I can say that there is a lot of pressure on the industry right now to figure out how to recycle these turbine blades. And I do feel optimistic that, you know, 40 years from now, there will be a solution. unfortunately can't say that with 100% certainty today.
Yeah.
Regarding your comment about landfill space, that reminded me of an article I saw in the Casper Star Tribune earlier this year, where they interviewed the Casper landfill manager about some of the backlash about, the photos of the wind turbine blades. And the landfill manager said that they had, more than enough space for turbine blades for, many decades to come. So just thought that might be a helpful piece of context.
Yeah.
But ideally, you would not need that landfill space in the first place, because we do hope that there will be a recycling solution.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I have a hard time pricing it today, but is what that would be as far as bonding requirements or anything else. But I think we could put that recycling provision in there as far as, no less than 50% of the non-concrete be recycled, and say that the bond could be restructured, in 25 years, because we'd know what the technology was. It might need no restructuring, or it might need some restructuring at that time. But I don't want to pass on landfills that are filled up with carbon blades 50 years from now. That's just my hope, that we could do something that would prevent that.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Administrator Lovett, there was a question from the public chat that asked if the Industrial Siting Council had ever denied a wind permit.
Mr. Chairman, not that I'm aware of. I believe every project that has come through has been approved in some form with conditions that may have been added to it.
Okay, thank you. And then one other question I have, I always get a little bit nervous when we start singling out one industry over another. I think about oil and gas, I think about agriculture, I think about wind. Do we in the industrial siting process, do we think about wind in a way that is different from the way we think about, let's say, a coal plant, which is, I remember what the industrial siting process was initially. Do we on an ad hoc basis try to figure out new approaches to different industries as they show up?
Certainly the wind, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, certainly the wind and solar industries are treated a little different than other industrial siting projects. They have requirements that are very specific to them. And certainly the bonding is one of those. The financial capability test that they're held to is not applied to anybody else. So yeah, they are treated differently.
Thank you. All right. Well, with that, Ms. Dyer, is there anything more?
One thing I did, Mr. Chairman, want to bring up is going back a little bit. Mr. Treasurer, you had brought up the concern of not receiving market rate on our leases. And I just wanted to point out that we did go through a revision of our beginning template for the wind energy lease. Right when Director Scoggin joined us, and our agency was at the beginning phases of these negotiation processes with this applicant. And in that revision process, we did include a favored nations clause, and that can be found, that's section 5.6 on the lease, on the proposed lease, and it's page 12 of the lease. So this clause was put in place. We found it very valuable, and we pursued putting it into the lease just for that very reason of ensuring that we are a competitor, getting market rates that are also included in additional leases that are on adjacent lands that are in the proposed project area. So I did want to bring that up to the board's attention. But other than that, Mr. Chairman, no, I don't have anything else to say.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Please, Mr.
Yeah,
Treasurer.
but I would hope that you guys look at that favorite nation clause. I know adjacent is one way to look at it, but based on relative production is probably a little bit more fine-tuned. And, you know, we have these different wind maps that gives the percentage of time that wind blows at the right speed. And you know, and that kind of gives you a capacity of generation capacity. And I think if we did a favored nation thing on generation capacity, then I think you're actually in the market. That should be one of the factors as well as adjacent. So I'd add that to your bucket as far as assessing most the basically what you should be getting.
Thank you, Ms. Treasurer. Thank you, Ms. Dyer. Deputy Director, any further comment from you?
Mr. Chairman, I think you have everything we're prepared to present. So.
Okay. At this point, I think we all know the lease. We've heard a lot of testimony around it. It does seem to me appropriate to move to public comment if that makes sense to the rest of the board and to you, Mr. Deputy. Hearing no objection to that. Mr. Bump, I'm sorry I'm not in the same room with you. It's always good to be able to look at you and get a sense. But Mr. Bump, do we have anybody prepared to testify?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have a number of hands raised and I see more going up. If you'd like to call on them, that'd be fine. Otherwise, I sure can.
Well, I think I might let you do that, and then also remind folks that this is a 3-minute testimony. We very much appreciate it. This was very long the other day, and I think the points were well made, but we have a very full agenda today. And so with that, Mr. Bump, I'll turn it over to you.
Very good, Mr. Chairman. I will be starting a timer, and so you'll hear a beep when your 3 minutes are up. I'm going to take these hands in order that they've been coming in, and first up is Ron Wilson.
I'm not against wind energy. By the way, Ron Wilson, 61 Spruce Springs Road, just off by Ames Monument. Those that are for this talk about the jobs, and let's just understand that most of the jobs come from out of state, so it's not Wyoming jobs. But I'm not against wind energy. I think it plays an important part in the Wyoming economy, and there's an abundance of land with wind that doesn't impact our world-class view sheds, and certainly impacting all the home values of specifically myself and my neighbors in and around Beatavoo. But there's a diminution of my home value. I think there's no argument that that would happen. But I don't think anyone makes an argument that home values have ever gone up because of a wind farm. So this is in essence a public taking of my home, not a physical taking, but an economic taking. And I want to address hunting for a second. I've hunted around Happy Jack Road, where the current wind farms are going up off of I-80 for a couple of decades. And this year is literally I've never seen an elk or an antelope by a wind generator. And I saw the fewest amount of antelope this year than I've ever seen. But there's going to be some economic impact to my home and to my neighbors' homes. And would everyone, and those that are pro for this, would they be for it if 30, 40, 50% of their home value disappeared? Because that's what ConnectGen is asking us to take. And would their executives be for this if they took a value hit to their own private homes? It seems like the state and the private landowners where the generators would be located are getting compensated, but everyone else will not. So studies, I'm sure ConnectGen will show studies that it has no effect on wind home values. And I suspect that's a lot like the cigarette companies saying smoking doesn't cause cancer in their studies. But the bottom line, would you pay more or less for the same house that has a 30-mile view down the Laramie Valley with 150 70-story windmills blinking red lights all night long? So Treasurer Meyer spoke to this, if these revenues that the state will get, what about the decrease in property values because of the decrease in, or property taxes due to the decrease in home values to do that? So on the reclamation front, it's kind of an interesting circular error in the logic that it's important to restore the land after these things run their life to make it look like it never happened. Well, the easiest way to do that is make it so it never happens, and the land will look like it does right now. And if on the recycling, as ConnectGen is a Texas company, require them to take all their reclamation back to Texas, and that'll solve that problem. So Ms. McDonald talked about the amount of money coming in for tax revenues. Let's put a bond on that of 80% of their estimates, that the state would at least be guaranteed that money. So people can talk about, these are our projections. Let's back that up with some serious obligations on that. So
Time, please.
Fine, I'm done.
All right, Mr. Chairman, next up, we will go to Paul Montoya.
Thank you. Good morning, Governor Gordon and members of the Office of State Lands and Investment Board. My name is Paul Montoya. I live at 88 Monument Road, approximately a half mile from Ames Monument and adjacent to Medicine Bow National Forest in Vidavoo. My overall goal, quite honestly, is to prevent the construction of the rail tie industrial wind plant in this area. Whereas I realize the mission of the State Lands Board is to generate revenue from the State Land Trust, I feel as top representatives of our state government, you also have the responsibility to protect our historic and natural resources and look at the long-term financial impact to the state. Ames Monument is exactly 6,449 feet from wind tower number 137. This is according to data submitted by ConnectGen to the Federal Aviation Administration. 28 turbines of this project would fall in close proximity to Ames Monument. All 151 of the turbines at 700 feet in height would be visible as a backdrop to Ames Monument. By the way, as a side, the wind tower number 128, I just measured, is 2.47 miles from I-80. I noticed that in your packet that Mark Wright, who's a historical architect from New Jersey, submitted a detailed letter explaining the history of the architecture of the Ames Monument and the impact of this wind plant and what impact it would have on the monument. I don't know Mr. Wright and know what inspired him to create this document, but I encourage you to read his submission. The border of Medicine Bow National Forest and Vidavoo is less than 2 miles from wind turbine number 128 of the proposed project. The tallest tower and nighttime flashing will have a tremendous impact on the thousands of visitors to Vidavoo if this project is built. This could also have an impact on state tourism dollars from visitors turning away from these areas of ruined views and bright lights. I haven't seen many of our state agents. I have seen that many of our state agencies have expressed concern about the project. In a letter from Wyo Parks, their deputy director, said the project could, quote, have an impact on the safety and experience of our customers. The Wyoming Historic Preservation Office states that a cultural resource survey has not been conducted. I'm sure many of you have had discussions with Mary Hopkins of SBCC, but I have not heard any conclusions. This also impacts the Office of State Archaeologists and have not heard any comments to date from the State Tourism Board on what impacts on tourism this could have. I also represent a citizens group we formed called Albany County for Smart Energy Development. We've collected and submitted over 1,200 signatures requesting Albany County to make changes in county zoning regulations to prevent industrial wind generation plants from being placed close to historic monuments and state and national recreation areas. We have an additional 1,500 signatures since the initial signatures were presented a month ago. As of today, we stand at 2,758 signatures of people who are concerned. While I realize that according to the Wyoming state statute, responsibility of siting and wind plants fall mostly with local counties and some responsibility by the State Industrial Siting Committee, the State Lands Board can make a statement that they're willing to protect our state natural resources and historic monuments by not approving the proposed lease with ConnectGen. I ask the board to review the long-term impacts of this project and not enter into this land lease. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next up, we'll go to David Kilpatrick.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, I'm one of the grazing holders of the land that's under discussion. And 2 points I'd like to make. First off, it'd really be nice to have some roads on that state land so that people aren't tearing up the riparian areas with their four-wheel drives during hunting season and so forth. I've had trouble with them tearing out culverts that I've put in to try to protect the creeks and so forth, and it's just a nuisance. But the real point is there's only 2 choices and 4 outcomes of your deliberation today. 1, if you choose to lease and the project goes through, the state stands to make money. 2, if you choose to lease and the project doesn't go through, no harm, no foul, other than you get a little bit of money in the interim period for the contingency. If you choose not to lease and the project doesn't go through, no harm, no foul. And if you choose not to lease and the project goes through, all of the discussion that has been taking place about red lights and so forth will still be there. The state just won't benefit from the project economically. So it seems to me pretty straightforward. That was my only comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next, we'll go to David Coffey.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm speaking as a resident of Albany County and the CEO of Coffey Engineering. So as a resident, having lived here most of my life, I don't see an abundance of industry lining up, begging to come to do business in Albany County. And I'm excited to see an industry such as this wanting to invest millions of dollars in our community. So with that, I'm very supportive. As from a business perspective, our company has been blessed by the wind industry and the associated industries that support it, such as transmission. We've been working on the Gateway West and the Gateway South transmission line projects for a number of years, and have worked on a number of transmission or wind farm projects in the area and across the state. And this has provided us the opportunity to hire and keep employed dozens of employees here locally in the state. We're bullish on the wind industry in Wyoming. It's not a one-time show for our particular business. It's an industry that keeps coming back to us for more things throughout the entire life of the project. So we're very supportive. I'm very supportive of this project from as a resident of the community and a business owner. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next, we will go to Donald Weirbillis, please.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Don Werbillis. I'm Assistant Chief of the Tie Siding Volunteer Fire Department, and I am a property owner, and I'm talking to you now from 34 Boulder Ridge Road. I want to make sure that it's clear that this is my personal opinion that I'm expressing. This is nothing to do specifically with the Volunteer Fire Department. We take very seriously our responsibility to our local residents and the land itself in the area. However, the question I have primarily is that I've heard no discussion to date about the potential for increased fire risk that these towers would bring. I also feel very strongly that I am not opposed to wind energy. However, the siting of the wind energy is the critical issue in this case, in my opinion. In particular, it was mentioned that there are a lot of state land lease areas that are in the southwest corner of the proposed development area, and that is particularly in the area of tie siding, as I understand. And what I'm concerned about is the risk that those towers will bring to not only the prairie area there, but also, and probably more importantly and more visible to the public, the heavily wooded areas on Boulder Ridge Road and the close proximity of the Roosevelt National Forest. It is far from scientifically proven one direction or the other, but it is clearly observed that wind towers seem to have an affinity for lightning. I have provided some information in emails that I've sent to Holly Dyer regarding this, and I am very concerned for the potential for these towers when sited, in particular in this area of the state, to effectively attract an increase in lightning to an already lightning prone area, and therefore increase the danger to all the residents, both in their private homes, even out on the prairie, as well as the forested areas in this region. The concerns I have are also for the safety of firefighters. Think about a fire on a tower nacelle 700 feet above the ground, the wind blowing that flaming material, and how fast that will spread across the prairie and potentially into the forested areas. We have 2 small trucks in our tie siding volunteer fire department, 2, with about 10 active members. The nearest other resources are about a half an hour to 45 minutes away, response time, depending on how things go. And that is an additional risk. But my major concern is the fact that there's been little consideration given to this. We raise that increased risk of fire for the entire 40-year life of the project. No small mitigation, say putting an extra fire station or something like that on the property, is going to materially change the risk to the property owners in this area, the grazers as well as the homeowners, as what a fire could do to their property values and to their livelihood. And these fires are not just imaginary. There was a fire in the Evanston area in September 2017 from a tower that burned over 1,600 acres. The potential for this in tie siding is equally great. I thank you for your time, and I encourage you to consider this as part of your decision.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next up, we will go to Maria White.
Hi, Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. So I have sent you 2 emails that include some table and some research that I have conducted. The first table that I will refer to is the Wyoming Wind Project Comparison Table. So I've looked at 5 different wind projects, all located in Wyoming, mostly located in Albany or Carbon counties. And so what I was trying to do with this is determine the residential properties that are located within a 5-mile radius of rail tie compared to 4 other wind projects throughout these counties. So the take-home message is that rail tie project has a percentage residential of 44% compared to 0% for 7 Mile Hill, 7% for Sierra Madre Phase 1, 8% for Boswell Springs, and 17% for Lucky Star. It is worth noting that the entire towns of Rock River and half of Medicine Bow are included in that 17% of Lucky Star. So without any significant townships, rail tie encompasses 44% residential properties compared to these other successful wind projects that have much lower rates. Therefore, the chosen location for rail tie is an extremely poor one, affecting more citizens than most wind projects throughout Wyoming. The second study that I conducted was to calculate an accurate estimate of the amount of tax dollars potentially lost due to future lack of residential developments and property devaluation. So I sincerely hope that you could look at this article that I also prepared. I worked extremely fast and hard on this project, and I wasn't able to email you until about 3 o'clock last night. So if you could check your emails, this article, along with all of my research, is available to you. But I will refer to it now. So the thing I want to highlight is that the number one, these potential tax losses will affect state education funding more than Albany County or any other beneficiary of ConnectGen's tax monies. Second, because roughly 70% of the property tax goes directly or indirectly into the state education fund program, it could suffer the biggest setback if people stop moving to this part of Albany County and property values are negatively impacted by the incorrect placement of wind turbines. If ConnectGen really believes that property values will not decrease as a result of the placement of these wind turbines, there is an option to create a legal guarantee of property value for all 149 resident landowners located within the 5-mile radius of the proposed project. This would also protect state land's value. This option has been utilized by some wind companies. So there's 100 and, what did he just say? I'm done?
Time, please.
Oh, goodness. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you very much. We have your letter, so.
Mr. Chairman, next up, we'll go to Rhett Epler.
Yes, I am. Can you guys hear me? Okay, great. I am not speaking for myself, but for my mom, who is having some technical difficulties, and I will briefly read her statement. To members of the Wyoming State Trust Board, we have entered into a wind lease with ConnectGen. Our state trust lease is compatible with continued livestock grazing with wind development and will be compatible with wildlife and recreation. The amount of state trust land used for potential wind projects is 2%. And that might be a typo. I think it was actually 20 per. Anyway, that might be a typo. But anyways, we would like to see the state of Wyoming lease their land to ConnectGen to increase funding for Wyoming schools, the state library, the Department of Agriculture, and the Division of Family Services. Thank you for your time and hard work, Bonnie Bath. Thank you for your time, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, next we will go to Kirk Stone.
Hello there, this is Kirk Stone. Can you hear me? Hello, this is Kirk Stone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thanks so much for this opportunity to speak. I'm a landholder at 80 Spruce Springs Road up in the Vidavoo area. Purchased this as a retirement property and then learned about this proposed project. So obviously I would be against it. My views face south and would be completely filled with this project. I think an issue that we really need to look at is the evolution of our attempts to control pollution over the generations. In the 1800s, we denuded our forests to feed our fireplaces. Then we went into the Industrial Revolution and powered everything with coal, and our cities were intolerable. Then we moved to oil and gas, which was a little cleaner, still causes problems. And now we're being proposed with industrial wind farms as a green energy. Not actually a green energy, it's completely dependent on oil and gas for the manufacture of the composite materials, transportation, construction. It's still an oil and gas based industry. It's just a different agenda. It's being sold by the idea that it's a clean energy, and all it does is transfer the wealth from one group to another. This originates from Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030. If you're not familiar with those, it would be good to look at them. They come out of the United Nations in the 1990s. By demonizing oil and gas, we're then able to justify the wind energy field. However, it still just comes back to pollution. So we're talking about cleaning up, you know, and avoiding the pollution of the oil and gas industry, but we're replacing it with the visual and light pollution. And, you know, Brian Levitt commented to the idea that in 20 years, or 40 years, we'll return this back to the original. But that just means that only 2 generations have to suffer it. Well, unfortunately, that 40 years is the rest of my lifespan. Unless I'm a centenarian, I'm never going to see my view ever again. So it was also commented that the recycling would occur at the end of the project, but they actually have to replace the blades and the nacelles every 5 years. So that's not a delayed effect. Within 5 years, they have to start replacing all of that stuff. If I may, I'd like to speak just briefly to the governor. You know, it's my understanding there's no organization in Wyoming that has the authority to decide on the appropriateness of the location of a site. Everybody has their responsibilities. State trust land is trying to make money for the land. The industrial siting makes certain of safety. I'm not certain everything they do, but nobody actually has the authority to come in and say, wait a minute, there's, you know, huge numbers of homes and residential areas in this and a tremendous view shed that is really a bad site. So I think that the main issue is this is wrongly cited. If you look over towards Rollins, there's a geologic formation south of I-80 that blocks the view to the south. There's, you know, 100 square miles of land there that could be placed with windmills, and the state would still be able to get their revenues out of it. It doesn't have to be in Albany County. So I think that in addition to administering for money, that you guys do have an obligation as a board to ethically administer how we use our properties. You wouldn't allow a grazer to go out and destroy and overgraze the land. So why would you permit an industrial wind farm to destroy the views?
Time, please.
So I'd like to thank you for this time to speak, and I hope that you will actually decline this permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will now go to John Davis.
John Davis here. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. My wife and I own a home in Tice Siding at 244 Elk Crossing Road in the subdivision called Fish Creek Ranch Preserve. And we built our place in 2005, and that's where I'm talking to you from. My wife, Susan, and I each wrote, and Holly Dyer acknowledged receipt of our comments. So I'm not going to go over everything that's in the letters. From the Ames Monument south to the Colorado border, this project is going to blight the scenic vista. The developer is responding to U.S. incentives, but we don't think that Wyoming should be complicit in this blight. You have an important job to do to monetize state lands for the education system, but industrializing a scenic, historic ranching and residential area is not the way to monetize. It causes too much collateral damage here. This board is not Teddy Roosevelt saving Yellowstone from development for future generations to come, but you do have the opportunity to save a beautiful prairie, Hermosa, from ruin as part of a wind turbine industrial site. The full extent of Hermosa Road from I-80 to 287 and the part of Cherokee Park Road that's in Wyoming, the Ames Monument, the Dale Creek Trestle site, the Cherokee and Overland Trails routes will all be damaged or negatively impacted. It's ironic since Hermosa is Spanish for beautiful, the name that the Union Pacific gave to the vista on the west side of Sherman Hill, and it became the name of their depot there. It's axiomatic that you don't blight a vista that is named beautiful. I'll close with the thought that there's no right way to do the wrong thing, and the proposed placement of this wind farm here is the wrong thing. Taglines like Forever West and in Wyoming, the only thing that changes is you are rendered a lie if the state participates in this by leasing their land to a wind developer. Thank you for the chance to address you.
Thank you, Mr. Bump. Do we have someone else?
Sorry, I was on mute. Mr. Chairman, next we'll go to Phil Nicholas.
Am I unmuted?
We can hear you now.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, of the board. My time's short. It's hard to speak in 3 minutes, so I just want to talk about some policy issues. I first want to talk about the law of this thing. I honor the fact that you have to listen to your attorney general, but I've also listened to attorney generals for over 25 years, I suppose, in my career. I've got a constitution from Max Maxville in my hand. I'd have one from Ed if he'd send me one. And I've got a bunch of those, and I've read them over and over again, and I have it in front of me. I provided you the case of Rydell versus Anderson. All of you should know that, in fact, whether to lease or not is a policy decision, and you get to make that. I was on the committee that decided what we should do with 2 parcels of land in Grand Teton National Park. We studied this issue endlessly. The highest and best use of that land would have been a casino or a facility that would rival Lake Tahoe. We chose not to do that. We chose not to actually get the highest value out of that property because some things matter. And when I look at the backgrounds, I see Treasurer Meyer has the Tetons. Governor, I see you have high plains or maybe low plains with cattle stretching out over the prairie with mountains in the background. And when I look at Superintendent Balo's background, I see something that could have been taken in my backyard on Pilot Knob. It's sagebrush, sparsely populated trees. When you look at Albany County and you look at the map, go to the LSO website, just pull down some of these maps. You'll see that we have 2 topographical features that have these types of features. One is in the northwest, up by, it would be up by Beatavoo, or excuse me, up by Medicine Bow, and one is southeast Wyoming. This vista. Everybody that's spoken have been my constituents for at least 20 years. The people that are in support of it, the only people, are people that are going to get substantial financial benefit from it. The fact is, we know what this development is going to look like. We can now travel down I-80 at one corridor where you have 2 magnificent power lines on either side of your road and a circle of conduits. It is something that belongs in areas of Wyoming, but not in this area. You all, this land and these people moved here because of its scenic value. That's why they're there. And we have an obligation to help protect them. They've been there for 20 years. They've got $60 million of investment there. They've been paying over $500,000 in taxes every year. They send their children. They have businesses that make more money in total than this will ever bring. These are the constituents who are there first. And they're there first because of its scenic value. This is the corridor to Grand Teton National Park. We have planted trees on the 287 corridor. We have tried to rebuild the interstate or the highway there to make it safer and more attractive. We have spent a lot of resources trying to preserve that corridor from Laramie to Fort Collins.
Time, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we'll go now to Alan Minier.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for taking time for me. I filed a letter last week, and it includes a much more detailed discussion of what I'm going to try to present in 3 minutes. But first point is, I don't think you're getting full market value for these leases. Everybody's operating on the assumption that this project is going to go forward. But if it doesn't go forward, what you're doing is giving ConnectGen a right to sit on this property for 12 years at a lease payment that starts out at $5 an acre. That's not enough. That's in section 5.2. It's the initial payments. I've proposed to go up to at least $25 an acre and escalate from there over time. But if the production tax credit doesn't work out the way that some people are assuming it will, then they could be sitting on this property for a long time. But that's not my main point. My main point is that we are not getting ahead of this project. We don't understand what it's going to bring to us. I've given two examples. One was the fire example that Mr. Werbillis has already talked about. But it seems to me that you have a special responsibility there because statutorily, the state forester is under jurisdiction, your jurisdiction, and himself has responsibilities for coordinating fire. We've just seen half of the Medicine Bow National Forest burn up, and it's a country almost exactly like the one that neighbors this project. We know that those things are lightning magnets, and we should be looking at this. And it's within your purview to do that. Again, the state forester. The second point I raised, which is another example of things that aren't getting addressed, is the setbacks for county roads. It's in my letter in some detail, but fundamentally, nobody's paying attention to how far you have to put these windmills back, particularly once you get to the scale you're talking about and have it be safe. Right now, my reading of the county's regulations is 740 feet. There's a pretty good argument that it should be at least double that and maybe more, particularly when, as you're in a circumstance like we have here, you're in rolling country. So basically, you know, if you stand on a cliff, you can throw a rock further than if you just throw it across the ground. Nobody's thinking about these issues yet. And it seems to me that's an important enough one. So it shouldn't be left entirely to the counties. It seems to be the highway department ought to be consulted about that. I personally have some questions about how close one of the windmills is to I-80. And then I discussed also in my letter the issue of blasting, how it may be under the authority of the county, it may be under the authority of the Industrial Siting Commission, but nobody's thought it through. Nobody's staffed to do it. There's no clear path to make it get raised. And part of the problem with that is that at both the county level and the industrial siting level, unless somebody asks for something in an application and the application is deemed complete, you rush ahead to a decision. I don't think we should be doing that. I don't think that, so basically bottom line is, people keep talking about the visual impacts. I think there are a lot of safety impacts. In fact, I know there are a lot of safety impacts that have not been discussed, that need to be discussed. And I think that it's premature to approve these leases, even if in the end you wanted to approve this lease. You should wait, I think, until we can work through some issues with the county about what they're going to do. And you should know that because there's a change of there was an upset election in Albany County, the county chairman, who was the real official pushing for this project, is no longer going to be there. And I'm hoping that that might free up the Planning and Zoning Commission to be more open to changes in what the existing regulations are, so that when we get to a hearing, there'll at least have been a free and fair opportunity to develop information in time to present.
Time, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, next we will go to Katie Ogden.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and to the rest of the board. I would like to say thank you for having me this morning. I'm a longtime resident of Albany County, and just for the record, I don't stand to benefit from the Railtie Wind Project in any way, other than being a member of this community and receiving the residual benefits that will be available to all of us if the project goes forward. I think that it's clear to all of you who sit on this board that we face some challenges related to revenue and budget constraints going forward, and I'm confident that they can be addressed. I know that these are problems that we can solve in Wyoming. And I also know that this is one tool that is at our disposal to solve these problems. And I don't think that we're in a position to decline a source of such substantial ongoing revenue, both at the state and county level. I'm pretty familiar with the county budgeting process. I know it's always a struggle. We're pretty razor thin here. We've never enjoyed mineral revenues like some other counties have. And I think that this will be an important project to diversify our economy and build an ongoing revenue stream. And I think that's an important practical consideration for you to acknowledge going forward in your deliberations. And I would like to thank you again for hearing me this morning. And I don't have anything else to say.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, next we will go to Thomas Hamp. Please go ahead, Mr. Hamp.
A little technical difficulty. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Tom Hamp. I live at 26 Arrowhead Drive in Laramie, Wyoming. I'm speaking to you today to ask that you deny this state land lease for development of wind energy on our state lands. First, let me take a brief moment to talk about the thanking you again for allowing me to speak. I did speak the last time, and I'm glad that you didn't allow a developer to silence the public with respect to this project. So moving on from there, I'd like to point out that a portion of this land is in Hunt Area 44 and Hunt Area 37 for antelope. It is accessible from Cherokee Park Road and Pumpkin Vine. Despite what some of you may lead you to believe, hunting in and around these wind turbines is not compatible use. With wind turbine blades tip velocity of over 200 miles an hour, when they have a bird strike and you have people in and around that area, that bird is now dead and launched at those potential hunters. So I ask you, has the developers of these projects, have they disclosed any of this, and are they reaching agreement that this is still going to be compatible use for and with the hunters in this community? So I would really encourage you to read up and maybe even request that from the developers if they're still going to share this land. Furthermore, I think it's prudent for us to wait for the EIS to come out for this project in light of over 200,000 acres that have burned just to the west of this project and the displacement of the wildlife that's going to come for generations to come because of that. I want to turn to reclamation briefly. Mr. Lovett had mentioned the reclamation on the sites. Typically, the state requires the removal of concrete up to 48 inches and and to remove the electrical lines. He did state that they're sensitive to private property rights, and as such, the property owners can reach some agreement with the developers to leave some of the roads. What I didn't hear him mention is the side agreements that are put out there between the landowners and the developers to change from what the state requirements are of 48 inches of concrete removal to 36 inches of concrete removal. Nor did he speak of abandoning the cables in the ground. This is not a suitable site for this type of industrial wind development. It's on state lands. We just approved a proposal for the Pilot Hill program, which is also state lands. I would ask the board, would you consider a developer to go in there on that 5,000 to 7,000 acres and develop a 100 megawatt electrical and generation field right there on pilot land in order to get those revenues as well? I've heard it from several different speakers. It's more than just the responsibility of the revenues coming into the state. It's the responsibility that you bear to protect our state. I would really encourage you to think that through very thoughtfully. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next, we'll go to Karen Schertz.
Ms. Schertz, I'm wondering if your phone or computer might be muted.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, my name is Karen Schertz. I live at 99 Old Wagon Road. I represent the Hidden Hills neighborhood back off Pumpkin Vine. We're 5 miles back. I was going to talk to you about the historic value of the places that are around here, but I want to bring up certain things that have not been mentioned. One, we sit on the Casper Aquifer. These towers are so tall that to support them, they're going to have to go very deep into the granite. And we have a water table that is very high. We hit water at 55 feet, and that is pretty consistent with everybody in this area. So that is one question that has not been addressed, and if anybody from the Casper Aquifer is looking into this. Secondly, we can see Ames Monument from Pumpkin Vine. So it is, we can see everything. And I think the people of Laramie should be very concerned because they're going to see these lights every night blinking on and off. The other is the reclamation. My husband and I put in geothermal into our land, and we did a recovery, and we did working with the Wyoming Extension, Albany County Extension Service for proper seeding. It does not restore. It did not come back the same as what it was. There will be permanent damage when you think going from 287 back to us is 5 miles. That seems like a fair distance, but they're talking about 60 miles of road going in the destruction of our tundra, which is extremely sensitive. And lastly, Governor Gordon, I am very pleased to see you here listening, that you understand what is at stake here for the people of this area. It literally will destroy the view shed and entrance and gateway to Wyoming from the south. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, next we're going to go to a phone caller. I do not have a name for you. Caller, are you there? Go ahead. I see you're unmuted now.
Hi, my name is Donna Lang. I live at 613 Boulder Ridge Road in Tie Siding, and you can hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
I do not think that the base of Boulder Ridge and the valley leading into Laramie is an appropriate place for industrialization for all the reasons that have been brought to your attention. Leaving approval of these industrial wind projects up to counties has created a grab-and-go effect. Everyone is dazzled by the dollar signs flaunted by this industry. The wind industry uses threatening tactics. If you put strict regulations in place to protect your residents, then we will go elsewhere. So of course, county officials are turning a deaf ear to residents' health, safety, and welfare concerns. I believe this is the case here in Albany County. Having said that, I believe that industrialization of our Wyoming should be planned on a statewide basis, not a project-by-project basis. I believe the individual board members here have the influence and power to look at Wyoming as a whole, not just a thin slice. If wind is a natural resource, it should be shared by the entire state. Wyoming is at a crossroads. If we do not get a handle on this wind industry now, our Wyoming identity, our Wyoming motto, the billboards welcoming us into our state might as well read, "Welcome to Wyoming's wasteland." Thank you for the opportunity to voice my comment.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, next we will go to Jennifer Kirchhofer.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
All right, thank you. This is Jennifer Kirchhofer. I live at 182 West Beatable Road, and I am asking that you deny the state lease application presented by ConnectGen. There are many processes in place wind companies must go through. Osley County and industrial siting all have specific requirements. Yet both Albany County and Office of State Lands asked many times over and over which items are covered by industrial siting. Each group does not have the full knowledge of what the other groups cover, and in turn assume the other groups will catch major issues which prove a project is not properly cited or extremely detrimental to a local community, county, or state of Wyoming. There are serious gaps in this system. Neither Industrial Siding or Slib have denied a permit or lease application in the past. This clearly shows there are important elements which are not taken into consideration throughout these processes. Unfortunately, the process leaves local citizens to bear the burden of researching all these processes, as well as weigh the pros and cons of a proposed industrial wind project. You may be thinking, well, the Office of State Lands has only a specific narrow obligation in this matter. Right now, it seems all of the responsibility of researching and educating the Planning and Zoning Commission, county commissioners, and Office of State Lands Board has been laid firmly on the shoulders of local residents who were in the beginning vastly underprepared for this type of battle to protect their health, safety, and families. I would hope that at this point, the local citizens in and around the rail tie proposed location have given you ample reason to deny the state land application from ConnectGen. At the very least, table the agenda item until you have complete information to make your decision. This is Wyoming land, and you should not be forced to make a quick decision based on ConnectGen's rush timeline. You may have been negotiating this lease for years, but there has been a mountain of new information which has been presented in the past few months. This new information deserves equal attention. If the decision is to grant ConnectGen the lease, then please consider adding a stipulation where the lease can be terminated within a short period of time if ConnectGen delays forward progress due to possible zoning regulation changes, the end of Wyoming's 3-year tax exemption, or is denied a permit at the county or state level. If any of these situations occur, these state lands will be tied up for over a decade with substantial decrease of income to the county. Why are you giving ConnectGen all of this power? Please take these scenarios into consideration when comparing the losses to the potential benefits from the project. They never seem to turn out as favorable as the wind companies boast. Local citizens would like to move forward with projects and programs that would promote the many historical landmarks and natural resources in this project area in a positive way. This would bring income into the county without decimating this area forever. Unfortunately, if these lands are tied up in a lease for over a decade without any progress, there'll be little income generated from wind turbines, and it would hinder the progress of these other income generating endeavors. The Boswell project north of Laramie is already requesting a 5-year permit extension. The Roundhouse project in Laramie County has requested a 2-year extension. The rail tie project would have to find buyers of out of state for this energy. And considering Kara Choquette, Communications Director of Power Company of Wyoming, stated during the September Joint Corporations Committee meeting that currently there are over 133,000 megawatts of proposed projects in the pipeline, but only 31,000 megawatts are needed in the West to meet the renewable goals of 2030. That means the supply of renewable energy outweighs the demand 4-to-1. What if rail tie requires an extension delaying full income potential as well for years? The land designated for rail tie project is valuable, but not for wind reasons. Teton County has not always been an area associated with the rich and famous. They intentionally created that reputation. Teton officials recognized they had valuable natural resources and amenities they could promote, and it was easy to recognize they had something special worth protecting. Now the Jackson Hole area is one of the most well-known destinations in the West. Wealthy people are drawn to Teton for many of the same reasons we could market in this part of Albany County. It's easy to look at. All right, thank you for your time, and I've sent you 3 other letters that you're welcome to please refer to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next, we will go to Ann Brand.
Good morning, Governor Garden and board. I sent a letter to Holly Dyer back for the first meeting, and I don't want to draw attention to that. That focuses on the historical context of this area. I'm a 4th generation Wyomingite. I talked to you today in conjunction with my husband as owners of 3 businesses in an affected area by this. This will cause economic devastation to all 3 of our businesses. I have Ludwig Photography, a 115-year-old photographic specialty business, the oldest in the 19-state area, and developed and processed all the imagery for the state of Wyoming up until 1986. I am now focused on creating custom commissioned emotional art. My clients have me in the area that will be impacted by this literally on a weekly basis. My clients come from all over the world and all over the United States. And they also include people who I would have to say typically move to the Laramie area and have been there up to 6 years and want to have a piece of emotionally commissioned art of them in this area with that view shed. Moving on, my husband is from Oslo, Norway. He has selected to have his company Handle Information Technology, a 28-year-old company in Albany County. Between he and I, we employ over 20 families. Those are families that make an active decision to have property and have businesses on the side and invest in this community. These people drive east on the I-80 corridor to enter this area. They also drive up from northern Colorado, and this is their greeting to Wyoming. This will be terrible for our economy. We also have an Airbnb, and that's where I draw attention to the fact that I have very educated people that reserve my Airbnb for up to a month in advance, and they stay there. I have a gentleman right now who's a musician from California, and he is staying for the month of November because he wants to get away from his urban area. He wants to be in downtown Laramie. He wants to be within walking distance of the University of Wyoming. He wants to access the American Heritage Center and the university, and he wants to be able to eat and go to cultural activities in downtown. He also drives to Kurt Gowdy. He also hikes. He also takes Turtle Rock Trail. He can see the Roundhouse development from the Belvoir Ranch. How much impact are you going to put in your eco-tourism mecca? He doesn't want to see turbines all around the viewshed. You need to really look at that generational custodial responsibility that you have in this area. I recently read an article printed last week that stated that Wyoming has seen a $2 billion profit from tourism this year, and that the two most visited parks, one of them is Kurt Gowdy. They are going to this area. They are seeing this viewshed. This will devastate the income that my three businesses derive being located in Laramie. My husband cannot recruit to his business with this devastation. You know, he has a tech industry company. He needs high talent. He sat on the task force for technology in the state of Wyoming. He works on the board of technology at the University of Wyoming. He's a professor in the College of Business. People reach out to us. A company reached out to us a year ago from Boulder seeking to relocate to Albany County. They are tired of having their viewshed destroyed by solar. They stopped communication. They stopped asking when they started seeing articles in our local paper referring to rail tie wind.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, next up, Debbie Forey.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and the board. I'll try to be short today. It was my understanding only those people that hadn't spoke last time were supposed to bring public comment today. So the council and those 7 people that have duplicated, I hope that I can add some new information. We're discussing only the state lease, not the debates that are included in several of the discussions today. There is no applicable law to oppose this lease. The approval is lawful and it's appropriate for the use of for this committee. The lease and the issues that are being brought up today, those are for the county commissioners and the state and the Industrial Siting Commission. There is no compelling reason to deny this lease. Just a couple things that have come up today, and I'm sure that you guys are well aware of these as you're educated, but it's completely false that the blades or the parts have to be replaced every 5 years. Those go to end of life. It's rare that those are replaced so that they'll be replaced at the end of the project life, 35 years, if it's repowered up, which you assume it probably will be. The issues concerning lightning, those turbines have the technology to detect that and take that into consideration. The third thing is the property rights by the state law are to the people that own the property, the ranchers. There is no viewed shed property right in this state, so that's not a reason not to approve this land lease. And I think that's important. With respect to the aquifer issue, remind everybody that this is not an aquifer issue. These are wide, not deep. They're shallow, only about 15 feet. So The issues brought up about the aquifer are also incorrect. And those will be considered by both the county and also the many organizations that review the project. The safety impacts, these are all governed by agencies that talked earlier today. You heard from the Industrial Siting Commission. They provided good background and they have good information with respect to approving these. We have a small group of landowners that are near the project that do not want to see this in their backyard, and they've been very vocal. I have met with the new county commissioner that was elected yesterday. She is in favor of wind development. And so we anticipate that the project will continue down the same path that it has continued down for the last year and a half. That's all I have today, unless you have questions. And thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, a brief question, or if you know, Ms. Forey, the Roundhouse project, I was told, is the lease on that is higher than the lease on this particular project. Would you happen to know what that is and what the differential is?
When you say higher,
well,
what are you talking about?
The rental or the terms in their lease, I was told was higher than the terms in our lease.
I think Amanda, the project manager, is on the phone and she can address the lease. Can you give her the mic?
Hi, I'm unmuted now. Can people hear me?
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, so I have not personally seen the Roundhouse wind lease. I assume that the state, in negotiating with us, they were considering all wind leases that they've executed throughout the state, and we're working to have similar terms.
If we were in it or not. Yeah, I think that was a city lease. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Dyer.
I was involved with I was the commercial leasing manager at the time and directly negotiating the lease with the Roundhouse proponents when we were going through that approval process. And I don't have the direct comparables handy before me right now, but I do know that I was looking at that lease and using it to the best advantage that we could to make sure that we're getting at least what we had gotten in that Roundhouse project, as it was one of our most recent board approved wind energy leases. And I will add that if I do know off the top of my head that there are different, of course, there's different payment structures outlined in all of our wind energy leases. So it depends on which rate you want to compare. The initial payments are all pretty comparable. This one in particular is right around where Roundhouse was. The one thing that I do want to bring light to is that this ConnectGen's lease does stand out in minimum payments. So on average, our minimum payments usually, and that's the baseline bottom, at least we need to get this much when they're operating. It's based on $1 per acre rate. And usually our average across, historically looking at all of our wind energy leases, that rate is around $20 an acre. And this one we have negotiated up to $100 an acre. So that was one pretty aggressive move, I think, on our end to ensure that we were going up.
Thank you, Holly. And I think that just to end on that, I just ask that the board see the much needed source of revenue for not just Albany County, but also for the state of Wyoming. And so I encourage the board to approve this lease today. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Forey, and thank you, Ms. Dyer. I think what I'll do at this point is I will do a round robin to just ask board members if they had particular questions on any of the materials presented, and then we'll take a little bit of a break and come back and consider this. So let me start with Secretary Buchanan. Mr. Secretary, I don't see your camera on. If you're not, oh, there you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Governor. I want to mention something just in case it's not recognized or the distinction isn't being made, and that is that regardless of our decision here today, I mean, I hear a lot of comment one way or the other, but recognize that our decision here today encompasses a rather small percentage of the entire project. And as I mentioned earlier, that section 36 in the southern end is about 6 miles southwest of Ames Monument. It looks like the rest of the project, at least as far as state lands, is on the other side of 287. The bigger picture for those that appreciate the view shed and have concerns with that regard is with the parts of this project that aren't going to be on state lands. And so that's somewhat of a separate issue from what our board is considering today. So I just want to make that distinction so that people can have that as part of their thought process when they talk about the project in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And I had made a note kind of on the same lines, and I just wanted, while you were talking about that, I guess I was trying to understand, if we don't approve the lease, would it be our intent to then suggest that the whole project be shelved? Or are we simply saying that if we don't approve the lease in and of itself, that cannot be used as a reason to deny the project? I guess if testimony were, let me put it a different way, if testimony were that the State Board of Land Commissioners didn't approve this lease, therefore you should deny it, I don't know if that follows from our discussions today. I don't know if you have opinions on that.
And I think that's a good question. And I think that, perhaps Mr. Lovett or Ms. Monger could, or somebody from Office of State Lands Investments might be able to address that. Because I think it's important that we get the process and an understanding of the process sorted out for the public, especially, so they know what our role is and what our role isn't in this process.
And I think that's the reason I asked that question, Mr. Secretary, is, there are takings on both sides that are being considered. And I would hate us and our actions to be construed as a taking.
Mr. Chair, this is Brandy Monger at the Attorney General's office. And so I did want to raise a couple of issues as we were listening to the comments. And so I appreciate the Secretary's question, because I think it's an important one. And earlier, I was able to get Mr. Nicholas's letter and look it over. And so here's what I think is important to note, which is I don't disagree with Mr. Nicholas. And what we talk about when we talk about your responsibilities as a board is to maximize value. And maybe that wasn't the best way I could have said that, because what you hear is to maximize dollars. And that's not what we're saying, because we recognize that isn't the responsibility, but it is to inure to the greatest benefit, long-term benefit, the value of these lands. And that's what we're talking about here, is the lands that are under the state trust for the benefit of the beneficiaries. And Mr. Nicholas is correct that is then governed by legislation and the like. And all of those things also being true does mean that these are policy calls for you as the board to look at, to see, is this the right value for this? Is this compatible with our other uses? And those are the questions that are being raised here and that you answer as policy questions. But going to the essence of this is, what you're doing here is deciding whether or not to lease these specific parcels as part of this lease, as part of this wind development And so that is the question. And I think the secretary has a very good point there. And when we talk about takings, because you're the state, I guess maybe that's your concern, but we are acting as sort of private landowners in this instance when we lease our lands. We're not acting as the state. How this would be viewed, I don't know. I think those are maybe political questions that are aside if the county commissioners would consider it. But this board isn't responsible for saying this is a good project or this isn't a good project. That's not what this board's responsibility is in this instance as it relates to these leases. Your responsibility is as fiduciaries of the state trust lands to follow the laws that relate to those to determine whether or not this lease does or does not inure to the greatest benefit, the greatest long-term benefit of the trust beneficiaries. And that's the question that's before you. It doesn't have to do with whether this is a good project or a good idea as a project, because my understanding, and perhaps I'm wrong, is that this project goes forward with or without the state. It's whether or not it's a good idea to lease these lands, these particular lands, for this project as it relates to the beneficiaries of the trust land. So I'm not sure if that answered the question, but I did just want to clarify that role.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Monger. Hold on just a second, Treasurer. Hold your thoughts for a second. I'm going to go, if Secretary Buchanan doesn't have a follow-up, I'm going to go to the auditor and then to you, Mr. Treasurer.
No, I thank you for the clarification, and to whatever extent, if Mr. Lovett or anyone else would like to address, the issue of whether or not this project goes forward if the state decides not to approve the lease on its lands. That's a separate question, and I don't know if that can be answered by anybody other than NextGen, but it's I think almost 5,000 acres of state land that we're talking about. And again, as I mentioned, it looks like most of absent a section, and it depends on how many turbines you put on a section, but there's one section that's on the other side of 287 back to the northeast, and so whether or not the project is viable without our consent to lease state lands is a bigger question. And I say this for the public's benefit because that's the bigger question here. Because if you look at the maps, the leases on private land are the ones that you'll have turbines on that are closer to I-80 and specifically Ames Monument, in contrast to the state leases, which are much further away. Now, I still appreciate that may be a distinction that is without a difference in the public's mind, but I think they need to understand, and I need to understand the difference in the process between state and private land, and because it's an important distinction.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Auditor Racinas.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, maybe just a clarifying question for Holly, if she could walk us through one of the scenarios that was laid out where we approve a lease, but the project didn't go forward either for any reason, frankly, what the lease looks like then.
Mr. Chairman.
Please, Ms. Dyer.
Madam Auditor, great question. So we are definitely a part of this project, meaning that we're a consulting party in the NEPA process. We will provide comment in the industrial siting process, and then we have our own process here. And so in my experience and in my review of the wind energy leases that we have approved in the past, it didn't necessarily follow timeframes of whether or not the projects had already gone through NEPA and completed NEPA. So one project in particular up north, they have a board approved lease with us. They're still paying initial payments while they are still conducting the necessary wildlife surveys as part of the crucial components for NEPA. And so that's one example. The other example that I do have is and that's just payments on fallow land. So they have not started any construction. They have not disturbed any soil. It's just they have the rights to develop once they follow all the other local and statewide laws and federal laws too. And so the other example I wanted to bring up is this land was actually, parts of this land was proposed in a previous wind energy lease a while ago, I think back in 2008 or so, by Shell. And they did have a board approved lease with us. And so, but they were not successful. I think that they withdrew, they decided to relinquish their lease because of the contentious matter and location. That being said, we were still collecting rental initial payments while they were pursuing all of the other permitting processes that they needed to get done. And we were still collecting those initial rental payments that were just for fallow acreage.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any further question?
No.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
Well, I defer to the superintendent if she has anything, and then, okay, then, Mr. Chairman, I guess I got a couple of questions to Brian Lovett, and that goes into the processes there. And I guess if we set this thing, I guess, on the back burner until your processes are done and the NEPA is done, what is the effect of that if all of that goes forward and we decide to offer the land, after the first windmill goes up, and I guess I'm wondering how that would work if we just said we don't believe it's right for us to go forward with this lease, but the project does go forward. What's the process then?
Mr. Chairman, so I think there's a couple questions. One, I would point out we have had projects come through industrial siting in the past where state lands were specifically carved out of the project. So they did not lease from the state. And we did have discussions with state lands with concerns about that, because essentially, you're not getting any revenue. The project basically surrounds you, and you're, I shouldn't use the term landlocked because that doesn't deny access, but the state received no benefit from it. And so that was a concern. Certainly from the standpoint of the Industrial Siting Council, we always encourage projects that we would like to be pretty much the last step in the process. As I said, we have a statutory timeline, so it's relatively short to go through the permitting process. And we would like the council to have a project that is fully baked so they know exactly what they're considering, so that it isn't a very soft project as far as what might actually happen. Having said that, we have had projects come through that probably were not as firm as we would have liked them to be, but we have still processed them.
So, Mr. Chairman, a follow-up.
Sure.
I guess what I'm trying to determine as what are the optionabilities of the state leasing the land if the project goes through. What you've told me is that the option of doing that is relatively low from what I heard, or are you essentially neutral on that?
Mr. Treasurer, I can speak from a bit of experience, and I remember a matter coming to this board when I was treasurer, where the project said, we would love to put some generating capacity on your state lands, but we will not do it at the same price as what we gave adjacent landowners. And if you don't like that, we just won't develop it. So that was the experience we had. I want to say it was back in maybe 2013, 2014.
Yeah.
And their point was that we have everything developed around you. There is no need for us to do anything with this. And so if you want something, we'll give you something, but not much.
Yeah. Well, I don't like dealing with people that give me ultimatums, I guess, Mr. Chairman, but I don't think this project's, our lease is really ripe. I think there's going to be a huge push for more green energy. And I think the demand is going to eventually exceed the supply in relatively short terms, even though it might be a 4-to-1 ratio now, which I can't say whether it's 4-to-1 or 2-to-1. And I think the price of energy is in renewables is only going to go up, but I think if that's the case, if people want to play hardball, I don't have a problem playing hardball.
So, Mr. Lovett, I didn't mean to interrupt if you were preparing to answer that question. I just wanted to go from personal experience there. So.
No, Mr. Chairman, excellent reference. It has occurred in the past. And the council can go forward. It would be up to the company whether they choose to pursue the project without the state leases or not. And the industrial council would consider what's put in front of them.
And Administrator, just a sort of quick follow-up, you would probably want to have a completed project plan in front of you as opposed to contingencies. Would that be?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Ms. Dyer.
I just wanted to pipe in that with our involvement with the NEPA process, that is the case also. They're expecting to publish a draft EIS come early 2021. And I think in their full NEPA review, they also want to know who is in and who is out. They want to have a complete picture of the different landowners involved in certain projects.
Thank you, Ms. Dyer. I wanted to just take a quick spin around again, round robin, specific questions on the lease. Ms. Dyer, from my side, I think there is in 4.2, and I just was wondering if you could walk through the termination for failure to develop and what the provisions would be in that. If you have any perspective on it. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but it looks to me like they're 5-year reviews. There's a 12-year horizon for development. I just wondered why we had arrived at those numbers.
Sure, and I'm just scrolling through. I wish I had it hard copy here in front of me, Mr. Chairman. So 4.2 exactly. The 12 years is a little bit arbitrary. It can kind of look that way. What we try and do with our leases on this termination for failure to develop is we try and line it up with the initial payment period. So that's the rental that is owed to us prior to construction. And so we want to give them at least until the end of that schedule before we have this right to terminate, because they haven't developed. So that's where we came up with that 12 years. And then, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, was there a reference to a 4-year?
Is it 4? I thought it was 5 years that there was a review if there were additional provisions or the lease was correct. Let's see. And maybe that wasn't in this section. I was looking at it somewhere else, but I was thinking there was a 5-year review to just allow for adjustments in the lease payment.
Mr. Chairman, that's not ringing any bells for me.
Okay.
maybe the project proponent applicant, Amanda McDonald, can pipe in. I do think that there is a review period for any reclamation plans that we've had in the past, to look at making sure that we are covered with reclamation and bonding. However, I think in this lease, we specifically referred to aligning all of our reclamation requirements with those of industrial siding to keep consistent with our sister agency and cause less confusion. I know that that was a source of confusion in past wind energy leases. And so I don't believe that that is referenced there. But Amanda McDonald might be able to, she might know what reference you're mentioning of the 5-year.
Thank you, Ms. Dyer. It's actually 4.2C, the final parts of it. It talks about adjusting for inflation. So thanks. Ms. McDonald, did you have any particular edification you wanted to put to that?
Sure. I guess one comment I can add is that if something happens with this project's development that, we are denied a county permit or we are denied a permit by the ISC, it is not in our interest to continue holding on to this lease and continue paying annual lease payments for a project that's not viable. So I don't think there needs to be a concern that we will continue to tie up this land with an unviable project.
Thank you. Okay, Superintendent.
Hi, thanks, Mr. Chairman, and I'm not sure if I'm asking the right question, so I apologize in advance, but the treasurer brought up some contingencies in terms of bonding, higher leases for similar projects, just raised a lot of really good questions in my opinion. Is it only at that interval, at that, I guess that review interval, that we would have an opportunity to revisit that? Or if we were to maybe, I don't know if I want to say table or shy away or not approve, but is there an opportunity to bring new information into our decision or into the lease as it becomes available, or is it only at the scheduled review intervals? I guess what I'm asking is essentially we want to make sure that we continue to maximize our revenue and meet our fiduciary responsibility in this really rapidly changing industry.
Mr. Chairman, Holly, if you have a response to that, go ahead. I've got one as well.
Sure, Deputy Crowder, or Mr. Chairman and Madam Treasurer, or I'm sorry, Madam Superintendent. Yes, at any time we can do a lease amendment. We have amended our wind energy leases in the past. The favored nations clause that relates specifically to the different rental rates that we receive, that accounts, the language in there accounts for if there's any other lease that's part of this project that the project proponent, the applicant, has and enters into an agreement with, regardless of timing of when they enter into that other agreement. If there are any other terms that are better than ours, then we meet those rates. So there's a timing component in there. And maybe that helps answer your question. That's all I was going to say.
And Mr. Chairman, to add on to that, that's a very good point, is that there are performance measures built into this lease, as the governor and Holly have just stated, that there is a 12-year development performance measure that the lessor, that being you as the board, can terminate this lease if they haven't met that performance measure and go into business with somebody else, either another wind energy development company or a totally different use. So you have that out as well. This lease is only for a 40-year term. It can be renewed, but at the end of that 40-year term, we can adjust all of the terms within this lease. So that's built in as well for a second performance measure. the amendments that Holly is talking about is a very good way to adjust this through time. It is important to note that the applicant must also agree to that amendment as well. We can't force that upon them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Superintendent. So just quickly, Treasurer Meyer, any further comments specific to the lease?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I thought it was an interesting concept to say that they should take the old blades out of the state so we don't have any problems with landfills. That's a fairly inexpensive option. It can be priced relatively easily. So I think they should either be, go through a process where they're reclaimed or put into a state that they can be recycled or moved out of the state. I think that should be part of the lease. It's as I say, it's fairly simple to price as far as the freight out of the state. Then we don't have to worry about our landfills and polluting all of the state. So I think that's something that we definitely should put in there. The 12-year option, that's and if you look at if the length of a blade is 35 years and the length of the lease is 40, it seems like the option should be much shorter than that. Give them the year to figure out whether they're going to do it themselves or and maybe cut that in half, because they should be able to get the project up in a 5 or 6 year time period and not a 12-year time period. That just seems like we're giving them almost a free ride to go out and profit on any market increase or anything. And looking at the inflation factor, there's a lot of breakdowns in the inflation factor or different inflation factors for different industry codes. I haven't looked to see whether there was one for specifically for wind energy. I doubt if there is, but I know there's different ones for technology, for telecommunications, for different things. So I think that we might take a look at that and be a little more specific, so we can maybe capture the increases of the renewable energy market 15, 20 years from now, or 2035, when the people that want to change our world and get rid of all hydrocarbons actually do that. The prices of these things are going to be astronomical. That may not have anything to do with the regular inflation, or very, very little to it. So I think we can customize an inflation factor that's a little bit more appropriate to the returns on the total project. So I think there's a lot of things that we can do. I guess I think I would be in favor really of just looking at an option to have an option for a lease that would preserve this lease as far as if the rest of the project goes through, but necessarily not approve the lease. I think that puts us on solid footing in the future, and necessarily doesn't make an approval or have the effect of saying that the state approves it. We're just saying that, if the project goes forward and the view shed has already been compromised, that under those circumstances we'd participate, but not under circumstances of being a leader and trying to push this project forward. Because I do believe there's a lot of other places in the state of Wyoming that are more adeptly suited for windmill siting. But so I think there's just a few things that we need to move forward in any regards, some specific changes that probably should happen with the lease. I think the state lands did I think a pretty darn good job in negotiating this, and I could commend Holly and Jason on the work they've done. I just think it needs a couple of tweaks before we actually move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Auditor Racinas.
No additional questions right now, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Secretary Buchanan.
I'm good right now, sir. Thank you.
Okay. And with acknowledgements to the great time of Zoom in our lives, I'm looking at a couple of comments that were put in. I don't know, board members, are you able to look at the chat box? So Holly, there is a question from Myrna White that asks about remedies, I guess, if ConnectGen does not follow through with its commitments. And I think that's covered somewhat in the lease. Do you want to speak to that?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, that's a great question. We at the point of construction is when we require bonds. And so that's usually kind of our go-to recourse, I guess, for slapping operators or leaseholders of any industry on the wrist, is calling their bonds if they're in default of their leases. And so that is an interesting point. At the time of lease execution, and then until, before operation and before construction, we don't require that a bond be posted. And so we just ensure that they have their rental payments that are being submitted to us. And if they are in default of their lease in any way, we can terminate their lease. Deputy Crowder, did I miss anything there?
No, I think you're right. And if we do end up requesting the board terminate the lease, that removes the right to develop or receive any benefit from the state trust lands. And I don't know if that has an impact to their permit with ISC, but of course they couldn't do any more work on our lands and the project would suffer like that.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Director, and thank you, Holly. Mr. Bump, same requirement. I see that Amanda McDonald would like to address the board. She's got her hand up, and Mr. Nicholas has his hand up. If you could run that part of the conversation, I'd appreciate it, Mr. Bump.
Mr. Chairman, you bet. Go ahead, Amanda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to make a comment regarding the timing of the state approving the lease with regard to the rest of the project permitting. So at this point, we really do need to know if the state wants to participate in this project or not. If the state declines to approve a lease, we would move forward with the private land. And if we move forward with state and county permitting with just the private land, it'll be basically impossible to add the state in at a later date. So just want to make that clear. And regarding the treasurer's concern about approving the lease, before the project has been fully analyzed through permitting, if the state lease is approved, the project will only go forward if we get all of our required permits and approvals at the federal, state, and local level. Just want to make that completely clear. The lease alone does not allow us to go out and build this project.
Thank you.
I'm happy to answer.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, happy to elaborate on that, or if anyone has more specific questions.
Mr. Nicholas, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can everybody hear me? Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members, that statement is really a disservice to your constituents who have bought homes out there, have lived there for 20 years. They plan to be here 30 years from now. They plan to raise their families there. It's a disservice to all of us who believe that the Southern Corridor is an important asset to preserve. As a matter of fact, what the applicant seeks to do is to get an endorsement from the most important board in the state. This project's a worthwhile project, and it doesn't deserve your endorsement. And this state and the budget, I'm familiar with this budget. I think you know my level of familiarity. This budget of the county or the state is not going to be affected one iota by this project to the benefit. And you haven't considered the loss of economic development from tourism coming through. You haven't evaluated the loss of private development. But more than that, it is the value. It's our property. Now, Pacific Power, I think you're probably all familiar with it. They have put out an RFP and they've said this is the amount of capacity that we want developers to develop. Ironically, Roundhouse and some of the other developers who've pre-sold their package to Pacific Power didn't pre-sale this parcel. They overlooked it and walked by it, and because they recognize what these constituents have told you, that this place is not only unique scenically, but it has a high density of people that have moved there and made their fortunes there and put their homes there for one reason, because it's scenic, because it's special. It deserves to be preserved. And the idea, Secretary Buchanan, that you say, well, it's not going to harm, so why not jump on? That's just jumping on with the bully. We don't do that. You shouldn't endorse the project. You should, in fact, send the message that we don't endorse this project. And there is plenty. You own 3.5 million acres of land in this state. BLM, as I just looked it up, is 35 million acres of land through the state. If you look at our wind maps that we prepared at the legislature, Secretary, you were there with me. You developed those wind maps. They show you the full extent of the wind capacity and availability. We can develop all the wind capacity that the nation can develop without giving up our special lands. And yeah, we are emotional about this. I'm emotional like the picture behind Superintendent Balo, Governor, the picture behind you, and Treasurer Meyer, the picture behind you. And every one of you will have a picture like that from your community, whether it's Torrington or everywhere else. We don't have in Albany County that many special features. And years ago, we sat down and we identified our assets and said those assets gets preserved. Pilot Knob, the Southern Corridor, the Snowy Range. Those are assets that we have long set out to preserve. And we can preserve those and develop them. And I would ask you not to issue your endorsement of this project. You know that approval of this is an endorsement to move forward and essentially launches the project. It will be used as an endorsement, and that's unfair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholas. Okay, members of the board, what's your pleasure? Would you like to take a brief break? Would you like to move ahead with this? Is there further testimony you'd like to hear? Further questions you have?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think we can take a break, but I do want to have some discussion when we come back, maybe about the possibility of having an option to proceed with the lease and what language would be necessary in it from Brian Lovett's aspect to include it in the studies, both his and NEPA, but it just would be an option to have a lease for the state rather than an option for the company to develop. Just pretty much putting the option on the other foot.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Any other comments? Any other thoughts? Mr. Treasurer, I think about that, and I think about what we just heard, and I'm thinking about, you're a farmer, I'm a farmer, and I'm wondering if I would put much of an effort into thinking about a parcel that I might possibly be able to, if it was all at some later date, something that I would do. I just wonder how much I would want to do it. It seems to me the decision before us is up or down.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess it's kind of like if we're looking at buying 3 or 4 pieces of property and we put a little earnest money down on the properties, but or we have an option on it. If you're doing a 1031 exchange, you're negotiating, and you end up picking one property or the other. We're just, asking the wind development company to consider that if these things occur in the future, that we hold our place with the contract and we don't get shortchanged in the future. And they can either pick that option up or they can leave it on the table. It isn't an endorsement, it's just a realization that if the project does go through, we shouldn't be held to a lesser amount of a lease payment than what all the neighbors are based on the most favored nation aspect. And if they're not willing to acknowledge that, then I say we lay it on the table and we go back in and renegotiate the whole contract, is what I would do. But other than that, I'll have some, if we don't want to take that off, if there isn't an option for that, if that's the board's, I guess, straw vote, I won't spend any more time on that and look at trying to look at some of these other things as far as the inflation qualifier and the problems that we have with recycling and the blades.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Mr. Lovett, just a quick question for you. I think if we deny this project and it proceeds, they'll proceed with the industrial siting on all the private lands. And I think Mr. Nicholas brought up a very good point. We aren't wanting to endorse or in some way say no to this project out of this action, unless, of course, we state that specifically. If I think in the treasurer's point, technically that would be sort of an infill type of application, and that if ConnectGen wanted to come back and position generation on the state lands, do you have a process there for just allowing? And this is what I'm oil and gas, and so I know we have infill, opportunities there, and I guess that's what I'm curious is what you would see, what you would see as a process there. And for Mr. Nicholas's benefit, all of these are state minerals underneath this piece of property, which is my surface, and so I am subject to the state leasing those at any time. So.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I think there's very definitely a process. We do amendments to approve permits on a fairly regular basis, both scheduling, phasing, those types of things. So I think there is a process to go forward. That process would notify all the parties. And if all of the parties don't agree that it is not a significant change that has significant impacts, then there would be a hearing to approve that amendment. So there would be another opportunity for the public to weigh in on whether that amendment should occur.
So let's just take the hypothetical that the process moves forward. All the private lands are developed. The optionality that the treasurer is referring to is sort of baked in. if ConnectGen wants to come back and approach the state for that lease, then they would have that option if they thought it was financially viable. Would that be a good way? They wouldn't be precluded permitting wise and so on.
I believe that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Well, board, we can take a break, but I think the issues are pretty well defined, and it might make sense to think about what we want to do here. And so I would suggest if we want to take a break that somebody mention that, but if not, I would suggest we go ahead and act on this matter.
Mr. Chairman, I guess this matter is on the table, so we have to dispose of it or we're open for amendments, I guess, at this time. Is that right?
Yeah, that is. I mean, functionally, there's no motion that has been made. We're in the discussion.
Oh, okay.
Back up. You know, I had recommended language that I wrote down. This board does not, with this action, indicate a preference for or against the overall rail tie project, but it does determine that and then go forward. I guess my view here is if the board wants to take the position that we oppose the rail tie project, then I think we can do that. If the board wants to take the action that is before us, it is whether this lease is proper or not. I don't want this lease, either its approval, as Mr. Nicholas said, to be construed as an endorsement of the project, or its denial to be construed as disapproval of the project, unless we expressly make that statement.
Mr. Chairman.
Secretary.
Yeah, I would just reiterate that point, and based on Mr. Nicholas's comments, you know, the way we're having to approach this is as a landowner, just like any other landowner. And my only point is that, and somebody, one of the public commenters summarized it very well earlier, where if we don't do anything, the project goes forward and we lose out on whatever revenue there is. And I know Mr. Nicholas said it won't make one iota's difference. I don't know if that's completely accurate. We could argue about how significant the revenue might be to the state and to the county. But regardless of all that, the private land leases are still there and will continue without us. And again, I'd like to reiterate, if you look at the map, not saying that we should just jump on board anyway, that wasn't my point, but the point is fact of the matter is that the turbines that will be placed on private lands are the ones, in my opinion, that will most significantly impact viewshed. That's just a fact from the map and where I see it in proximity to Ames and to I-80. So I would like to reiterate that the board's decision today is not an endorsement either way on it, but we are a landowner that is bound by the Constitution. And I would agree with Mr. Nicholas in the sense that we have policy considerations too. And I think in a contemporary society with the advancements we've seen and the energy alternatives that we have to consider, now that folks were largely successful in killing coal prematurely, here we are. And so we do have to make policy considerations, but that's where we are. We're like another landowner right now. And so I just want to make it clear for the public, whether it's stated in the motion or not, that whether we approve or disapprove of this lease is not an endorsement in my mind either way. That's all.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if there's a motion on this, I have some amendments, but I'm not going to make the motion to make the amendments.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Auditor Racinas.
I'll start by moving the director's recommendation, and we can work from there, which would be that the board determines that no substantive impairment exists to the existing grazing and agricultural leases by issuing the above described wind energy lease for a term of 40 years as described within the attachment.
It's been moved by the auditor. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second?
I will second for so that we can get to the discussion phase of this and allow the treasurer to talk about any amendments.
Thank you. It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the Secretary of State. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Auditor.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it's a 40-year lease. We've heard that the windmills last, their life is 35 years. So unless you're going to put a great deal of capital into something that's going to have a usable life after the end of the lease, you're going to have these things up in 5 years. So to me, the option of 12 years seems to be, I just can't understand the logic behind that. So I think the option is a little bit long in that regard, unless they're just trying to use it for marketing and sell it off to somebody else and get somebody else on the hook for the last 10 years if they don't put the mills up. So, you know, I think we ought to at least take it down to 10 years. I think the option is just too long at 12. I think they should be able to work on it with 10. So that's the math still doesn't add up. It's still probably too long, but I think at least that holds their feet to the fire a little more. So I'd make that option to go from 12 to 10.
So you're recommending the lease be for 10-year term?
No, the option in the lease go from to have from what I understand, that's and Holly, you can explain it, I guess, better than I can, but I get from my understanding, the 12-year option is that's when they have your windmills in service. Am I understanding that right?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, thank you, Holly.
I believe, Mr. Treasurer, you're referring to the 12-year period that's defined in the termination for failure to develop clause in the lease. Is that correct?
Right, yeah.
So,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I think it was that same section you had a question on earlier.
That, yeah, for 14.2. Okay, I understand. So your recommendation is to amend the lease, and you know, I want to basically make sure that this board understands that as we do wording on lease documents in public processes, these are things that people will remember as they decide to do business with the state. I'm just as a point of reference. So I'm looking. Let's see. Was that 14.2, Holly, I just want to make sure the language is correct.
4.2.
Or Deputy,
Chairman,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I was just going to say, I'm also scrolling through to find
I
it.
thought it was 4.2.
4.2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Monger, do you have any observations on this?
Mr. Chair, this is Randy with the Attorney General's office. I have noticed in the Zoom chat that Ms. McDonald has said that ConnectGen is open to reducing the development term to 6 years. And then she says 10 years, so I'm not sure exactly, but it might be worth having her speak to that.
I'll go for 6.
Okay, Ms. McDonald, do you want to address the board? I'll give you the opportunity to do that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Governor. I sent the message about 6 years before the treasurer offered 10 years, so I ended up selling myself a little short there. But the point is, we do expect to have this project under construction in a lot less than 12 years, hopefully. So we are open to reducing the development term length if that's the board's preference.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, what is your suggestion?
I went to 10. That gave them a little bit longer time to get it online. So I think that's reasonable. I thought 12 was just way out of line on that.
Okay. All right, Ms. Monger, I don't know if you have the agreement in front of you, or Holly, Ms. Dyer. I just want to make sure we know exactly where this language would be inserted.
Mr. Chair, this is Brandy. So I have it being at 4.2A, which currently says lease shall fail to commence construction of the wind power facilities within 12 years of effective date. They would then put that to 10 years of the effective date.
Okay.
Is that everybody's understanding?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. So that would be an amendment that's being put forward. So let's vote on or discuss the amendment. Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none. It's been moved by the treasurer. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'll try another topic then. I'll withdraw that one. Looking at the recycling and that issue that we say that any non-commissioned or blades or be either removed from the state for disposal or recycled within the state. So that would I think take care of one of the big environmental concerns I think that's lingering in this whole thing. And I think the freight is easy enough for these guys to figure out, because they're going to haul all the blades in anyway. So it just doubles the freight cost, but then we won't have that problem in Wyoming, irrespective, one way or the other.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I'm assuming that's a new section in the lease that would be added.
And wherever it looks like the best place.
Ms. Monger, any particular points of view on that?
Mr. Chair, yes. So I guess we would probably have some concerns about that without being able to think about it more, having just mentioning it here. But you're you're talking about a whole entire wind project that encompasses other leases, and we're putting something in our lease. Is this specific only to the turbines that are on our property? And is this also going to be in conflict with industrial siding and the other entities that do these? So I would have some serious hesitation about adding these sorts of provisions into this lease.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
I'm just trying to offer a little bit of leadership. So the legislature and the Industrial Siding Commission, anybody else that might be able to extend this to the whole project and other projects across Wyoming would I guess, take that issue of landfills and recycling seriously. It's going to be one of these things that won't affect me probably while I'm alive, but it'll affect everybody else in Wyoming 30, 40, 50 years from now. So it's just one of those pollution factors that we can take care of, at least on state lands. And I don't think it'll make the project too expensive, because at this point in time, because it's only us, but hopefully it would be this project and every other project in the state through some mechanism in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Any further discussion on this item? Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? That amendment fails for lack of a second.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm done with this one.
Is there, we're back on the main motion. And the motion made recommends the board determine that no substantive impairment exists to the existing grazing and agricultural leases by issuing the above described wind energy lease and approve ConnectGen Albany County LLC's application for wind energy lease for a 40-year term, as well as the provisions and annual rental as set forth within the lease attached as Exhibit A. That is the motion that's on the table. There was some discussion about this not being used as an endorsement either for or against, just simply a statement in the lease.
Mr. Chairman, and I could amend my own motion if that is useful language. I would like to add that somehow explicitly to the motion, that this is neither an endorsement or a non-endorsement of the entire project, so that would be on the record, that the board is limiting its determination to the effect of the lease on the existing agricultural leases. And Mr. Chairman, if you had better, it sounded like maybe you had a little better language than I do, but I'd be happy to either amend my motion, or if the seconder was accepting of that.
It looks like the seconder has accepted. So I'm assuming you have made a formal restatement of your motion, and the seconder has agreed to that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any further discussion? Madam Superintendent.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is a really complicated issue, even though it boils down to looking at it through the lens of a landowner. It is reminiscent of some decisions that we made as a board several years ago around land sale next to Teton, next to the Tetons and next to the national park, where we did have the opportunity as a board to weigh the value and our responsibility as a board outside of just leases. And I think that came up in some of the public comments, and certainly it came up in the letter that Mr. Nicholas sent to us as well. You know, rarely are things black and white in this world, but in particular with this issue, this is why it comes to a board. This is why there's discussion around it. This is why we have the opportunity to think much more broadly than through that very narrow lens as a landowner. So, you know, I so appreciate the public comments, as well as the comments and concerns raised by colleagues and on the board and staff. And I'm having a really hard time decoupling, I think, support from support for the project with our responsibility as a board on this small parcel. And nonetheless, that is the lens that we must look through, and it is thus that I will not be supporting this motion. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Further discussion? Further discussion? Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the amended motion, restated motion, not amended, restated motion, signify by saying aye, or yeah, an aye, please. I will do this on a roll call. Mr. Secretary.
I'm a no.
Madam Auditor.
No.
Mr. Treasurer.
No.
Superintendent.
No.
Okay. Motion fails. Thank you for your discussion. And thank you to Connect Gen and to the landowners for being part of this discussion. Deputy Director Crowder, thank you. And I want to commend you. I know it's always a bit frustrating to go to the work that you've done and try to put the state's best interests at heart, and have a motion fail. So I just want to say thank you for your work. And if it's all right with you, we'll take a bit of a break for 5 minutes or so. And then, all right, let's make it 10 minutes and then come back and do the other work that we have in front of us. Does that make sense to you?
It does, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate those comments. This is the last matter we had for you as the Board of Land Commissioners. So if you wanted to dissolve out of that board, we could reconvene as the State Loan and Investment Board after the break.
Right. So I guess using the prerogative of the chair, I will consider us adjourned. Mr. Lovett, thank you for being here today. And again, thanks for everyone who commented. We'll be back in a bit. Well, Deputy Director, how are we doing? Are we?
I believe we're doing fine. We're a little bit behind my anticipated schedule.
Okay. Well, hopefully we can make up a little ground here. So.
Governor, this is Beth. I don't know if Jason shared the consent list with you, but I think the auditor and I talked about this, that maybe one way to speed things up is take those applications that are being denied solely based on their being over the allocation and tabling those applications for the next meeting. And there's quite a bit of those. So it's a thought of how to proceed a little quicker through some of that stuff. And then there's another set related to expenses that are ineligible. Just their requests aren't eligible. So the need to really discuss them, that's up to the board. But those are two options to kind of speed along the no fund list.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, when I was going over those no fund things and went down through them, there's plenty of money left over from the the underfunded allocations to fund all of the no fund ones until we get down to one of the sections where we're about 9 million underfunded. But if you take money from some of the other areas that haven't applied, some of the hospitals or the retirement centers and stuff, then there's plenty of unallocated funds there. So overall, we've got some people that are wanting more money, but overall the allocations are still, there's plenty of money there. So I'm not sure what we're going to do with the unspent money if we don't give it to people that want it, even though they've got a little bit more going out than they're supposed to. So I'm just curious what your thoughts are, what we do with the excess, because we're going to have to start applying it at some time.
I can kind of speak, Governor, to the plan of attack that we within OSLI and the AG's office has taken. Well, and the governor can tell us if he agrees with it or not.
Beth, I'm regarding this as conversation before
right.
we convene. Yeah. I think it's important that this is all an important conversation. So, Jason, do we know if we've got most everybody back? I see the treasurer. I see the auditor is back. The superintendent is back. Secretary is back. I think we have a quorum. I see everybody here. And so auditor, Ms. Blackwell had said that you and she had kind of gone over a potential process and for the consent list, and then the treasurer had talked about if there was still money available, and so I think we'll probably come to that when we get to that part of it. But I wanted to go back kind of on our agenda. So Deputy Director.
Yes.
Give it to you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It would be appropriate at this time to convene as a state loan and investment board.
So I think we will convene, and I will just mention that we have a quorum. I think everybody was here in our preliminary remarks, and so if the minutes could record that, and then we can proceed.
Very good. Mr. Chairman, the first item on the agenda is approval of the August 6th, 2020 regular state loan and investment board meeting minutes.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move for approval of the August 6, 2020 State Loan Investment Board meeting minutes.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
It's been seconded by the superintendent, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, that motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have provided the board with the usual reports behind tab B. We do not have anything to add at this time, but we would stand for questions that the board might have.
Are there questions for the staff regarding matters behind tab B, which are the Mineral Royalty Grant Program and Transportation Enterprise Fund? Any questions? Hearing none. Next matter.
Mr. Chairman, item D1 comes to you from the State Treasurer's Office, so I will yield the floor to the Treasurer for further discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. If memory serves, you have to make a recommendation to this board, and this board has to make a recommendation to the Select Committee on Capital Finance regarding spending policies. Is that correct?
Right, Mr. Chairman. Well, Mr. Chairman, we do have a recommendation here, and I'm going to preface it with a couple of comments about why the recommendation. After our 2020 Treasurers Conference, a number of legislators and other elected officials, investment funds members determined to take a deeper look into some of the restrictions to the Wyoming investment strategies was necessary. And part of the Treasurers Conference focused on other state investment programs like New Mexico, Utah, Idaho, and how they operate, and highlighted some of the Wyoming's limitations with our current systems vis-a-vis those systems. And this includes the structures of the funds themselves as well as spending policies. And this is a significant endeavor. It's just begun and is likely to go into another interim. At this point in time, the legislature has some statutory provisions that address incremental reduction in some of the spending policies. So at this point in time, we propose no changes to the spending policies. We'll just leave those teed up the way they are and try to get into the actual meat on the bone, so to speak. Some of the reserve funds and other things that are kind of small on our side versus these other states. Some of the different asset allocation models that they have and investment models that they have that we need to take a further, more in-depth look at. I think our governance structure that you put in with the IFC, I think, Mr. Chairman, is working quite well. But there's some other things that we need to look at in more in depth, and those are going to be some interesting discussions. But at this point in time, I don't believe we need to discuss these spending policies, and so that's our recommendation.
So your recommendation is no change to the spending policies
at this time.
At this time, okay. And I'll consider that a motion. Is there a second to the motion? Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that motion.
Okay, it's been moved by the treasurer, seconded by the auditor. All in favor signify by saying aye, or a thumbs up, I guess, if
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries. Next matter, Deputy Director. Thank you. Deputy, I think you're on mute.
I'm only going to do that once in this meeting. So, Mr. Chairman, the next item for your consideration is item H1. Item H1 is an emergency mineral royalty grant application from the town of Fort Laramie. The director's recommendation is to deny this application of $45,000 in emergency MRG funding, waive the application due date, and defer this application to the January 21st, 2020 Slib meeting to be considered for regular MRG funding along with all other applications submitted. On the call today, we have Beth Blackwell, our grants and loans manager. She's available to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell.
Yes, sir. Yes, Chairman. You want a brief of the application real quick?
Sure.
All right. The town of Fort Laramie is requesting $45,000 to address significant structural damage to the well screen and casing in the town's well number 1. In June of 2020, the town lost the use of well number 1, and there was damage to the pump, and it has left the town with just one groundwater supply well. The proposed projects would initiate repairs to the existing well casing and screen for well number 1, as well as do some proactive structural integrity work to well number 2, similar to what they're doing in well number 1, to prolong the life of well number 2. The requested $45,000 is only 36% of the project costs. The other 64% will be coming from the USDA. We did share this application with our partnering agency, DEQ, and Water Development Office. Both of them have reviewed it, and they do not recommend this application as an emergency. So as Deputy Director Crowder stated, the director's recommendation is to defer this to the January 2021 meeting to be considered for regular MRG funding.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Are there questions for Ms. Blackwell? Hearing none, I will ask if there is anyone who is from the town, Fort Laramie, wants to address the board.
Mr. Chairman, if there's anyone on that would like to address the board, please raise your hand.
Okay. All right, I don't see any hands raised. So what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to accept the director's recommendation to deny funding for, deny emergency funding for Fort Laramie.
And then to waive the application due date and defer the application to the 21st of January. Is that correct, Superintendent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, it is.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved by the superintendent, seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries. Next matter, Ms. Blackwell.
Go ahead, Deputy Director.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, item H2 is another emergency mineral royalty grant application from the Powder River Fire District. The director's recommendation is for the board to approve the Powder River Fire District's application for $450,000 in emergency funding. Again, Ms. Blackwell can provide any information you may need on this application.
Thank you.
As the Deputy Director stated, Powder River Fire District is requesting $450,000 in emergency MRG funding to address a failing foundation support system in its fire hall that was built in 2009. In the past few years, the district has expended more than $400,000 to address issues with this structure due to the soil conditions in the area. The district is going to use a higher design requirement that will level out the foundation, stabilize the walls and the roof of the structure so that they can use that structure to keep their fire apparatuses in as was intended. So we shared this application with our partnering agency. In this situation, it would be Construction Management Department and the Wyoming State Fire Marshal, as well as State Forestry Division. All of them are recommending approval of this application. as an emergency. I do want to state that the $450,000 will be 100% of the proposed project cost. However, the district has $100,000 available for any cost overruns or additional project costs that they're willing to put into the project. As the deputy stated, the director's recommendation is to approve this recommendation or this application as an emergency for emergency funding in the amount of $450,000. I do believe that someone from the district is available to answer any questions, but I also am too.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Any questions for Ms. Blackwell or Deputy Director Crowder from the board? Seeing none, is this, I guess I'm wondering who might be here of my good friends, Ms. Blackwell.
I would assume it could be Chairman Fred Carr. Is he on here?
Mr. Chairman, we have a hand raised. I'll go ahead and bring in Becky Schurmeister.
Hi, Becky.
This is actually Anita Barla at the Conservation District. I'm with Fred Carr with the Fire District and Stephen Lund with the Fire District.
Can you get a little closer to your microphone? We're having a little bit of trouble hearing you.
Mm-hmm. Can you hear us now?
Oh, we can, yes.
Okay. So Fred Carr with the Fire District.
Yeah, this is Fred Carr with the chairman of the Powder River Fire District. I'll take any questions. Don't know if I can answer them. I'll try not to touch the computer and shut y'all off.
All right, are there any questions for Fred? And don't let him off easy, please.
Chairman.
Secretary Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Governor. Mr. Carr, could you address the incident or incidents that may or may not have caused your foundation problems, and to what extent are we looking to perhaps a civil engineer or someone else with regard to, you know, a building that's now sinking?
Well, it's not really sinking. It's just kind of moving sideways.
Okay, moving sideways. Not good, right?
Yeah. We've had an engineer come out of Oregon who's a geotech and a structural engineer, and they feel they can run these piers in the ground and jack the building up and pull it back together and make it sound for a good 25 years.
Just to follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
I guess, Mr. Carr, my question is do we have any reasons why the building is moving other than it's moving, you know, and soil and those types of things? I mean, soil testing, construction techniques, all of those things. Is this just kind of a fluke, or have we investigated actual reasons for why this is happening that could be attributed to a third party?
No, it's just strictly soil conditions. We had soil testing done. We did the compacting the way the soil engineers had suggested, and yet the building's still moving. It's on unstable. Seems like there's like a sinkhole, water underneath, so the building just doesn't set right.
Thank you, sir.
And Secretary, there's just a lot of bentonite in the area. So, Mr. Treasurer.
Well, Mr. Chairman, kind of a follow-up on the Secretary's inquiry. We continue to have this happen of engineers across our state not recognizing the soil and the characteristics and properly doing what now it looks like is going to be the right type of fix. And I'm just wondering that at some point in time after several buildings, this one, a tank falling down in Newcastle, the prison in Rollins, all of these things, I think we may have to put a rider on our engineering license that qualifies people to work in these circumstances, and other people that are just don't have the ability to design or recognize the problems and continue to build buildings where they shouldn't, or build them in ways that they shouldn't. So I think this, at some point in time, we need to talk to the legislature or the engineering licensing board and just say, start getting your act together, because we can't continue to do this. No fault of the fire department or anything else, but at some point in time, with the people that are originally responsible for it are going to have to take responsibility, whether it's through liability of insurance or something on these issues, or whether it's through licensing. The problem needs to be addressed.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. And Fred, I was going to say that the Office of State Lands does have access to an engineer if you want somebody to double checking on that.
Thank you. We'd probably appreciate it very much.
Okay. Any other questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Madam Auditor.
I would move the director's recommendation that the board approve Powder River Fire District's application in the amount of $450,000 of emergency MRG funding.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the Secretary. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, motion carries. Fred, congratulations. Thanks.
Thank you guys very much.
All right. Deputy Director.
Item H3 is an emergency mineral royalty grant application from the Sweetwater Improvement and Service District. The director's recommendation, based solely on the unique facts pertinent to and presented in this case, is for the board to approve Sweetwater Improvement and Service District's application for $217,722 in emergency MRG funding. Again, Beth is very adept at this conversation, so please allow her to provide color to you.
Absolutely. So high level, Sweetwater Improvement Service District is requesting $217,722 to address a funding shortfall related to projects with their water system. Back in 2014, the district had some issues with their source of water and received an administrative order from EPA related to testing. Their resolution for this was to find a new water source, which was connecting to Cambria Water Improvement and Service District, who received their water from Newcastle. So prior to the Sweetwater District being able to connect to Cambria, Cambria was required to do some transmission line work as well as water tank project. That project came into the board and requested emergency MRG funding in August of 2018. And part of the rationale for the board recommending approval of that was the administrative order that Sweetwater Improvement and Service District was under. They had to get water from Cambria, and in order to do that, Cambria had to do their project. So when Cambria went out for bids, Their bids came in way higher than what they had budgeted, and that's why we recommended approval of that emergency funding. Additional things that complicated this project or this situation is they had a changeover in presidents within the district. Within the district, when the old president left, the new president was under the understanding that he had additional funds available through water development and through OSLI to address any additional project costs. He was on the understanding that they were ready to hook up to Cambria, and once Cambria was done with their project. Once they hooked up to Cambria, they found out the pressure was too much for their distribution lines to take, and their distribution lines blew. They then received another administrative order from EPA in October of 2019. That administrative order gave Sweetwater District 30 days to address the issue of providing safe drinking water and being able to test their water system. They gave them 30 days to do that, or they would face fines up to $57,000 a day until it was fixed. So with the understanding that he had funds remaining in his two original funding sources, the new president, Don Taylor, decided to go forward, get the distribution lines fixed so that he did not face any fines from EPA as they could not afford it. The president found out that he could not use his water development funds for this project after the project was complete. Therefore, he did not have the funds to pay the contractors for this work. What complicated this even further is the work was completed at the start of the COVID-19 epidemic starting, and staff within OSLI was not working in the office. We also had phone system issues, so we were not receiving his messages to contact him related to funding from our office. One other thing is the individual who is responsible for administering this program, the direct person, left their position. Once the position was refilled, the new employee was able to connect with Don Taylor, provide him the assistance, and get an application submitted. Don Taylor did submit an application in September to be considered at the January 2021 Slib meeting for regular funding. However, with this project being complete already, Slib Chapter 3 rules prevent us from reimbursing for costs incurred prior to grant award, except in emergency situations and for engineering and design work. So we contacted the district, let them know you're not eligible for the January meeting. However, you could submit an emergency application, and this is where we are today. Quick and dirty, there's a lot of different things that play into this, but truly when you take into consideration the amount of state funding that's been put into getting this district money between the Cambria project and Sweetwater project, it felt like the prudent thing to do and the fiscally responsible thing to do based on all the extenuating circumstances was to recommend funding of this application as an emergency. And also they really don't have any other funding source to go after. I do believe Don Taylor, the new district president, is available for any questions. Hopefully you were able to follow that.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Any questions for Ms. Blackwell? Hearing none, is Mr. Taylor on?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Taylor, go ahead. You're unmuted.
Thank you, board. This is Don Taylor. Obviously, I appreciate you guys taking the time to hear me. As Ms. Blackwell knows, I've been kind of pulling my hair out about this project. As she stated, when I took over as director of the board, it was literally October of 19. And on October 24th of 19, we got the administrative order from the EPA. The situation was, and I'm trying to put pieces together still because it happened long before my time and the director's no longer around. They handed me a box and said, oh, we're ready to be hooked up to this water through Cambria. The project was completed. Cambria came to us and said, we're ready. Turned the water on, and we had leaks everywhere, an 18-foot split. at some points, we had some smaller ones, and we had to pay thousands of dollars already to Cambria in our contract to join with them because of the loss. So we had to shut our system down. Well, that's when the EPA came in and said, you know, you have to get this completed. We did that under the assumption that we had money. It was an assumption that was told to me by the former director. He said this was all in place. After several attempts to get it figured out, thankfully, Beth and her employees helped me get this to where we are today. The truth of the matter is you know, it doesn't do any good to throw anybody under the bus, but the situation probably wasn't handled as it should have been by us, because the assumption was made in the engineering drawings, if you have any of that paperwork, that we did have 2-inch PVC lines throughout the system, when in fact the infrastructure of our system was put in approximately 45 years ago. And when we started uncovering all these leaks, we found bits and pieces of some was PVC, some was Schedule 20 sprinkler line, some of it was old cast iron line, some of it was steel, and I had never seen anything like it. And not to put too fine a point on it, looked like Uncle Elmer went up to his barn and just grabbed what he had and put it together. The system will support up to 27 taps for this. We are currently on 16 taps. Before this was done, the EPA had every right to want us to do this. Our water, I bought this property about a year ago. I live in the district, was destroying appliances. We were not allowed to drink the water. We had to boil the water, and our pressure, I think maybe at my tap, I had 15 to 20 pounds. Well, when we hooked up to the new system, we're looking at pressures of 55 to 95 pounds at the bottom of the hill. So that 45-year-old piping just basically, under the assumption it was 2-inch piping, it wasn't. And some of it, honestly, we found less than below the frost line. Some of it only at about 14 inches down. So I had a mess in my hands, so we had to turn the system back off, figuring that we had that money. The contractor was gracious enough to begin putting in isolation valves at each point, because we couldn't just, it was so old that we couldn't shut a simple house down or 2 or 3. We had to shut the system down. So then it was a race against the clock. Now, happily, I'm proud to say that water is going. The system is right. We have 2-inch poly line now installed with isolation valves. The EPA is now thankfully we're off their hot list with no more threats. We have 57 to right about 85 pounds of pressure. And we weren't selling houses in this district because of the water that was here. Now that we have this water, we've sold 2 of the houses that are here, and people are buying the property again. So it was an increased value, not to mention the safety of the people that live here. So I wasn't sure how to handle this once this came aboard. And thankfully, Beth and her staff helped me figure out what I needed to do. So if you have any questions, I'm here.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Any questions for Mr. Taylor? Any questions? Hearing none. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
I would move the director's recommendation that we approve Sweetwater Improvement and Service District's application for $217,722 in emergency MRG funding.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. He has made the motion. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by, I've got the superintendent first, Madam Auditor, so thank you. Any discussion? All in favor signify with an eye or thumbs up.
Aye.
Okay, that passes. Mr. Taylor, congratulations. Thanks for your work, and sorry about all the craziness that we're going through. So
thank you, Chairman, and God bless you guys. I was sweating this. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Mr. Deputy Director.
Mr. Chairman, item J1 is 6 applications for grant funding from the Transportation Enterprise Account Grant and Loan Program. The director's recommendation is to approve the grant funding totaling $150,947 for 6 applications as listed on attachments 1 and 2 to the board matter. In the interest of time, we have split the applications into 2 categories, the full funding recommendation and the partial funding recommendation, and we can provide a consent list to you if you so desire.
What's the pleasure of the board on this? You want a consent list? Do you want to just proceed?
Is Mr. Chairman, I mean, if the consent list is more efficient and there's nothing that needs to be discussed in depth, I'm all for that, but would take the lead of anyone else if they have a different idea.
And Mr. Deputy or Deputy Director, I think the consent list would be items 1 through 4 on the full funding. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct, and that's been the practice of the board in the past.
Yeah. So I'd entertain that. We could also move the director's recommendations on items 1 through 4, but let's do a consent list. That's what we've done in the past. So I will entertain a consent list.
Very good. Mr. Chairman, we have provided the materials for this item to the board in advance and have briefed each board member individually prior to this meeting. The consent list is on the full funding recommendations. Number 1 is the Powell Senior Citizens Go Inc., a 7-passenger minivan in the amount of $4,432. Number 2 is Senior Citizens Council doing business as Goose Creek Transit, a 14-passenger small bus in the amount of $52,800. Number 3, Sweetwater County Transit Authority Resource, a 10 to 20-passenger small bus in the amount of $8,000. And number 4, William H. and Carrie Gotchi Foundation, a 5-passenger minivan in the amount of $41,321. The full amount of the full funding consent list is $106,553.
So I'd entertain that as a consent list.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second? I see a second from the treasurer. The consent list is items 1 through 4. They've been enumerated by the deputy director. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the consent list as enumerated, signify with a thumbs up or an aye. Okay, that is the consent list. Now I would entertain a motion to adopt the director's recommendation on the consent list.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by the auditor. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the secretary. Any discussion? All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye. That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can quickly go through the partial funding recommendations and then defer to Beth to provide any more explanation around that if you'd like.
That'd be perfect.
The remaining items on J1 are number 1, the Child Development Services of Fremont County, Inc. They requested two 5-passenger SUVs in the amount of $4,787, as well as one 12-passenger transit van in the amount of $35,590. The recommendation is to fund those requests at $20,394. Number 2 is the Youth Emergency Services. They have requested two 5-passenger small SUVs in the amount of $48,000. The recommendation is to fund $24,000 of that request. Go ahead, Beth.
The way we came up with our recommendations is on the full and partial funding is we went with 1 vehicle for each applicant. And the reason these entities are on the partial funding list is solely because they requested more than 1 vehicle. So we went back to the entities, requested them to prioritize specifically the Child Development Services of Fremont County to prioritize what vehicle they would prefer to get. given our limited funding. So what we recommended was the requested funding for one vehicle versus two vehicles. So the Child Development Services of Fremont prioritized the 8-passenger SUV. And so we funded one of those at $394, sorry. And then the Youth Emergency Services, they requested 2 5-passenger SUVs, and we recommended approval of one of them at $24,000. That was our rationale. If you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Blackwell from the board? Hearing none. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move a consent list of items number 1 and 2 for partial recommendation of Child Development Services of Fremont County and Youth Emergency Services.
Okay, it's been moved by the auditor for a consent list of items 1 and 2 as she enumerated. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with an aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Deputy Director.
Mr. Chairman, we do need to vote to approve those from the consent list.
All right.
Pay the consent list, but you need to approve.
I would entertain, I'm going to try to move too quickly, I'm sorry. I would entertain a motion to accept the director's recommendation on the consent list.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
And that's been seconded by the superintendent, moved by the auditor. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye or thumbs up. That motion carries. Thank you. It's unanimous. Thank you, Deputy Director.
Mr. Chairman, we are to item J2, and that is to consider 264 funding recommendations for Chapter 39 coronavirus relief grants. As has been done in the past, we provided the board with the materials in the past and briefed each board member individually prior to the meeting. At this time, we can entertain a consent list. We have those prepared. Also, Pat and Jim and Beth can further elaborate on process going forward, however you'd like to handle it.
Yeah, I think let's talk about a consent list, and this is a discussion item, folks. I guess I'm thinking it makes sense to have a consent list, walk through that. Then I think there were some further considerations. We can hear the explanation of process, and then I think, Mr. Treasurer, we began this part of the meeting with the comment you had. And I don't want to lose sight of your of that comment. So if that makes sense to you, board, I'd be interested in whether you think that's the right process or a different one.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I guess our standard request, consent list is payroll and pool funding, and I think we can handle both of those, quickly and separately. And then I guess there was some discussion that we didn't get into very far between Ms. Blackwell and the auditor about what to do with the folks that were on the underfunded, the overfunded category. And I just wanted to, before we disposed of those in a negative manner, I wanted to have some discussion about what we were going to do with the carryover and the disposition of that before we dispose of some of these folks that are requesting money, just so we have a good idea of what the game plan is going forward with the overflow or the excess.
Sure. So I think we're on the same page. Deputy, I think if you could, let's do consent lists first and disposition with that, and then we'll pause and have a little more conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I do that, I may ask Pat Miller with the AG's office to inform me just a little bit. On my list, I still have an outstanding item, number 30 of the Eastern Shoshone Tribe, and if that should be included in this consent list or not, or if we should add funding to those columns. So, Pat, do you have any information on that?
I do. That can be added to the consent list. I'm trying to get the exact numbers for you right now, but I think it's in the realm of $2.9 million, all of which can go on the consent list.
Thank you, Pat.
I guess it's only on 29, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm on the same one now. I had one Shoshone on 29 and one on 30. So we're on the one on 30. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead, Deputy Director.
Just do some quick math for you. Okay. So the recommended consent list, the first one for full funding is items 1 through 73. And given the rough math, and as Pat gives us more direct numbers, the rough math totals $9,060,749.
You repeat that number?
Yes, sir. Not a total of $9,060,749.
Okay. Thank you. And just so people know, I guess what I'm just gonna, could you walk down through them? I think we start with Albany County and go down through Weston. Is that the right list?
Sir. Mr. Chairman, that is correct, down to the Weston County Fair Board.
Right, okay. Very good. All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move a consent list of items, of the aforementioned items 1 through 73 with the 9 million and change figure. Sorry, I didn't write that precise figure down, but I would move that as our consent list. Starting with Albany County, ending with Weston County Fair Board.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Treasurer Meyer.
Just some clarification. We did get on item 30, the 2.9 million, but we didn't, it's still a TBD there. Is there any description we need to put in there or just leave it as to be determined?
Mr. Chairman, I can speak to that. This is Pat Miller from the AG's office. So that full amount is $2,963,888. Sorry. And that will be for, they purchased telecommuting equipment for students and provided some help with internet. They provided some utility payments to particularly vulnerable populations within the tribe, and they are setting aside a certain amount of their allocation for quarantine expenditures that they anticipate incurring before the end of the covered period.
Mr. Chairman, follow up on those numbers. You know, looking at the math, the math that we had there, the total before that number was 6,167,49, and so that does, and you said the total after was 9,067,49. So that the total of the 9 million, what I think I need a new number there because that doesn't add up.
I can address that, Chairman, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah.
So the original recommendation was $6,160,749.
Right.
The addition of the tribe is $2,963,888 for a total of $9,160,749. $124,637.
637.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If my
Mr.
math is
Chairman,
correct.
That makes sense now because we had a lower number, I think, in the motion.
That is. Well, the motion wasn't specific. It was just basically saying the number. I think it was and changed. So, but
$100,000.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. So the accurate number is $9,124,637, if I heard Ms. Blackwell correctly.
I'd second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded, and that is a consent list. All in favor of the consent list, please signify with an aye or a thumbs up.
Aye.
Okay, that is done. Motion carries unanimously. Deputy Director, I'm going to ask for the vote on that. If there's any discussion, I will entertain a motion to accept the director's recommendation on the consent list for funding.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by the auditor. Is there a second? It's been seconded by superintendent. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That carries. Next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The second consent list is specific to applications requesting funding for payroll. We have the same situation that I referred to Pat Miller on for item number 22 within that list from the Eastern Shoshone Tribe.
Mr. Chairman, there are no further numbers to fill in for the Eastern Shoshone Tribe. They have their entire allocation was on the consent list, and they've withdrawn any payroll policy or no fund amounts.
Very good. And Mr. Chairman, the consent list for applications requesting funding for payroll are items 1 through 21 and items 23 through 49 in the amount of $33,506,275.
Okay, I was, all right. Very good. Thank you. Any questions for the staff? Hearing none, I would entertain a consent list.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move a consent list of the payroll items of item number 1, which is Albany County Government, through item number 48, renumbered item number 48, I suppose, or 49, for which is Weston County Hospital District, and the total amount of $33,506,275.
So you were moving all the items on that list except for item 22, which has been withdrawn.
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, that motion has been made. Is there a second? Been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? All in favor signify with an aye or a thumbs up.
Aye.
That carries. Mr. Treasurer, did you vote? And then aye. Okay, thank you. I would entertain a motion to accept the director's recommendation on the items that are on the aforementioned consent list for payroll.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Been moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer, I assume that's an aye as well? Yep, okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have 2 remaining lists for you, and this is probably the insertion point of the conversation we had before convening as the Slib. So I'm happy to help you in that conversation and move in any direction you'd like. We have all of the matters split up within the board matter, within 2 lists, the policy list and the no funding list, and Beth has provided additional lists if you'd like to further truncate them.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Blackwell, let me turn this over to you.
All right, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I think before we get into this, maybe we continue the discussion we had started of how we proceed forward from here based on the applications that are on the policy list and the no funding list. I'm going to work backwards because I think the no funding list is a little easier to address. Everything today is in order, alphabetical order, so they're grouped by entity, or within the no funding list, I've created consent lists based on their the reason for their denial. So the easy ones that I think may be easy to say take as a consent list would be the ones that are ineligible for funding. They're just not eligible. There's nothing we can do to change that. The other consent list that I think may be easy to deal with, depending on how the board wants to proceed, is all those entities that are recommended for no funding because they've already received awards that exceed their allocation amount. The board could, I see, either table those and reconsider those in December when we will be taking anything that's over allocated. And at that meeting and before that meeting, we're going to be shoring up any overages that any of the entities have. So then going into December's meeting, we're going to have a true number of what's available out of the $200 million that was appropriated to this program. So that's one option. The board could also choose to go forward, and if they're over allocated, fund those, and that's something we shore up after this meeting and deal with it prior to December's meeting. So I think that's a board decision that needs to be made. So maybe starting the discussion there would be important. There's a few other lists based on items that have been denied historically, either the exact same requests or similar items such as radios. There's another list related to, I said ineligible. Let me make sure I get all my lists made correct. They're ineligible, previously denied, and I think those are my main ones. But so those are some thoughts from me that maybe the board wants to discuss amongst themselves. Oh, and the other list is items that are only tangentially related to COVID. And then where the necessity is uncertain would be another consent list, since there's so many on that consent list. And then there's just a handful that didn't make sense to go on any consent list. It's kind of hard to slice and dice, and it was hard to go by project type based on the fact that most of the requests have multiple types of projects in them. If that makes sense.
It does. Okay. Mr. Treasurer, I think you're trying to talk and.
Yeah. Beth, I wonder if you could help me. Can you draw me attention to that WAMSAC request? I think that's a mental health thing or something like that, or what is that? Where is that one? Is that on any of these lists, or have we already approved that? Trying to follow the list, and I'm not sure which place is which.
I'm not sure. Pat or Jim, does that ring a bell to either of you?
It's the VOA in Sheridan, located out of Sheridan.
The VOA.
That's not ringing any bells, but I will scour the list right now.
Mr. Chairman, that is item number 60 on our policy list.
Okay. The town of Jackson, That's not it. That's a different one there.
No,
Unless
on the policy list.
The Volunteers of American Northern Rockies drop-in center remodel. Is that the one?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
For 102,000. I thought it was for like 2 million or something. I'm trying to, if I got the right one.
What item did you think it was? I'm sorry, I was looking for it.
Mr. Chairman, I believe it is item number 60 on our policy list for Volunteers of America Northern Rockies for 102. And then the same different entity, similar request would then be item number 34 under Peak Wellness Center, I believe.
Okay. Okay. All right, I see them. I see them now.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question of Beth?
Absolutely.
Beth, one of the biggest considerations for me of whether we fund overages now or wait and deal with them later, one of several concerns is on all of the line items that are over the award amount. Have those items been delved into for their eligibility as well, or for now, and understanding that you all are dealing with a lot of applications, for now, did you just say they're over the funding? So I guess because some of the requests look very eligible and some are question marks, I think. And so how should we assume, I guess, has staff looked at the eligibility of those or just said for now they're over the allocation?
So I'm talking with the AG because they really are the ones that look at this. They looked at some and if they could, they would document what they thought, but they absolutely did not do all of them. And they could say they did it for the ones that are clearly eligible or ineligible, but the ones where you really got to dig in and do the analysis where you get a laundry list of items and you got to look at each item and it's itemized. And I don't believe they had the time to go through that. I also don't believe we as a staff have had the time to make sure, like for construction projects or anything related to that we would have the required timelines and that kind of information.
Thank you.
All right. Well, what's the pleasure of the board? How do we want to proceed? Do we want to look at the policy sheet first? Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think so. Let's go over that and see what we spend there that affects the bottom line in everything anyway. And
well, let me just ask one quick question. We also have the HVAC CapCon and other requests.
Oh, we can. That's fine. We can do that before policy. That's all right with me, Mr. Chairman.
They're the same list.
Are they?
They are.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
All right. Yeah. All right.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I will try not to be confused, but I can walk through each item individually. I'm going to have Jim and Pat and Brandy from the AG's office and Beth provide any other information related to each one.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, item number 1 is from Albany County Government for subsurface DU live stream equipment hearing assistance system in the amount of $20,000.
I can add a little color on that. The applicant's requesting $20,000 to upgrade the technology in the courtroom to allow live stream trials and improve social distancing. The concern with this one is the necessity and timeline.
Okay. Board members, I'm going to make a recommendation that we just walk through all of these and then come back to them. Does that make sense? So at least we know the full list. So if that's okay, we'll proceed that way.
All right. Deputy Director, would you like me to just go forward?
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Request number 2 comes from the Baird's Hudson Entertainment LLC, Model Heights Visitation. They're requesting a visitation room. The request is $99,300 to create a visitation room to allow visitors access without being required to go through residential areas or hallways. The applicant asserts that the location of the visitation room will better protect residents from infections while continuing to allow visitations. The concern related to this one is the project's necessity and the timeline. Additionally, the project did not provide us a timeline, so we couldn't necessarily review it. So that's why timeline is a concern.
Okay.
Application number 3 is from Crook County. Their request is for a vehicle for senior center. They're requesting $30,000 to purchase a 4-wheel drive vehicle to transport seniors, goods, and the staff. The project, the concern here is the necessity of the project. The center already has vehicles that it's currently using for these purposes. Request number 4 also comes from Crook County. It is part of a larger request. The part that is recommended here is $3,225 for audio-visual equipment for the senior center to allow seniors to view and attend remote webinars and events. The project just raises necessity concerns. Most requests of this type of equipment have been funded as telework expenditures. However, this expenditure does not fit in that category. Application number 5 is also from Crook County. They're requesting $10,341 to install an air handling purification system in the courthouse building and the public health/nursing facility. The concern here is necessity and timeline concerns. It's unclear whether air purification systems are necessary for non-health facilities, and these type of systems are in high demand right now, so the ability to receive them in time is questionable, and the board has denied requests similar to this in the past. Application number 6 comes from the city of Cheyenne. They are requesting $69,000 for a UVC equipment. The project raises necessity concerns. The nature of it has been denied for non-medical facilities in the past. Application 7 also comes from the city of Cheyenne. They are requesting $80,000 for technology equipment. The concern here is the project is necessity. The applicant was previously awarded funding for telework expenditures. In this application, they're requesting an additional $80,000 for unidentified equipment. We just couldn't make a recommendation without knowing what that equipment was. Number 8 comes from the city of Cheyenne also. It's related to the Civic Center broadcasting booth equipment. They're requesting $28,112 for studio equipment to broadcast city council meetings from the Civic Center. The concern here is necessity. The applicant has had requested all this equipment previously so that the Civic Center could broadcast events. However, that request was denied. The applicant's new justification is that it's necessary to broadcast city council meetings because this current city council chambers is not large enough to efficiently social distance. However, looking at the city's website, it appears that they have been able to live stream their meetings since the COVID issue has started. Application number 9 comes from the city of Douglas. They're requesting, their request is for $351,453. It includes money for 60 terabit storage, virtual storage, also new communication platform, and 10 telehealth carts. The concern here is necessity and time concerns. We were not provided a timeline for the receipt of the equipment, so we're not sure if it would be received during the covered period. We're also not sure about the necessities since the applicant has not indicated whether the equipment would be used for COVID-19 related treatment. Application number 10 comes from the city of Douglas. Their request is for $328,320. This request includes funds to relocate the sleep lab, reception and waiting area, tech observation room, tech restroom, and 2 separate rooms, build a nursing locker room, build a break room, and build a physician office and sleeping area. The project raises necessity and timeline concerns. Given the size of the project, construction started this late is a concern. The sleep lab renovation was denied previously on the grounds of necessity. The application states that it is necessary to relocate the sleep lab because patients have canceled scheduled sleep studies out of fears of COVID-19. This would free up additional rooms for COVID-19 patients in case of a surge, and the remove of sleep lab equipment to convert the current rooms to COVID-19 treatments may be eligible. The second request, nursing locker rooms, they indicate they are turning the existing locker room into a patient room as part of a different project, which raises budgeting concerns. Therefore, we don't believe that our funds could go exclusively to building a new locker room. Secondly, next, the break room area. It is unclear how the break room area is related to COVID-19. The physician's office and sleeping area, the applicant would like to turn a storage room into an office space and sleeping area for the hospital lights. It would increase COVID-19 treatment capability. Therefore, they have strong, while this expenditure would increase treatment capabilities, there's concerns about the eligibility and necessity. Application 11 is from the city of Douglas. They're asking for $325,000 to allow non-medical workers at Memorial Hospital of Converse County to telework. This request would provide up to 50 staff members with equipment and licensing to telework and would cover internal hardware infrastructure upgrades. In addition, the funds would be used to purchase a larger firewall and a secondary backup firewall. Finally, the funds would be used to cover additional networking costs. This is a relatively large telework request for non-medical workers, and it's unclear whether the proposed expenditures are necessary to mitigate or respond to COVID-19. Request number 12 comes from City of Douglas. It's a request for $198,300 to purchase 3 things: a telemetry stations, additional phones and software upgrades, and then finally additional picture archiving and communication system station. The concern here is necessity. The project will allow for continuous monitoring of critical patients' vitals and will allow providers to review imaging and add additional locations. The applicant states it will dramatically reduce the human congestion they experience at their single workstation model. Based on the information provided, it is unclear whether the proposed expenditures are necessary to mitigate or respond to COVID-19. Request 13 comes from the City of Douglas. They're requesting $91,893 to purchase an internet protocol television to allow a physician to visit face-to-face with a patient. The applicant asserts that the system eliminates contact between physician personnel and COVID-19 patient positive or suspected positive. The concern here is necessity. The applicant asserts that this expenditure is necessary to decrease the risk at any of its 3 hospitals, who are the primary physicians, hospitalites, who are the primary physicians taking care of COVID-19 patients. Specifically, the applicant asserts that the TV system will allow the physician to provide care to COVID-19 patients via telehealth while a nurse or a physician assistant is at the patient bedside during the telehealth encounter. Application 14 comes from the city of Douglas. They're requesting $49,666 to build a 20 by 40 steel tunnel structure with 2 garage doors and power to enclose the outdoor area where the hospital staff conduct patient interviews and COVID-19 testing. The concern here is the timeline. The applicant, a timeline was not provided, or additional information related to the construction of the structure was also not provided. The next application is application 15 from the city of Gillette. They're requesting $350,000 to conduct a deep clean on the HVAC system in the public buildings. The project raises timeline and necessity concerns. According to the CDC, it is not known how long COVID-19 can survive outside a host body, but certain estimates range between a few hours to a few days. It appears highly unlikely that COVID could build up in an HVAC system and result in future infections. Currently, HVAC deep cleanings are not included in the CDC's recommendations for facility cleaning and disinfection.
Beth, let me stop you there for just a second, just so that we have a chance to, are there, I was going to ask if anybody had any questions on any of the pieces on page 1. Hearing none. Okay, thanks.
All right. The next request is also from the city of Gillette. They're requesting $138,800 for additional conferencing capabilities to the city's conference rooms and to upgrade the storage capabilities. The concern here is necessity. The next one is from the city of Gillette. They're requesting $177,325 to upgrade its video conferencing software to allow socially distanced broadcasts. The concern here is the necessity of the project. Request 18, also from the city of Gillette, is they are requesting $65,000 for a geographical information system to allow greater social distancing and remote access to geographical information. The concern here is necessity. Application 19 from the city of Gillette, they're requesting $55,000 for a portable microphone system. The concern is necessity on this project. Application 20 is also from city of Gillette. They're requesting $31,395 for a trash can washing system. Once again, necessity is the concern. Application 21 is from the city of Gillette. They're requesting $30,000 to replace its current video arraignment system. Necessity concerns are why it's on the policy list. Application 22 is from the city of Lander. They're requesting an additional $200,000 to supplement the original $250,000 they received at the October 2nd meeting. The additional funding is being requested to cover additional costs related to ADA accessibility, fire systems, the HVAC system, and audiovisual equipment. The concern here is related to the timeline. Application 23 is the city of Powell. They're requesting $1,800 for touchless card readers to eliminate the need for city employees touching customer credit cards. The concern is necessity. Application 24 from the city of Sheridan is requesting an additional $400,000 for cost projected to exceed the amount previously granted to the hub HVAC project. The concern here is timeline. Application 25 is from Community Hospital of Torrington. They're requesting they revised their original request, and they're requesting $223,419. Their funds are being requested for 4 building modifications. First is relocating the infusion therapy program closer to an entrance to eliminate traffic through the inpatient unit. Second is updating the geriatrics psychiatric program unit. The third is negative pressure rooms. The fourth is more negative pressure rooms. The concern here is timeline and budget concerns. Application 26 is from Converse County. They are requesting $28,469 for an incinerator to dispose of PPE waste. Concern here is necessity. Application 27 from Crook County Medical Service District. They're requesting $16,633 for chairs, treatment carts, and vital monitors and stands. The concern is necessity. Application 28 is from Cheyenne Downtown Development Authority. They're requesting $476,859 for grants to local businesses, insurance at an outdoor dining location, hygiene barriers for local restaurants, and trash compactors in the downtown area. The concern here is necessity.
Let me stop you there, Beth, for just a second. Any questions on any of those projects?
And Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Ms. Treasurer.
I'm wondering, Mr. Chairman, whether or not in 28, if there's business council funds available for that. I'm not sure whether it fits in our program, but it sounds like it should fit in something that the business council has. But, you know, I'm not familiar with those. But I thought you might be.
Yeah, I think there some of those are in fact probably possible items for the business council program.
Yeah.
I will mention at this point, Mr. Treasurer, the final tranche is at this point. We haven't closed it, and there may be some additional dollars that go towards it, but it's oversubscribed.
Oh, the business council is oversubscribed?
At this point, but we're not shutting it down. I wanted to point out. So
yeah, all right. Well, maybe that's why they're here.
Okay.
Okay.
They're still, for those online, they're still taking applications and put them in process. So. All right. Any other questions? Did I see, Mr. Secretary, you had anything? Oh, okay. All right. Beth, thanks. We've only got what?
100 more. Only 33. I'm almost halfway there. Shoot.
All right. Great.
On this set. All right. Project 13 comes from EP RSAL LLC, doing business as Deer Trail Assisted Living. They're requesting $82,439 for vital sign equipment, new transit van, to turn a storage room into a visiting room, unspecified training, and to upgrade internet services. Question here is necessity. The next one is from the same entity. However, they're doing business as Mountain Plaza Assisted Living. Their request is similar. They're requesting $74,868 for vital sign equipment, a new transit van, professional training, and upgrade internet services. Once again, necessity is our concern. Application 32 is from the town of Lyman. They're requesting $123,682 to remodel the town hall and police station. These renovations include replacing the doors and windows, replacing metal transfer box, adding solid countertops and cupboards, replacing fabric furniture, adding remote door opening equipment, replacing wood countertops, adding a door to the chief's office, and installing rubber flooring in the exercise room. Concerns here are related to necessity and timeline. Application 33 is from Palace Pharmacy. They are requesting $69,592 to reimburse costs incurred replacing its HVAC system. The question or the concern is related to necessity. Application 34 comes from Peak Wellness Center. They're requesting $58,860 for electronic ticket software, residential program construction, and residential program electronic keyboards. Oh, and the concern here is related to necessity and timeline. Application 35 comes from Platte County. They're requesting $80,733 for mobile data terminals for deputies. The concern here is related to necessity. Application 36 is also from Platte County. They're requesting $64,420 to digitalize paper land records. The question here is related to necessity and timeline. Application 37 also comes from Platte County. They're requesting $8,792 for an upgraded video storage server. The concern here is necessity. Application 38 is from Platte County again. They're requesting $19,665 for an upgrade to its telephone systems to facilitate teleworking. The concern is related to necessity. Application 39 comes from Sblc County. They're requesting $20,602 for a freezer for food storage for the Sblc Pioneers. The concern here is related to necessity and timeline. For application 40 comes from Sweetwater County. They are putting this forward for the Memorial Hospital. They're requesting $292,700 for diagnostic equipment that detects bacteria, yeast, and fungus, but not viruses. The concern is related to necessity. Application 41 comes from Sblc County in sponsorship for the regional airport. They're requesting $112,307 for new terminal seating to require social distancing. The concern is related to necessity. Application 42 is Sweetwater County again. They're requesting $356,791 for HVAC upgrades in 2 facilities,
Microbial.
Yeah, thank you. Furniture and remodel for quarantine/isolation group home. The question here is related to necessity and timeline.
Okay, let me stop you there and ask if there are any questions. Sblc Pioneers, I had one question about them. What is that?
I'm gonna have to defer to Pat or Jim on that, honestly.
Is that their food pantry? On the policy sheet, it says food pantry.
Yeah.
Or is that their, okay.
Yeah. All right. Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Mr. Treasurer.
Couple of things. I'll start with the 34, the Peak Wellness Center. I think that goes into that other one, 60, that we'll get to later. I think we need to really recognize that this COVID-19 has had a extreme effect on the mental health of a lot of people, and that's just as important in the whole management of the disease, I think, as a physical aspect of it, because there's life and death situations happening with mental health issues, as well as as the same life and death issues happening with COVID, all brought about by the same agent. And so I think we need to make sure that we understand that in the mental health things. And then there's a lot of these different ones that have another common thing, and that's assisted living or long-term care facilities. I think we need to understand that 47% of the deaths nationwide, have taken place in our elderly population, and that they're the most vulnerable. So I think that we really need to do whatever we can in those areas, in those facilities. We might not think it's directly related, but when you have that type of a mortality rate, I think you need to throw everything you can at it. So that's just a couple of things that were on this page that I think need to have some quick overall discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thanks. And I noticed there's a couple of hands up. I know this is a little bit long lasting, and I wanted to go through these because I think there are some commonalities as we go through them, and I'm hoping that we can come back and kind of group some of these
Right.
all on the policy list. So Mayor Murdoch, I hold on for just a second, and we'll have a chance to address some of these. Beth, please proceed. I think we only have just a few
Page and a
minutes.
half,
Yep.
approximately.
So we'll rock it through to the end. Thank you.
Okay. Application 43 is from Sweetwater County for the Sweetwater Event Complex. They're requesting $100,476 for vinyl flooring for office spaces, tables and chairs, and for ticket booths. The concern is related to necessity. Application 44 is from Sweetwater County for the Clerk of District Court. They're requesting $780 for tabletop podiums. The concern here is related to necessity. Application 45 is from Sweetwater County for the Attorney's Office. They're requesting $44,000 for 20 net motion licenses. The concern is related to necessity.
No idea what that is.
Application 46 is from Teton County. They're requesting $70,200 for new firewall system, for courtroom communication equipment, and for HVAC upgrades to the county buildings. The concern is related to necessity. Application 47 is from the town of LaBarge. They are requesting $101,800 to renovate and equip the town's clinic. The concern here is related to timeline and necessity. Application 48 is from town of Marbleton. They are requesting $114,078 to install air purifiers in the town hall, town shop, bowling alley, and movie theater, and the county food pantry, as well as remodel the food pantry. The concern here is related to necessity and timeline. Application 49 comes from the town of Marbleton. They're requesting $87,827 for laptops, phones, various accessories for those things, Zoom cameras, mics, amplifiers, installation of AV equipment, electrical work related to the AV equipment, tablets for water and sewer workers, LCD screens, and travel for the contractors, as well as a 10% contingency. The concern here is related to necessity. Application 50 comes from the town of Opal. They are requesting $6,566 for HVAC upgrades. The concern here is related to timeline and necessity. Application 51 comes from the town of Pine Bluffs. They're requesting $172,000 to purchase an additional ambulance. The concern here is related to necessity and the timeline. Application 52 comes from Town of Pinedale. They're requesting $154,000 to purchase a supervisory control and data acquisition, a SCADA system, so they can gather information and analyze their water and wastewater systems. Additionally, they want to purchase and install a needlepoint bipolar ionization GPS unit at 3 Town of Pinedale facilities and the Pinedale Aqua Center. The concern here is related to necessity. Application 53 is from Town of Rock Springs. They're requesting $138,968 for cloud access for financial, payroll, HR, community deployment, and citizen access software, upgrades to executive time software, iPads and accessories, VPN and 7 routers for officers on patrol, public record software, cloud software for Parks and Rec Division, as well as own zone generator, air purifiers for the Housing Authority, Historical Museum, Freight Depot, theater, and other city buildings. The concern here is related to necessity. Application 54 comes from the Town of Wheatland. They're requesting $32,700 for remote well communication systems for the water department. The concern here is related to necessity. Application 55 is from Uinta County. They're requesting $150,204 for telephone upgrades and to assist the health department with contract tracing. Concern here is related to necessity. Application 56 is from Uinta County. They're requesting $391,864 to enhance its data storage capabilities. Mr. Chairman, you want me to stop there or continue?
We've stopped, so let's, yeah. Any questions on any of that? Hearing none, I'm amazed at your stamina, so.
I've been at this for a while. It's gonna fall tomorrow.
All right.
Next application is 58. It comes from Uinta County. They're requesting $230,434 to remount an ambulance owned by the applicant, as well as a paramedic response truck. The concern here is timeline and necessity. Application 59 is Valley Community Center. They're requesting $12,639 for laundry construction and equipment, for patron tracking software, as well as air circulation system upgrades. The concern is related to necessity and timeline. Application 60 is from Volunteers of America. They're requesting $102,000 to retrofit a garage to expand the drop-in center for the homeless. The concern with this one is related to timeline. Application 61 is from Washakie County. They're requesting $4,995 for upgrades to the county's geographical information system. The concern with this application is related to necessity. Application 62 is from Washakie County Emergency Management. They're requesting $70,000 for a new pickup to transport PPE and disinfecting supplies. The concern is related to necessity. Application 63 is from Washakie County Sheriff's Office. They're requesting $60,000 for a detention transport vehicle. The concern is related to necessity and timeline. Application 64 is from West Park Hospital District, doing business as Cody Regional Health. They're requesting $395,588 for telehealth equipment for EMS personnel. The concern here is necessity. Application 65 is from West Park Hospital District, doing business as Cody Regional Health. The application is requesting $225,128 for an ambulance cot and lift system. The concern with this is necessity. And the final application on this list is application 66, once again from West Park Hospital District, doing business as Cody Regional Health. They're requesting $29,102 for a vehicle for staff to use to visit patients in their homes. The concern here is necessity.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. I was curious, did you cover item 57, Uinta County?
I thought I did. I may have blinked it out, skipped over it. I can do it real quick if you would like me to. Uinta County, number 57, Uinta County is a request for $50,316 to remodel the courthouse, rapid response oxygen supplies for the sheriff's office, and upgrade the courthouse video equipment. You are correct. I did miss that one. And the concern here is necessity and timeline.
Okay, thank you. Okay, board, it seems to me we have a couple of ways we can look at this. I guess time is precious, and I acknowledge that. I think there are a number of policy discussion items in this, and I think our earlier discussions were somewhat flavored by the hope that the Congress would revisit some of the constraints they'd placed on CARES Act that would either change the timeline or change perhaps the use of these funds. None of that has happened so far. I did hear Mitch McConnell, Senator McConnell mentioned something about he thought good things would happen. But I do think that we're getting close to the end of the year. So I don't know how you want to approach these. There are clearly some of these items that I think we might not think are exactly related to COVID, and I think that would be a further problem for the Attorney General. There may be some, as the good treasurer pointed out, that are more related to mental health and well-being kinds of issues that perhaps there's a way to refine the proposals a bit. There's obviously some considerations. I know some of us have heard on the no funding list, there's Pavilion, and they are absolutely certain they can finish their project. So, there may be some of those kinds of parts to these. So I guess I'm looking for an efficient way to maybe review these and give an opportunity for a fair hearing of these without ending up at midnight tonight. So. Mr. Secretary, I'm just going to ask others' opinion on this. Do you have an opinion on ways to approach this?
Mr. Chairman, as you were saying that, I was thinking of that, and I don't know that there's unless Beth had some when she was first introducing these, if I thought she had said maybe she kind of had grouped some of those together, but if that's not the case, I mean, I don't know what else we can do, but just kind of hit them, one by one and try to be consistent as we go through. So,
okay,
but that's not much help, I know.
Auditor?
Mr. Chairman, I wish I had a really great idea. I'm not sure I do. I do see a few that I think could be grouped together just for demonstrative sake. For example, number 2, which is a visitation room, and number 14, which is a visitation room. We have approved similar things. They're not significant dollar amounts. But even that gets a little bit muddy because I know some of the concern is timeline, and we are now I mean, we approved visitation rooms 2 months ago, and now we're in November. So that's, I'm not sure on these policy calls. I think I tend to agree with the secretary. And the hardest part is the ones that are lumped together. And so there could be some things in there that we agree with and some that are maybe less eligible.
Thank you. Mr. Treasurer, any particular thoughts?
Well, I know on some of these things, we may have not, I guess, approved them earlier in the year in different areas. And I think in part that was because, from my perspective, that, our numbers were, up in a couple of places, but we didn't see them all across the state. And I think that's starting to change, or maybe already has changed. So I think there's some areas here that necessarily more of the courtroom stuff and other city and county offices that generally we felt that we didn't have quite the necessity to do the social distancing or provide the type of isolation in those different offices. But it seems like that every place you can put a barrier to this transmission of the virus probably improves the opportunity for success.
Mhm.
So I think that we may have to lower our standards somewhat. I feel that we will have some vaccines that's available to healthcare providers and the elderly before the end of the year. General population probably won't be till sometime in February. So this is going to go over the end of the year. So I think we've got we'll have plenty of utilization for whatever we spend on. And I look at it from the standpoint that I don't think any of these local governments or entities are trying to get in our back pocket. I think they genuinely believe that if they implement these different suggestions, that they will make a difference in the outcome of this disease, in both in their community and statewide. So I don't want to necessarily second guess somebody as to whether it's necessary, because I don't know the details behind each one of those. So I'm more along the lines, Mr. Chairman, of saying yes more than I say no at this point in time. So that's I guess my general assessment of what we have in front of us. They all know the consequences with all of these. We'll have that same, I'm sure have the same language that the auditor brought forth, several meetings ago, that, it's all on you if you don't get it done. It's that standard language. I think it's is relevant today as it was, 2 months ago. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to essentially, I think you could go through and very quickly and just say, this passes without objection, and anybody can object on any one of these for any reason. We don't discuss why. We go through and see how many places we have consensus, and then go back in and revisit the ones where we don't have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Treasurer, Superintendent. And then I do recognize that there are 4 hands raised. So, Superintendent.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate my colleagues' comments and ideas, and I guess for sake of process, we have 79 people, 79 attendees on this meeting. So we have 66 applications. We may have a voice for almost every application that's on here, and I would maybe pose that we allow everyone, and just ask for for each party to take a limited amount of time to address address why the concerns aren't concerns. So in other words, very quickly be able to say, you know, for example, some of us had an opportunity to visit with VOA, the Volunteers of America, where they are saying we've got everything lined up, the timeline is not an issue, and then we can go ahead and quickly vote on it. You know, rather than having everyone tell us about their project and give us context on that. I feel like we have that, and I agree with the treasurer that no one's trying to dig into pockets or be disingenuous, but maybe just to quickly address the concerns and quickly vote.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that makes sense to me. It get some information about the concerns that the department had and address those and then move the process along. I think that's a very good recommendation from the superintendent.
Okay, Mayor Murdoch, I'll recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the time and the board, and Beth, great job. Mr. Chairman, you raised a question about the Pioneer Center. I just wanted to highlight that's a Suffolk County request, but it is the retirement center down towards Marbleton. I believe they're looking at food security there. Not being an author of that request, I couldn't speak to it. On our SCADA system that the town of Pinedale requested, our current system is 20 years old. We have had to begin doing remote access for our employees. As you imagine, water and wastewater is essential and critical. And so we're wanting to put new systems in so that our workers can work remotely. If one of them were to come sick, for example, they could at least work from home on their phone or computer. So that kind of goes into a security system there. The HVAC system that we are looking for, the bipolarization, is we've already had that put out to bid. We're ready to award that immediately upon approval by your board. And part of it is going to be going to the Pinedale Aquatic Center. So we're making an effort to prevent any community spread at some of our high areas and also allow town employees and town staff to remain safe within the workspace. So I don't want to take up your time, but just to give you a brief background on our requests there.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are a number of hands that are up now. I just, what I think I heard was the beginning of a process of how to walk through these. I think if you have a comment about a specific project, let's not do that right now. If you've got a recommendation on process, I'll recognize that. We'll have a chance to walk through these very quickly. Again, I think it's a good lick. I do want to remind people that the issues here are: one, if you can't complete it, you're stuck. Two, for my colleagues, if we find these projects to not meet the intent of the CARES Act, then or if the Attorney General or we get audited, it is on the state's back. It is not on the local communities. We've taken that on ourselves, and so I think there's a degree of risk that we're willing to take and know that. And then I was going to say that as I went through this list, there were things that applied to courtrooms. There were things that applied to county offices, public offices, things that applied to food pantries, isolation and visitation rooms, general sort of public services, ancillary medical aspects. And then there were a couple of these that just seemed like they were opportunistic, and I think we can probably walk through with those kinds of comments. I see Auditor Racinas, and then I'll take Mike O'Donnell and Lisa Bradshaw. So,
Mr. Chairman, I want to speak just a moment to your comment about things have to be done by December 30th, and to really wake everybody up. I want to I want to read a brief paragraph from the federal guidance, and just for some color, we started out and made that determination as a board that we thought a project had to be done to be eligible at all. And we had that robust discussion several months ago. And I think there was some concerns or criticism that we were being too conservative with that determination. I will say that the feds have frequently updated the guidance over the course of the summer and fall. And it now consists of 15 pages of FAQs and 8 pages of guidance. And there was an update in October that particularly addressed that question. And I really want everyone to hear it. So the point is hammered home that the applicant is responsible for the whole cost of a project if it's not done. So here it is. And sorry for wasting time, Mr. Chairman, but previous guidance regarding the requirement that payments from the fund may only be used to cover costs that were incurred during the period that begins on March 1st, 2020 and ends on December 30th, 2020, focused on the acquisition of goods and services and leases of real property and equipment, but the same principles apply to acquisitions and improvements of real property and acquisitions of equipment. Such acquisitions and improvements must be completed and the acquired or improved property or acquisition of equipment be put to use in service of the COVID-19 related use for which it was required by December 30th. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to post that in the chat. That's a short snippet, but I just really want to hammer that home that we're not pulling that guidance out of the air.
Thank you, Auditor. Councillor O'Donnell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, I was on mute. And members of the board, thank you for taking a few minutes. I want to first congratulate you on your stamina. This is an arduous process, and I applaud your efforts. I have a suggestion for you that might help procedurally that I'd like you to at least consider. As you are only at the allocation stage right now, at least as I understand things, your votes today are allocating money, and the recipients of those allocations still need to submit their paperwork to the Office of State Lands for approval and also to the Attorney General. You have before you the opportunity, I think, were you to just vote to conditionally approve this entire policy list of 66 items, subject to submission of appropriate documentation to state lands and the AG, you can take the burden off of yourselves to make those decisions today and put it on your staff where it is going to be anyway, rather than getting hung up with dealing with each one of those individually today. I don't know if that appeals to you or not, but it is a mechanism that might save you 4 hours or something like that this afternoon addressing each one of these individually. I'm sure happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. Any questions from Mr. O'Donnell? Good suggestion, and we'll take it into consideration. Ms. Bradshaw.
Can you hear me?
We can now, yes.
I just have a question. I didn't know if you was going to go through this individually and we have the opportunity to answer when it comes to ours, or if we make our case now.
So my thinking, and I guess the speaker before you had a little bit different approach, but I thought at this point we were maybe considering walking through with the assumption there would be an approval if the objection could be, the specific objection could be addressed. So that was kind of where I was. So in that, I guess it's up to the board a little bit on how they want to proceed. But I guess my feeling is if you hang on, we'll probably get to your project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Racinas.
I would just maybe suggest that we take a very brief break before we would delve into that endeavor.
Hearing no objection to that, I think that's a good idea, just to get a little bit of fresh perspective, if that makes sense to my colleagues.
Mr. Chairman, none of us make good decisions with low blood sugar.
Okay. So I have it now 1:30. Would 15 to 20 minutes make sense for us to come back right after that? Okay, so we'll start 10 of 2. Thank you. All right, where are we at? Mr. Treasurer, we're taking a little bit of a break here. We'll be back at about 10 minutes of 2. So.
Okay, thanks. I got time to eat my muffin I've had in the oven for the last hour and a half.
We had two the approach you and the superintendent had kind of recommended, and then Mike O'Donnell had just sort of said, let's just pass everything and let the staff kind of do the analysis later on. So those were the 2 suggestions.
Governor Gordon, this
Yes.
is Beth. Mike O'Donnell's approach scares the hell out of me, just so you know. That's putting a lot on my staff. And I have concerns that we'd end up right back in front of the board, because neither my staff or the AG's office would be able to make a decision, because truly it's a policy call for the board.
Beth, the meeting's still on. The meeting's still on, even on a break.
Okay.
Hey, Beth.
Yes, sir.
two small kids and daycare.
Deputy Director, how you doing?
I am living the dream, sir.
Do we have Treasurer Meyer and Superintendent Balo back? Ms. Blackwell, she seems to be pretty important to this whole process, so.
I'm here. I was trying to get my dogs out of the room.
Ah, the joys of Zoomness.
Yes.
All right. I think the treasurer was on a little bit earlier. I see Superintendent Balo. Deputy Director, are we on kind of where our time schedule was?
Mr. Chairman, you're relatively close. I still think it's November 5th, so we're good.
I don't appreciate your humor. All right. Well, before we jump in, I thought we had two approaches, and the one approach I think loads up the staff pretty dramatically. The suggestion was these are allocations, and then if we just approve them lump sum, that we can leave that to the staff. I think the staff indicated that would be pretty problematic for them. The other, I think, was what the superintendent and the treasurer had kind of suggested, which was I guess modifying it. If I'm incorrect in that, superintendent or treasurer, let me know. But I think it was to sort of bring each of these projects up, raise the concern that was raised, ask the not for the whole justification of the project, but really the concern. Is that more or less what we had agreed to? And Ms. Blackwell, I see your hand is up. Did you have a?
I was just going to offer that the AG's office over the break was able to put together a tentative consent list. If that's also an option, if you all would like to consider that.
Okay. I see the superintendent saying yes. I see the treasurer. I wasn't sure what that was, treasurer. It was kind of like this, you know. Okay, Mr. Secretary, would you entertain that too? Okay, well let's have that list.
All right, so we have items 1 through 7. So Albany County, Baird, Hudson, DBA, Model Heights, Board of County Commissioners of Crook County, 3 of those, City of Cheyenne for 2. Then we would jump to item 9 for City of Douglas. Item 11, also for City of Douglas. Item 12, City of Douglas. Item 14, who is also City of Douglas. 21, City of Gillette. 23, City of Powell. 26, Converse County. 26, 27, Crook County Medical Services. 27, I just did 27, sorry. 34, Peak Wellness Center. 37, Platte County. 38, 39, 38 is Platte County. 39 is Sblc County. 44, which is Sweetwater County for the district clerk. 45, Sweetwater County for the attorney's office. 50, which is Town of Opal. 51, Town of Pine Bluffs. 53, Town of Rock Springs. 55, Uinta County. 59, Valley Community Center Joint Powers Board. 60, Volunteers of America, Northern Rockies. 61, Washakie County. And then finally 66, the West Park Hospital District, DBA Cody Regional Health.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Like I would move the establishment of a consent list as was just read off.
Okay, so Beth, I'm gonna just repeat those items, just to can make sure I conform. Item 1, Albany County Surface Live Stream Equipment Hearing Assistance System. 2, Baird Hudson DBA Mondale Heights Visitation Room. 3, Board of County Commissioners Crook County Vehicle to Deliver Meals to Seniors. 4, Board of County Commissioners Crook County Mobile Hotspot. 5, Board of County Commissioners Crook County Air Handling Purification System. 6, City of Cheyenne defibrillators and chest compression devices. 7, City of Cheyenne technology expenses. Then we bounce down to 9, City of Douglas clinic telehealth infrastructure. 11, City of Douglas remote work from home infrastructure. 12, also Douglas cost overruns for prior approval. Then 14, City of Douglas enclosed outside testing area. 21, City of Gillette video arraignment equipment. 23, City of Powell touchless credit card reader. 26, Converse County incinerator for PPE. 27, Crook County Medical Services Hospital chairs, treatment carts, vital monitors, and stands. 34, Peak Wellness Center construction software. 37, Platte video storage server. 38, Platte County telephone upgrades. 39, a freezer for Sublet County. 44, Sweetwater County District Court Clerk furniture. 45, Sweetwater County Attorney's Office. 20, net. These are net something. It's not net notable or net noble. Net mobile licenses, I think is what it was. 50, Town of Opal HVAC system. 51, Pine Bluffs ambulance. 53, Town of Rock Springs ozone generators and technology. 55, Uinta County phone upgrades. 59, Valley Community Center Joint Powers Board laundry construction equipment tracking software air circulation upgrade. 60, VOA drop-in center remodel. 61, Washakie County GIS update. 66, West Park Hospital District Cody Regional Health vehicle. Is that the consent list?
Yes, sir. I believe I missed one. Also, application 54, Town of Wheatland for the remote well automation updated phone system for $32,700.
Okay. Okay, that is the consent list that was moved by the treasurer. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to second it. And for discussion purposes, I would really like to understand how these were grouped as a consent list. If we could get that information either from Ms. Blackwell or an attorney.
Sure. This is Pat Miller from the Attorney General's office. And the goal on this one was where we thought that the expense would be eligible as long as the board made the necessity determination, and the board had not previously made a necessity determination on that kind of equipment or other expenditure for the most part. So if the board had previously voted to deny an expense, I believe it should all still be on the policy list. Whereas if we've got expenses for telework, were one of the big ones, and some other equipment requests where we thought it might be eligible upon a determination of necessity by the board, then this is the opportunity for the board to make the necessity call right now. If we think it might be eligible, as long as the board determines that it's necessary. Does that make sense? Whereas the other ones, we have concerns about whether or not it's eligible. I don't know if that's helpful.
The superintendent, does that answer your, I'm registering you as a second for this. Does that answer your question?
I think so, as we discuss. It's a good start.
Okay, I have Auditor Racinas.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess if we were to move forward, I would want, I think a lot of these items, even if we say they're necessary, had issues of timeline. So just to make sure we give clear direction to staff, would it be contingent on proof that the timeline works?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, yes, we would recommend that there be a one of the standard requirements on timeline that if this were to pass, it would be contingent on the project being completed by the end of the covered period.
Any other considerations? Just one quick question, Pat. Item number 58, which is a ambulance retrofit and paramedic vehicle.
Mr. Chairman, yes, as far as I'm aware, a paramedic vehicle has never been approved by the board. Now, because this was a two-part application, it didn't make sense. I don't know how we would have tried to pull the ambulance onto the consent list and the paramedic off. So we just left it. And where there are applications, and there are some, where there's teleworking equipment or something that is mixed in with a request that we couldn't put on the consent list, those applications will remain on the policy for individualized discussion. So this is a good example of one where the board has approved ambulances, but not paramedic response vehicles to date. So we had to leave the whole application off the consent list.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, further questions? Further discussion items? If not, we have the consent list has been enumerated. All in favor of the consent list as enumerated, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The secretary, you're aye. So that is our consent list. Thank you. And Auditor, I think your point about making sure this is done on time is still very much in play. I would entertain a motion to recommend approval of the items on the consent list.
Chairman?
Yeah, Mr. Treasurer.
I would make the motion to recommend approval of the consent list as recommended, and with the language going to all of the applicants that we've included in the past about the necessity to complete these projects in the appropriate time period.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there a second? Is there a second? It's been seconded by the auditor. And I will note that item 53 is not the town of Rock Springs, it is the city of Rock Springs. Just a correction there. And with With that, is there any discussion? It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye or a thumbs up.
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Treasurer, I assume you're a positive vote on that. Mr. Treasurer? Okay, I think he's a positive vote. Mr. Treasurer, I'm going to give you one more chance. Is that a positive, Mr. Treasurer? Yep, okay, that carries. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm over it.
Okay. So Ms. Blackwell, I think that takes us to item number 8, the live stream equipment.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chairman, it sure does. Would you like me to remind you of what it is and why it's here?
It was just a necessity concern. Is that correct?
It was a necessity concern related to the fact that the town or the city had already requested all the equipment previously so that the Civic Center could broadcast events, and it was denied by the board. Now their justification is to broadcast city council meetings because the current chambers is not large enough for social distancing. However, per the city's website, they have been doing live streams of their council meetings during this COVID time.
Thank you. I see Mr. O'Donnell has his hand up.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. To address the concern about necessity, here's the situation with the Civic Center. While the Civic Center does indeed produce, shows that are entertainment, it also has the capacity to be used for city council meetings. The reason we have submitted this request is because the city council chambers are not capable of handling either social distancing or appropriate broadcasting. The city has been live streaming its city council meetings over Zoom, but we've received numerous complaints from the community from folks who do not have computer capability sufficient to join the meetings, that they're not being able to be heard at city council meetings. This equipment would allow us to hold a live city council meeting at the Civic Center, properly socially distanced, with the audience properly socially distanced and able to participate in person, all due to the pandemic.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. Any questions from the board? Mr. O'Donnell, so this then goes into the city council. I guess it's being moved to city council chambers and will allow for basically testimony to be taken remotely.
Let me make sure I make this clear, Mr. Chairman, as I think I may not have. It would allow city council meetings to be conducted at the Civic Center rather than in city council chambers, so that folks may attend in person and so that live stream may also continue to occur simultaneously.
I see. Okay. Very good. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Mr. O'Donnell.
Thank you, Auditor Racines.
How will that work when there is an event at the Civic Center and that conflicts with a city council meeting?
Mr. Chairman and Auditor, I'm not quite sure I understand your question. The two do not occur simultaneously. I'm sure you're aware of that. Entertainment is distinct from the city council meetings. This equipment would, as I understand it, allow for live streaming of both a city council meeting and an entertainment event, although I don't know that entertainment events would actually be live streamed because they are a revenue generating event for the city of Cheyenne, where we like to have folks actually show up at the Civic Center.
Mr. Chairman, I guess my question was, I know the Civic Center schedules out quite a bit in advance, and I just didn't know if you had gone through and allowed for that.
Mr. Chairman and Madam Auditor, as I understand it from our Community Recreation and Events Department, yes, the holding of city council meetings almost always occurs on a Monday night, and very seldom is that venue ever used on a Monday night for an entertainment purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, it may be a good idea to hear from Pat, who did the review on the application, to see if Mr. O'Donnell's explanation satisfies him.
Thank you, Deputy. Pat, you're open at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a necessity question for the board. The expenses for remote work and remote streaming of meetings can be eligible. So it's really entirely the board's call. If you determine that it's necessary, we can write up that advice and fund that project.
So Mr. O'Donnell, there has been a suggestion at some point that, and I think there are a lot of things that are sort of in play as to what the next legislative session looks like. But at least one of those recommendations was to hold the state of the state there. And so this would be equipment that could be useful in that kind of circumstance. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, categorically, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve this project.
Superintendent has moved to approve it. Is there a second? Is there?
Second.
It's been seconded by the secretary. Further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 I don't see, okay, then no's. Please signify by saying no. And or a thumbs down. So I see Auditor Racinas is a thumbs down. Mr. Treasurer, if you're talking to, you're muted if you're trying to address us. Mr. Treasurer? Well, I will record that as a positive vote then. For the record, the treasurer has not voted, but I have 2 ayes and 1 no.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Approved. Thanks. That takes us to number 10, which is Sleep Lab.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Application number 10 comes from the city of Douglas. They're requesting $328,320 to relocate the sleep lab reception area, the tech observation room, the tech restroom, and 2 separate rooms. Also, they would like to build a nursing locker room, build a break room, and build a physician office and sleeping area. This project raises necessity and timeline concerns.
Thank you. Pat, did you want to let you speak to us? And then we have Matt Dammeyers on as well with his hand raised, and Jim Willix. Pat, please just, if you want to address the board, feel free.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this one has previously been denied, I believe on necessity grounds, but I'm not entirely sure. I believe this was before the allocation model came out, so I think it was denied on necessity grounds. There are also some timeline concerns. We don't know what that timeline would look like, but the applicant can speak to that better than I can.
Thank you. Any questions for Pat or for staff? Hearing none. Matt Dammeyer, I we'll recognize you. Mr. Dammeier, are you on? If not, we'll move to, oh, go ahead.
Just a second, Mr. Chairman. I'm doing 2 Zoom calls at once, so I apologize. So what was the question? I apologize.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah.
If Mr. Dammeier can't speak, then we'll try to figure out a way to get. Oops. And if not, let's move to Commissioner Willis.
Thank you, Governor. Commissioner Willis. And I don't know where we're getting feedback. I apologize. Just one note, you'll see this as the hospital is the co-applicant along with the city of Douglas, but just point out that the county, the city, and the hospital all got together, and several of the applications you'll see today represent a joint effort to reallocate those funds to invest in our community. So just wanted to know that the commissioners are informed and supportive of these applications that come from the city of Douglas on behalf of the hospital. We've gone through those necessity discussions locally, and that's why they're presented to you. And hopefully Matt will be able to speak to the specifics. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt, are you able to address us?
Hold on one sec. Can you hear us now? Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. I apologize for the confusion. So on the necessity question, our sleep beds are located in our medical surgical unit. During the height of the spring crisis, we essentially shut down all of our sleep labs. And during the summer, we brought those back. But as you can imagine, as we've experienced, the start of the flu season, we've gone through the same exact process. So the bulk of this application is really around relocating those, as well as providing areas for our staff, both nursing and physicians, to be able to shower, actually. So, the application talks about break space and office/sleep space for the providers. But really, what we really need them to be able to do is to be able to get out of their scrubs. Of course, they're protected, but they need to be able to step away from the clinical COVID environment and shed their clothes in a place without having to go into other parts of the hospital. So that's the essence of it. I heard some concerns about the break space for nurses. I would argue that's a pretty essential piece, but I would be happy to extract that from the application if that would be something that would be more palatable. As far as the timeline goes, we've got a number of projects going on. We've managed these internally. We feel extremely confident that we can do this based on the success we've had with the other funded projects that we currently have underway.
Thank you. Ben, is there anyone else that wants to address the board?
I don't believe so, sir.
All right, thank you. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Auditor Racines.
I do think I found where we denied the original request, but I think I would note that this is substantially different in scope because one of the requests we denied was 3.5 million. But I would move to approve in the amount of $320.
It's been moved by the auditor. Is there a second?
Second.
Been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with an aye or a thumbs up. That carries. Thank you very much. Now we'll move to, this will be item number 13, Beth, is that correct? you want to bring us up to speed on it? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Application 1313 comes from the city of Douglas. They're requesting $91,893 to purchase an internet protocol television, which allows a physician to visit face-to-face with a patient. The applicant asserts that the system eliminates contact between physician, personnel, and COVID-19 positive or suspected patients. The question here is necessity. It states that the expenditure is necessary to decrease the risk of all of its 3 hospitalites, who are the primary physicians taking care of COVID-19 patients or consulting with COVID-19. Specifically, the applicant asserts that the system will allow the physician to provide care to COVID-19 patients via telehealth while a nurse or a physician assistant is at the patient bedside during the telehealth encounter.
Thank you. Pat, I'll turn over to you for a second if you want to address this.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. This is essentially from what our understanding is, and the applicant can clarify if I'm incorrect, it's a television to wheel into patient rooms. I suppose it might qualify as telehealth, although I think that usually refers to medicine while the patient is at home, but it's a necessity concern. It's just shy of $100,000. If the board were to fund it and decide that it was necessary, I believe we could probably justify it under the telemedicine capabilities prong.
Thank you, Pat. I think Matt is on again. Matt, do you want to address the board? You're welcome to.
Yes, can you hear us now?
We can.
Okay. So this is. One second, sir. 1 second. My apologies again. So this is, it is very similar to what staff has described. The hospitalist model in hospitals today is where you have specialists that are taking care of your inpatient population. In our setting, they're working with intensivists, which is the next level of specialization. As we noted in the application, we have just 3 people, and that is really the firewall between us and the COVID patient population. So last week when we had 5 patients, part of the dilemma is that having them going in and out of rooms, COVID rooms, slows us down. And especially as we're thinking about surge capacity, we need the ability. It's not that we care more about our hospitalists than we do about our nurses or our physician extenders, but we need them to be able to move in and out of patient care effectively and efficiently, especially as we load up. And so that's the thought process behind this, is that we can have a floor full of patients, half of which could be COVID, and we do not have to have the physician going in and out of the room, but they can still see and interface with some very scared patients, as you know, and very often in our situation, they're end of life patients. And there will be times where they still will need to go into the room and be human next to patients that are dying in some cases, and we've had some of those. So that's what it's designed for. We felt like it met the technical requirements of the of the application, and that's why we submitted it.
Thank you, Matt. Any questions for Mr. Dammeier? Sorry, the superintendent.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure I have a question. However, I do just want to thank Mr. Dammeier and others in the community for monitoring and adjusting as our numbers are going up. And even though we haven't seen this request before, as he described, the lack of staff and the efficiencies that are created with this type of model, I'm happy to move this forward for approval.
I'll take that as a motion then, Superintendent. Is there a second?
Second.
Then seconded by the auditor. It's Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. Just a quick question. So did I understand I mean, I'm assuming the patients are all in their individual rooms or maybe sharing a room, or how is the television used?
Yes, if I could, Mr. Chairman, we right now, we have not had to have more than one COVID patient in a room at a time. We are prepared for that, but right now they're all in individual rooms, and we are able to, again, be able just to move the television across.
And I guess that's my question is we're trying to prevent the physician from having to go into room after room after room, I guess, but somebody's got to wheel the television into each room to have the communication. So I just need a little help clarifying, because you're still sending someone in, rolling the TV in and out into the next room versus a physician or somebody going into the room.
That's true. The 3 physicians is the rate limiter. So we have, almost 500 employees. We've actually grown during this COVID period, strangely as that may sound, but we don't have very many physicians who have been taking care of hospitalized COVID patients. So we can extend the physician, but we want them so they can, while they're going room to room, we have other patients to take care of too. Our entire patient population is not just COVID-19. There's surgical patients and there's others. And so while they're moving to set up the next one, he can go to a different patient and so forth. So again, we're just trying to anticipate all of the different places where we're going to get funneled down and be prevented from being able to see as many patients as comes our way. We were a little cavalier on the front end of this, I think. Maybe not, that's not the exact right word, but we got pretty confident. When you start seeing them rolling in, it's a different game. And so we really have tried to figure out where is our weakest link, especially as we're even interfacing with some of the tertiary centers. If they get filled up, we may go way outside of our comfort zone. So anything we can do to speed up their ability to see and monitor patients, that's our weak link. We have 3 of them versus, almost 500 employees. So you can kind of see that, that why we're trying to protect them.
And how many COVID patients do you have currently?
Today, I believe we have 3 still. This is the beginning of November. So we're right now, we're hoping that we stay in the, under 10, but we're gearing up for the possibility of more than that. But our peak is actually we've only had 6 at a time. That's the most we've had.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Further discussion? Further discussion? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye or a thumbs up. Mr. Treasurer? Okay, that motion carries. Mr. Treasurer, did you vote on that? He did vote the thumbs up. All right. Thank you. Beth, I think that takes us to item number 15. Am I correct?
Yes, Chairman, it is. Item 15 comes from the city of Gillette. They're requesting $350,000 to conduct a deep clean on the HVAC system in public buildings. The project raises timeline and necessity concerns. According to the CDC, it's not known how long COVID-19 can survive outside a host body, but current estimates range between a few hours to a few days. So it appears unlikely that COVID-19 can build up on an HVAC system and result in future infections. Currently, HVAC deep cleans are not included in the CDC's recommendation for facility cleaning and disinfection.
Okay, thank you. Superintendent?
I have a question, Mr. Chairman, either for staff or maybe from someone who's on the phone representing the entity. And that's around, we heard about like if there's HVAC in the system, it may not work, or excuse me, if there's COVID-19 or COVID-19 doesn't live that long. My question is, if an HVAC system is not fully cleaned, does the air, just as a preventative measure, does the air move less efficiently? In other words, might it work better in preventing COVID-19 from traveling if the HVAC system is clean. Like, I'm wondering, is this a sort of an after the fact, we're going to clean it to make sure that COVID's not in there, or we're going to clean it to make sure that our air handling is working at capacity?
So I can say that's outside my purview of knowledge. So I would defer to the AGs because I do believe they spoke to Department of Health staff related to this. And while I'm saying that, we may also want to, at the same time that we're talking about this one, talk about items number 16, 17, and 19, because they all have these air purification, I believe, stuff going on. So, or no, these are all City of Gillette. I apologize.
Yep. No, appreciate that, Beth. Thanks. Well, let me let Pat address us, and then I see Sandy Lentz has her hand up. So,
Mr. Chairman, no, we did not speak to anyone at Health on this particular item, and we are not HVAC techs or anything along those lines. All we can do is basically repeat what the CDC has recommended.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lentz, do you want to address the board? I think you are up in queue.
Mr. Governor, Mr. Chair, this is Patrick Davidson. I'm the city administrator for the City of Gillette. Ms. Lentz is actually sitting here with me, distancing with a mask, but I would answer your questions if you'd like. Sure. Specifically with regard to number 15, after hearing the earlier discussion and consulting, I really think it becomes a timeline issue for the City of Gillette. I don't think that we could meet those timelines as mentioned by Auditor Racinas. But to spark this conversation ever so slightly, it is an issue of trying to make sure that our air handlers and system is clean, so that we have a good starting point for the process. We do have concerns about the recirculation of air. I think in any confined space, most governmental buildings fit that parameter where you don't have windows that open and you have limited access points. And so it is one of our concerns, but based on the timeline aspects alone, the City of Gillette would ask that this item be withdrawn.
Thank you, Patrick. And I would actually echo that. We've heard a lot about how those various comorbidities that can occur, and it does seem to me that there are things that Legionnaire's disease, that sort of thing, that could maybe be addressed with what this is. But thank you for withdrawing it. So we'll move to item 16.
Again, Mr. Chair, Governor, members of the board, if there is no objections, I'd like to take 16, 17, 18, and 19 combined, recognizing that they are separate matters. However, they all stem from the same basic premise, which is the City of Gillette is doing our best to do Zoom meetings and video conferencing in facilities that were never designed to do this, specifically spacing out. And so we have other rooms within the City of Gillette that were not designed for video presentations, but which we are trying desperately to do. As you no doubt know and understand, Campbell County, and specifically the City of Gillette, is and now really starting to suffer from the effects of COVID. And as of right now, I have 2 council members that are unable to attend meetings due to quarantine orders. I've got 15 employees that are quarantined, either because of contact or positive testing. It is a means of trying to figure out how to continue the people's business, but doing it in a way that the community can watch and understand and yet be as safe as we can in the process. And so those items that are there deal with video conferencing, the portable microphone system that goes with that aspect of it, The geographic information system, which was number 18, would allow us to apply the mapping that we have in the field so that applicants for building permits, inspections, things like that would not have to come to the city hall. It would allow employees to do that in the field from their vehicle where they are distanced and staying safe, both for the benefit of the public as well as for the employees and ultimately all the staff here. So I think we view all of these as a combined item. The last would be number 16, which is basically computer document management, storage, those types of aspects. As we do these meetings and we do video conferencing and we get more input from the public, these are records that we, I think, are probably required by statute to store, but more importantly, it's our custom to store anything and everything, archive it both for its historic value as well as for operational needs. And so that's how these items all go hand in hand. And with that, I would open myself up to any questions.
Thank you. Let me kind of go back. Beth, is there anything you want to add to any of that? No, thanks. Pat, do you want to address?
Mr. Chairman, we would recommend pulling out 17 and not considering it, or sorry, 18, the geographical information system, and not considering it with the rest of these requests. But if you wanted to combine that with another one, we have, I believe, application 61 is another geographical information system. So we could maybe take both of those next. Those are ones where we have real eligibility concerns and we are just not certain that they're eligible. Whereas with the other requests, it's 16, let me see. Yeah, 16, 17, and 19. The total request, I believe, comes to over $300,000 for video conferencing equipment. So that's a large enough dollar amount that we wanted the board to consider it directly for the necessity. If the board does consider this as a necessary expenditure, it can probably be justified as an expense to facilitate telework.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask if there are any questions from the staff. The superintendent.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just wonder if we could maybe have staff propose a consent list for us to consider on these, minus the project that was withdrawn and number 17. So do all of the Campbell County projects as a consent list?
Just one thought, you may, looking back, 61, the other GIS update was on the consent list.
Oh.
The other one that was discussed.
Mr. Chairman, I would note that GIS update is $5,000 and this request is $65,000. So I feel like that is definitely maybe the same piece of, maybe the same operation, but different components.
It's an interesting question that is raised. Auditor, and you know, I think this is one of those kind of complicated questions because I do understand the application, but I also understand the opportunity of being able to upgrade your GIS system and considering Campbell County and how important it is for mineral development and all that sort of thing. I can see the application, but I'm not sure that piece goes to COVID. Well, Pat, I think you've made a good suggestion. I guess for myself, I would think 16, 17, and 19 could all be considered as either as a consent list or we can just walk through them maybe fairly quickly. They all seem to be somewhat related, or at least I think arguably Pat was saying that, so.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
I would propose that consent list consisting of items 16, 17, and 19.
Okay, that consent list has been proposed by the auditor. Is there a second? Been seconded by the superintendent. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Okay, that consent list passed. Treasurer Meyer, are you also positive on that? Okay. Treasurer Meyer, let's, that is a consent list. We have a majority of votes. And so let's move to, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of funding of the 3 items on the consent list, and the total is $371,125.
Yeah, it's been moved by the auditor. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the superintendent. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries. I don't have a vote from Treasurer Meyer. Oh, he did vote. Yes, so that passes. All right. Beth, I'm gonna recommend that we take up 18 a little bit later. Let's come back to 20, if that's okay.
Yes, Chairman, application 20 comes from the city of Gillette also. They're requesting $31,395 for a trash can washing system. The concern here is necessity. The applicant states that this purchase was necessary to reduce the exposure of city employees to COVID-19 by reducing their contact with the trash cans they clean. It's uncertain that this expenditure fits in any of the categories of eligible expenditures identified in the Treasury's guidance.
Okay, Pat, do you want to address that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We were unable to find a category in the Treasury's guidance that this seemed to fit into. The closest that we came up with was expenses for disinfection of public areas and other facilities, including nursing homes. But those appeared to be largely related to areas where the public is in frequent close contact with, whereas this one appears to be related more to maintenance staff who would presumably be wearing PPE. So we don't know if this is an eligible category of expense in addition to concerns about the necessity.
Okay. And Patrick, I think your hand is raised, so. Is the city of Gillette?
Patrick Davidson with the city of Gillette again. With regard to the self-contained washing system, I think the AG has appropriately identified it that ideally it is for disinfecting of garbage cans, garbage trucks, and those items. It does have an applicability for playground equipment, but that is not primarily what the intent is. And so with that, the city of Gillette would go ahead and withdraw that as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure you have anything else on the list, Patrick, so let's go back and look at the GIS. That's item number 18. Am I correct? You don't have anything else on this list later on?
That's correct, Mr. Governor.
Okay, thank you. I think you gave a good description of the GIS system, and I just wanted to have you on as we kind of went back over that. When you put Mr. Miller, when you put the list together for the consent list, and you looked at the Washakie County request, what was the difference?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I believe that it might have been the dollar amounts. We were looking through a lot very quickly. And I believe it might have been the fact that one was about a $5,000 request, and this is about a $65,000 request, which, given the applicant's explanation that this is to improve telework capabilities, but it's our understanding that this information is mostly of use on the job sites themselves, was a little bit, we had difficulty considering this much money for that kind of an explanation on the consent list, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Patrick. Any questions for Mr. Davidson? Any questions? Mr. Davidson, one quick question. Is this, it is public facing? Are you looking at just primarily building permits and that sort of thing as you suggested, or is it also in an effort to sort of work on property boundaries, mineral descriptions, et cetera?
Mr. Chair, Governor, Board, it deals in part with infield mapping and storage. The way we use GIS in our licensing agreement for GIS, we include within that the ability to track pipelines, water lines in the system, location of different assets. It is used by the fire department under the licensing agreement so that they can find means of access through our GIS to gain where's the ideal place to park a fire truck, for example, things like that when firefighting. This has a lot of storage aspect to it as far as computer memory, but it is also for use in the field by city staff to determine cut permits, for example, for streets, the location of utilities and items such as that. And so that it's kind of an all-encompassing, if you will, process with that. And we've made use of GIS for many years here, but this is a new aspect of it and a new need that really didn't come to light until we had to start processing things either remotely or over the telephone and then through that process, we found some of the deficiencies that we didn't know we had until we didn't have people actually coming into City Hall.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Auditor.
I appreciate the concept, and Patrick, thank you for being here, and thank you for being mindful of the regulations and for submitting good applications and withdrawing the ones that you know may be problematic. I can't quite get there on this one. It's a little too tangential for me. We can connect almost anything to COVID in the name of social distancing, and where we draw that line is tricky. So I would move that we do not fund the GIS system in the amount of $65,000.
Auditor Racinas has moved to do not fund. It's been seconded by Superintendent Balo. Any further discussion? Any further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
If they would have said that the GIS was used for tracking and tracing individuals that had COVID, I would say, yeah, that makes sense, but I didn't get that from the explanation. So I'm a no vote on this one.
All right, thank you. All in favor of the do not fund motion, please signify by saying aye or thumbs up. Okay. Thank you. That motion carries. Mr. Davidson, thank you very much. And thank you for working with us.
Absolutely. I appreciate the time to speak with you, and obviously all the hard work that Slib has had to put into this over the last few months is very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Be safe. All right, Beth, that takes us to item number 22, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Application 22 comes from the City of Lander. They're requesting an additional $200,000 to supplement the original $250,000 they received at the October 2nd meeting. The additional funding is being requested to cover additional costs related to ADA accessibility, fire systems, and HVAC system, and an audio-visual equipment. The concern here is timeline. Expanding the scope of a project raises concerns about the applicant's ability to complete the project during the covered period. As we've discussed, if it's not completed, it's not eligible for funding.
Okay, Pat, any addition to that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just that the idea of increasing the scope of a project at this point was not one that we felt we could put on the consent list.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Is there anyone from Lander? Mr. Bump?
Mr. Chairman, Sherry Lara.
Thank you. Yeah, I think you have the floor, Ms. Lara.
Oop, can you hear me now?
We sure can. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. This was not a change in scope. We started this process last month when we got our first amounts awarded. It's just as we've come along and we've gone ahead with this work, hoping that we would be approved for this. I was trying to be fiscally responsible to my detriment in the amount of the money that we asked for initially. And when they tore into the HVA system and the electrical system, due to this building being older and having several remodel jobs, we've come across some things that we need to change. I've already submitted last month the sign off for our construction to be completed. Our contractor signed that off last month. We have no worries of this money or of this project not being done by the due date, even with these additional items.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, Sherry, I do have concerns about necessity when, and I understand hitting, not quite hitting the mark, but the request was for $150,000, and then at the last meeting, that went to 250, and so now we're up to 450. So maybe you could walk us through the specifics a little bit more precisely of what's actually being done to the building. And then also what would happen to the project if this request was not funded?
Yes, thank you for that question. This building is the room that has been changed is not your standard room. It goes from 15 feet to 30 feet high ceiling. That's what we're dealing with. Our initial bid was from our local engineer, thinking this could be done at $150,000. After the contractor was brought in and he went through everything that needed to be done, that was changed to $229,000 and still didn't include carpeting, didn't include the sound. I called the Wyoming Supreme Court so that, and they got me in touch with the National Center for State Courts so that we could make sure that the original architecture work would be compliant with what was required in the court systems. They do that for free. They looked over our plans, have made suggestions and changes. The sound system that we scoped out is the same sound system that CARES money was awarded to the circuit courts and to the county courts for their sound system. That number was much higher than what we thought. These were all suggestions that came from the National Center for State Courts in having the compliance for the ADA requirements in the court system and for the general public.
Okay, thank you. Auditor, any follow-up on that?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions? Hearing none, what is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer.
I would move for recommendation of the additional $200,000. I think that they probably should have went to this organization and started with their with a different design, or with an inclusive design, I guess. That being said, you know, I think that they can finish it up by the end of the period. Why they left out ADA compliance, I don't know, but you know, I think it's just one of those things that they rushed some things and left some things out. They got some professional help. They got them back on track, and this I'm sure is going to have to be the last bite of the apple.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second for the sake of discussion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. It's been seconded by Superintendent Balo.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I might have a question to Shari, whether or not the ADA, which we all know is required, would cost more to do it as a retrofit after their completion, or to do it as they're doing the construction.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is actually one of the very small pieces of the sound system requirements.
Okay. Superintendent, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was just wondering, as I'm ruminating, and I apologize, it might be a little bit misplaced after the motion's been made, but just a little bit of clarification for how this was funded at some of the lower courts. Was that with CARES Act money, or with some of the court restoration funds, or, and I think, Shari, or auditor will know the answer to that. Of course she will.
I'll take a stab, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind. Madam Superintendent, I believe what she's referring to is a good chunk of CARES Act money that is from the same pot, was routed through the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court is has taken on the responsibility of courtroom technology, and has been able to use a lot of CARES Act funding for that. But they only cover district courts and circuit courts. They only cover state courts, where municipal courts would not be able to access that money from the Supreme Court.
Mr. Chairman.
Please, Superintendent.
And Auditor Racinas, so it's the same, it's the same type of project, different court, and same regulations and requirements for CARES Act money. Is that correct? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I think that is correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Auditor.
Whether that's a slightly gray area or not, I wouldn't know, but it is the same.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Any further questions? Any further questions? Hearing none, all in favor signify with an aye or a thumbs up.
Aye.
It carries. Secretary Buchanan is not on here, so I guess that.
I'm an aye.
Oh, he's an aye. Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, that takes us to item number 24, City of Sheridan.
Mr. Chairman, application 24 comes from the City of Sheridan. They're requesting an additional $400,000 for cost projection to exceed the amount previously granted to the Hub's HVAC project. The concern here is timeline. If the project is still in its early phases, as it appears to be, there's concerns about the applicant's ability to complete the project during the covered period. As we've said, if it's not completed, the applicant will be responsible for all the costs. If the board increases the funding and the project is not completed, that increases the risk to recapture. So just a thought to think of. In addition, the additional funding will help complete the project on time, but it may be necessary to keep the project eligible. So I would defer to Pat and Jim on that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I think Beth meant to say at the very end there, if additional funding will help complete the project on time. I do think that we would recommend that. I would also just say we don't know what stage this project is in. We do not have that information right now. From the application, it appeared to be still in the early stages, but I will leave it to the applicant to fill you in on the status of the project and the cause for the overruns.
Okay. Well, I see Ms. Rideout is on. So Carmen, it'd be great to hear from you if you are on.
Thank you, Governor, Mr. Chairman, and board members. Yes, this is an important project. It is covering additional improved HVAC for over 23,000 square feet of our senior center, and we are confident that we can meet the timeline. The increased cost is due to some of the equipment that we under projected in costs originally. The equipment is ready to go on its way. The project is well underway. We've vacated the building. The crews are on site every day and sometimes late at night. The contractor is confident that we can get the project done in time. I also, Thane McGilkey, who is our architect, is on line, and I hope he raised his hand, and he's available to speak to this as well.
And I do see Thane is on. Thank you. Thane, you're.
Good afternoon, Chairman and board members. Just quickly, I think the big issue I'd like to address is this project is well underway. Air handlers are due. We have 3 rooftop air handlers underway. The largest or the latest arrival will be the week of Thanksgiving. We've scheduled this project carefully with the contractor. They're working backwards towards the air handlers. Those were the large equipment items and the large long lead items that we were most concerned about when we last spoke with you back in August, I believe. So most of the ductworks are run, new water lines, hydronic heating lines are well underway. The project is, I'm really impressed with the progress to date. So to say from my perspective, watching it. So we're confident in being complete by the middle of December.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Any questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of the $400,000 to City of Sheridan for the Hub Senior Center.
Been moved by the auditor. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the secretary. All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye. I see thumbs up from all of our folks. Thank you. That motion carries. That takes us, I think, to item number 25, Community Hospital of Torrington. Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, the Community Hospital of Torrington is requesting $223,419 for 4 building modifications. The first is relocation of the infusion therapy program closer to an entrance to eliminate traffic through an inpatient unit. Second is update the geriatrics pediatric unit, which has, or psychiatric unit, which was previously relocated to be a functional therapeutic environment. The third is negative pressure rooms, equip 2 rooms on the medical surgical unit for negative pressure airflow The final is create a negative air pressure isolation room in an existing patient room equipped to care for bariatric patients. The concern with this application is related to the timeline and budget concerns. Specifically, no work has begun yet, and there's concerns about the project being complete within the required timeframe. Have concerns about whether the project was budgeted, since it appears funds were normally allocated for capital expenditures. However, the current budget did not include any capital funding. And then finally, based on the information provided by the applicant, it's unclear whether the applicant's previous year's capital budget should be carried forward for determining whether the proposed expenditures may be covered under payments from this fund. So I would defer to Pat to expand on that.
Mr. Chairman, this one's a complicated one from a budgeting standpoint because of the way the Treasury's guidance handles entities with a fiscal year that ends in June, which I believe, and the applicant can correct me if they're wrong, but I believe that's the case here, in which case we will need to do some work on the back end if the board does decide to fund it, to determine to what extent the budgeting aspect of the CARES Act is met. But I don't believe that is the determination we necessarily need from the board here. But we would note that any funding decision that comes out of this would need to be contingent on satisfying the unbudgeted requirement from the CARES Act. As far as timeline concerns, the board is very familiar with the language the auditor read earlier, and that's all we have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Miller. Is there anyone from Torrington wanting to address the board? Mr. Bump, do we have somebody?
Mr. Chairman, Josh Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Bump. Mr. Haynes.
Mr. Chairman, this is Josh Hannes with the Wyoming Hospital Association. I don't know if Zach, the CEO at Community Hospitals, on the line today. Relative to the concerns about timeline, we certainly understand where that's coming from. We have talked extensively with Zach and his staff about those requirements and having to have the work done by a date certain. They believe they can get that done, and we can certainly work with them to help them get whatever documentation you need to satisfy your concerns that it be done on the timeline. I don't have any additional information about their capital budget, but could certainly help to clear up some of those issues as well.
Okay, so Mr. Hannes, just so I think you were probably on a little earlier, but the auditor pointed out that if it isn't completed, the CARES funding cannot be used for it. And basically, the community hospital would have to fund the whole bill.
Mr. Chairman, yes, sir, I did hear that.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer. So.
Yeah, I had thought that we had a policy that if you had, a distribution of funds, but it could be compartmentalized, and you could pay for those areas that were done. And I guess in this one here, I'm wondering if you had, if you got the negative pressure rooms done, but necessarily you didn't get the relocation of the infusion therapy program done, that you could at least pay for the negative pressure rooms, but you wouldn't be reimbursed for the relocation of the therapy program. And am I misunderstanding what our policy was?
And Treasurer, I think that's a question for Beth.
Well, I can generally, our projects haven't been solely standalone. A lot of them were interconnected. So if they did one part of a project, they really had to complete the whole project. So I would, in my humble opinion, I would think if they're not interrelated, we could pay for the different parts of the project, but I would defer to the individuals that went to school to interpret the law to tell us if I'm correct or not.
And Mr. Chair, this is Brandy from the Attorney General's office. And the treasurer is correct in his remembrance. In those instances where there was a portion of a project that could be completed by December 30th, we approved that portion. So if they wanted to put up a building, maybe that's not the right example, but there was an HVAC component that could have been completed, but the rest of the construction couldn't. If the HVAC component in and of itself was necessary and that component could be fully completed by December 30th, I do believe you have funded some projects on that basis.
Yeah, that's what I had thought too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Monker.
Just real quick, completed and in use. So not just a portion of a building that you couldn't use, it had to be completed and in use.
I do appreciate that, Mr. Miller. I guess when I'm thinking of a negative pressure or bariatric room, I guess I'm hopeful that we don't have to have it in use, but I recognize the issue. I mean, we want it to be ready to be used and appropriate. And I'm not trying to say, let's get ahead of it. I'm just saying that it's important we have those negative pressure rooms, and I know we've funded them.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I think I phrased myself poorly. I didn't mean that the unit had to be actually being used by a COVID patient so much as it had to be available for use.
Right.
It couldn't be a building that needed additional work before it could be used by patients. I'm terribly sorry about that.
No, that's fine. Thank you. Okay. Well, board, I think there's some ways to craft this, but I'll leave it up to you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would move for the approval of number 25, Community Hospital of Torrington, for the 3 negative pressure rooms and the relocation of the infusion therapy program in the updated space for $223,419 with the standard language that these things have to be completed and available for use by the end of the year.
Okay.
I'd second that.
Been moved and seconded. That sounds fine. The one question I guess I would have on that is whether in subsequent materials they can be differentiated in a way that allows for a little bit of for instance, the negative pressure rooms separate from the pediatric psychiatry unit, that kind of thing. So
yeah, Mr. Chairman, maybe to clarify that, I could say the components of
Ms. Blackburn.
Yeah.
I would say maybe a request from the hospital to their contractors or subcontractors would be to ensure that wherever they're working, their invoices state what part of this project they were working on, so we know which part we are funding. And that should make the review process go a little quicker as well.
Yeah, that makes sense, Mr. Chairman.
All right, and auditor, I hear you.
Mr. Chairman, did we need to have some sort of contingency about the budgetary component? I mean, I think everybody recognized that there could be a challenge if this had been included in their budget. And if that is the case, then it's completely off the table. So do we need to add in that contingency?
We can do that either as an amendment or as a friendly.
Mr. Chairman, since it wasn't my motion, I guess I would.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to understand why, I'm sure we've funded things that were on companies that had a year end that wasn't December 30th or 30, wasn't January 1 or whatever for the beginning. So I'm curious why, this is coming up, that if you've got a June 30th year end, that you're not eligible for coronavirus funding or COVID funding.
Mr. Chairman, I might have misunderstood, but maybe if it was Jim or Pat that walked through that concern, I can get over myself on that.
Yeah. I know they said something there, auditor. So let's have a clarification of that, because I'd bet a 6-pack of beer, by golly, that we've already done this.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer. The way that the CARES Act was initially drafted, it said unbudgeted as of, I believe it was March 27th, which raised questions for entities that turn over their fiscal year on June 1st. Does that mean that, July 1st? Does that mean that everything from July 1st forward is unbudgeted? And the Treasury recently addressed that and said, no, what you have to do is you have to go back and look at the spending baseline from the previous year and carry that forward, so that would be the anticipated budget for the 2020 to 2021 fiscal year. And then from that point, we would apply the budgeted analysis in the Treasury's guidance, which is, I believe, either there was no line item that could have been legally used to fund it. And in this case, if there was a capital budget that might have been available to fund this particular portions of this particular project, or that it was a substantially different use. And we can clean this up on the back end with the applicant, because if it's just not eligible, we will not write the advice that it's eligible. So I don't know that it necessarily has to be in the motion here, but I just wanted to flag for the board, because we don't have a copy of the budget from last year, we were unable to complete our budget analysis on this particular project.
I see.
Okay. I understand now, Mr. Chairman. They just didn't have a budget, so they couldn't check.
Yeah.
Exactly. They gave us the 2020-2021 budget. We were unable to carry forward anything from last year to this year.
Okay, that sounds helpful.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I would not, I'll withdraw my suggestion that the motion be amended.
All right. Further discussion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Or a thumbs up. I see 4 thumbs up. That motion carries as well. So that takes us to item number 28, if I'm correct. Ms. Blackwell?
Mr. Chairman, application 28 comes from the Cheyenne Downtown Development Authority. They're requesting $466,859,859 for grants to local businesses in the amount of $51,328, insurance at an outdoor dining location for $531, $175,000 for hygiene barriers for local restaurants, and $250,000 for trash compactors in the downtown area. The project raises necessity concerns. The local grants, these emergency assistant grants were given to small businesses for rent and utilities. They may be eligible. Insurance, the applicant opened a small park for outdoor dining, and as part of its agreement with local businesses co-sponsoring the park, the applicant purchased an insurance policy. It's unsure whether this expense is necessary. Hygiene barriers, the applicant intends to purchase large plexiglass barriers to separate tables at local restaurants. This may be eligible and if they can acquire the equipment before the end of the year. And finally, the trash compactors. The applicant has not demonstrated that solid waste is a problem in the city, and there are doubts that this is a necessary expenditure. You're muted, Governor, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, my turn. Thank you. I wanted to ask if Mr. Miller had any additional comments on that.
Mr. Chairman, the grants are entirely a necessity call on the board's part. I do know that I believe similar applications in the past have been denied on necessity grounds. The insurance policy is a fairly small dollar amount. We just weren't sure if that was something that was required to opening the park or not. I don't believe we would have any eligibility concerns if that was funded. The two main questions that I think are before the board are whether it's necessary to purchase large plexiglass barriers for local downtown restaurants, and then the trash compactors. That's an eligibility question. There is an FAQ that says costs to address an increase in solid waste as a result of the public health emergency may be eligible. But in this case, the applicant has not demonstrated that there is actually a concern about solid waste in the city and in the area where they're requesting these. And consequently, we need the board to determine whether or not that's a necessary expenditure. And we would prefer if the applicant could explain why there is a need for these.
Thank you. And I see Ms. Ash has her hand up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, Amber Ash, I'm the DBA Executive Director. I think we could start with probably the easiest one, commercial trash compactors. Based on the definition that Auditor Racines provided earlier, that they had to be put into service in time. That's not something that, based on my meeting this morning with the company, that's not something that we would not have them in service by December 31st. So that one can be pulled. For the emergency micro grants for businesses, the DDA rolled these out before before the state of Wyoming was even certified for the SBA economic injury disaster loans. So at this time, they weren't eligible for PPP. This is well before July when the state rolled out their grants. It was right after COVID broke out. The businesses, we meet with them every week. They had expressed to us, that they were in a lot of trouble. They were struggling with landlords demanding rent, utility payments. There were no relief programs at that point in time. A lot of those businesses probably wouldn't have made it if we hadn't provided that jump in order for them to get between when our grant went out and bills were due and when federal relief actually became available. I had many businesses who came into the office who were actually in tears when they picked up those grants because that was their lifeline to get to the point where federal aid was available. And then eventually that federal aid rolled down to the state through the grants that came out in July. So that money kept those businesses in operation. We did wind up losing one of those businesses even still. Their landlord just flat out refused to work with them and actually increase their rent in the months following that, and they just weren't able to continue to sustain. But the other businesses are all still in operation and doing well. And then the hygiene barriers for restaurants, these came about because we met with City County Health. The Chamber of Commerce here in Cheyenne organized a meeting with elected officials, City County Health, the economic development officials, which would be Visit Cheyenne, Chamber of Commerce, and the DDA. as well as many business owners, to talk about the challenges that our restaurants are facing and the fact that the reduced capacity and the takeout, that's not meeting their needs. And so this was an idea that came across during that meeting. It's something that we could do to help expand capacity, but still do it in a safe manner. What we would actually want to do here is provide the grants directly to the businesses and then have them secure the barriers themselves so that they could design it for their individual business needs, and provide additional safety barriers there. I did note, I think it got lumped in as Christmas decorations, but I did note the other grant program that I wanted to run for the businesses was not included in that total. And I don't know if I could have an opportunity to talk about that as well.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that those amounts will probably appear on the no fund list, as we also have a recommendation on that list from this applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. I was going to say, let's just stay kind of on what we have. I very much appreciate, Ms. Ash, your comments here. I think earlier the treasurer had asked if any of these were kinds of grants that could have gone through the Business Council. Was that your question, Mr. Treasurer?
I do not know if the hygiene barriers, if that would have been considered PPE at some point. It was something that had never been considered really until we had that meeting with City County Health to talk about how desperate the situation was for restaurants and bars and how many we had that are sitting right on the fringe and need assistance. And so after we had that meeting, I was putting together my application and put these in an effort to try and find a way to help get those businesses opened up further so that they can survive.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Mine, Treasurer.
I guess the trash compactors I thought were 250. That leaves us roughly 227 in the proposed grant for hygiene barriers and the insurance. I don't really have it's a de minimis almost. I don't have a question on that, but I don't care if it's in there or stricken or not, but I think the hygiene barriers make sense. If not for anything else, but for a pilot project to see whether or not the local health department could, certify that you could go from 50% capacity to 3/4 or something like that and do it effectively, or even full capacity and do it effectively. So it'd be, I think it'd be worth it for our restaurant industry just to have a run at this one.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Mr. Chairman?
Auditor Racinas.
So I have some questions and several concerns. The plexiglass barriers very much were part of the Business Council mitigation program. They were eligible and approved for many restaurants. And in fact, if you recall, Mr. Chairman, that program, despite marketing efforts, that's the one that ended up with leftover money in it back in July and August. They couldn't even, they didn't even get as many applications as they had money, and that was very targeted towards PPE, plexiglass, and additional special expenses of restaurants like styrofoam containers that they may not be normally buying. Additionally, those sorts of expenses would also be available under the current program that is that we're still taking applications on. So I also am curious, Amber, could you talk a little bit more about when you issued, I'd like to know more about the grant program to small businesses, when you issued those specifically, and what was the application what was the application process, and what records did you obtain from the business to determine amounts?
So let's see here. I enclosed in the packet, I don't know if they sent you guys the full packet, but I did enclose a copy of the actual grant application that we sent out. So we released it on March 20th. And let's see here. Any business within the DDA district was eligible to apply. We issued the checks in April, the first week of April. In fact, we had them come up and pick them up in person. I did include a copy of the bill payment list showing those checks going out the door. Again, that was before Wyoming was even certified as an SBA economic injury disaster loan eligible. And so we awarded 27 grants to those businesses. The maximum grant amount was $2,500, and the grants could be used for rent, utilities, phone, and internet service. So the bare basics they needed to continue to operate.
So, Mr. Chairman, a quick follow-up.
Yes.
Thanks for that explanation. And I see that is before Business Council grants were available, but one of the requirements of giving grants to businesses in the CARES Act guidance is we have to have documentation that they were economically harmed. And so what records did you collect, or what sort of certifications did they have to make that in order to receive that money?
So we had them submit the application, which asked them if they were currently in arrears on payments. At that time, we were exploring a microloan. So we asked them if they would be seeking a microloan as well. But then it became obvious that the PPP was going to come out, and that wasn't necessary for us to go that way. We asked them what measures they'd taken to preserve their business and what other measures they were doing. In addition, we had them provide copies of documentation showing what their mortgage payment was, or their lease agreement, their Black Hills utility invoice, their Bopu invoice, their internet service provider invoice, and their telephone service invoice. And then their 3 most recent months of bank statements for all accounts.
Any follow-up there, Auditor?
Mr. Chairman, I guess no follow-up for Mrs. Ashton. Thank you, Amber. I feel like we could get there with the grants potentially, but I don't know. There were so many certifications we had to get and whatnot, and I don't know how closely the attorneys have looked at that or not. I'm not comfortable with the plexiglass. It makes perfect sense, but the opportunity has been there not once, not twice, but through 3 business council programs. And so I would think that any Cheyenne restaurant who is eligible to receive CARES Act funding has had ample opportunity for PPE, plexiglass, modifications like that. But that's just where I am at, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I'm assuming that our program on that on these things are paid after invoice. So I guess this would be the fourth run at it for the Cheyenne restaurants if it went forward, but we wouldn't use that money, until, it's basically an allotment until you get an invoice for plexiglass. So, it would essentially revert back to our budget, and we're over allocated anyway. So we're going to get a lot of reversions. It doesn't make any sense to keep it off the table. I guess if we and just leave it in the bank account, so if these guys have a better access and can provide a more effective program than a business council at a local level, well, more power to them.
Okay. All right. Further discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I'm having a hard time seeing the entire application. It's not loading correctly. So if Beth could just, if she has the breakdown of what's what as far as amounts go on this request.
I absolutely do. Let me get them for you. The breakdown that I have shows $51,328 for grants to local businesses, $531 for insurance at the outdoor dining location, and $175,000 for hygiene barriers for local restaurants. And that's not including the $250 that they took off. So I have a total of $226,859.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Auditor.
I'm just wondering if the Attorney General's office has any additional thoughts on the grants to businesses. I may be overthinking this.
So Mr. Miller or Ms. Monger?
Mr. Chair, this is Brandy Monger, and I do think this is a bit of a policy call, to be honest with you, Madam Auditor, because we have, through the state of Wyoming, put in a lot of money for grants to private entities. And this pot of money is really meant to help cities, towns, and counties. So I guess at some level, it really is a policy call on behalf of the board of, do you want to use your funds for this, even though a lot of other funds went to those sorts of programs, or not? So I don't know if that answers your question, Auditor.
It does, Brandy. Do you have any concerns about placing responsibility for determining business eligibility with another entity that is not the state?
Mr. Chair and Madam Auditor, yes. I will say that I do have some serious concerns about that, although it does sound like this program was done in the past, so that we could potentially look at it and make sure that we felt that the program met the requirements of the CARES Act funding. But on a going forward basis, I would have some very real concerns about that.
All right. Yes, please, Auditor.
I'd be ready to make a motion unless other folks have commentary.
Hearing none, please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of the $51,328 in grants with a robust review by the AG's office, just making sure it met a standard. Amber, it sounds like you guys did, you had a pretty vigilant process. And also the $531 in insurance. And so that would be $51,859, I believe.
All right. $61,859. No, my math works too. So that the motion has been made. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the secretary. Is there any further discussion?
And Mr. Chairman,
Treasurer Meyer.
earlier I thought you had said that the business council's funds have been oversubscribed. But then here the auditor said that some of them weren't oversubscribed. So are there pockets in there that aren't oversubscribed, just like we have pockets in ours that's not oversubscribed?
Yes, Mr. Treasurer, there were 3 initial programs you'll remember. The first was almost immediately taken up. That was the 50,000. The second one, an auditor, I think you were in the middle of this, but the second one was almost immediately taken up. The third program is the one that struggled a little bit. It was very specific to PPE, if I remember correctly, Auditor Racinas. We then established a fourth, the most recent program, 24 million, I think, that was made available alongside the agricultural program that opened 2nd of November, and that program that last program is already oversubscribed.
So, but the PPE one is oversubscribed now.
Right, yeah, and then just being clear about that, we're still taking.
That's where the plexiglass was.
I believe they could be used for that, yeah.
Yeah.
So
we don't have any more business council money at all for plexiglass, is what I'm getting at.
That's what I wanted to make clear, Mr. Treasurer, is that we have the opportunity to be able to put more money into that, which, to your point about what are we going to do at the end, part of this is to make it available as we go. We just don't know exactly how all of this comes to ground. So that's why we're still taking applications and still processing them. If you apply today, it says you're in the queue.
But that's not going to be till December.
I think those grants are starting to go out pretty quickly. Yeah. So,
I mean, we won't reload some of those other grant levels until December.
Auditor, I'm thinking that you were part of those conversations around when the ag program will close on the 18th of November, if I remember correctly, and the other program may be kind of in the same neighborhood.
Mr. Chairman, yes, and I think you being the final sort of oversight over these funds will be the decider of how quickly that money is rerouted. But I think what I am struggling with is money was made available and robustly publicized 3 different times for this purchase, and the grant funding that was specifically for this purchase for true expenses, not revenue replacement, was not all applied for. So I guess my thought is businesses who actually wanted plexiglass or were willing to get that done have had ample opportunity to do so. They can still apply. And that's the reason I made my motion the way I did.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, may I ask Amber a question?
Of course.
Yeah, Amber, I guess, when's the last time you talked to Cheyenne restaurants or businesses about hygiene barriers? And I guess that's the first question here.
So I had a couple of the restaurants on the weekly meeting I have with the downtown businesses Wednesday, and we discussed, when this grant would be heard, when I would know an answer, so then they would know when they could apply. So I do know that the restaurants are very interested in applying. I do want to distinguish, I understand the point that Auditor Racinas is making in terms of, the PPE and the plexiglass. I think the difference and the distinguishing point is nobody understood that for the restaurants that might give us the opportunity to expand the capacity. It wasn't until we had the meeting with City County Health in which they said that was something that they would consider, that anybody understood that would be an option for us to explore. And so if businesses had known that back in July, would the restaurants have applied? I absolutely think they would have. But I don't like that there was a breakdown there on that might even be considered an option or something that we could explore.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and the other things change. We started this week, we had a mask mandate because we had a lot more cases. And there's probably some discussion about shutting down restaurants and bars again. And it might be that the hygiene barriers might be the only thing that might even keep a restaurant open. So, true enough, these funds weren't utilized. There's a reason they weren't utilized. I think Amber just went through part of that. Unless the money is readily available at the business council, that people can apply for those grants tomorrow. I think we should include that, but I can make that a separate motion. I won't beat a dead horse, so to speak.
Secretary.
And I don't know if Mr. Treasurer was alluding to this, but the other thing you have to remember, perhaps, and I don't know, and maybe Ms. Ash can address this, but back when that funding was available, I suppose a lot of restaurants were doing outside dining, and so they could socially distance and thought they didn't need the plexiglass. But now we're approaching the winter months. And now if that's not available to them, perhaps now is the time they'll need the plexiglass for inside dining because of winter and cold temperatures. So, and then that's number one. And then the second thing is $175,000 is a nice round number. And I always kind of have to figure out how somebody came up with the number, and hopefully it's based on a specific need. And so how many plexiglass barriers, how many tables are served with $175,000, and also how many restaurants benefit from that? And does the Downtown Development Authority have jurisdiction beyond downtown? Or are we just talking about restaurants downtown, or are we talking about restaurants in the city limits, of Cheyenne? Anywhere could receive these pieces of plexiglass. So
I think you hit the nail on the head in terms of a lot of businesses they were using our community pocket park if they didn't have outside dining. We have several restaurants that are within a block of that community pocket park, as well as some of them also had outdoor seating. Now with winter, of course, that's not really an option, particularly as the snow flies. And so they are having to move more inside. During summer, our caseload, was 50 to 70 cases at a time at any given point. Now it's much higher. I don't even know right now what it is in Laramie County, but in regards to the number of hygiene barriers and how I got to that number, in the packet I provided is a list of the restaurants, and we counted their how many had booths and would need a fitted piece of plexiglass between the booths, and how many had tables with the plexi rollers. We had 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 7, 29, 3, 4, 5, 6, 37, 38, 39, 40, 42 entities that we did a count on. that are within the DDA boundaries. And we estimated that we would need 42 of the fitted for booths and then 274 of the plexi rollers. Again, we would like to award these as grants directly to the businesses so that they could pick what best meets their needs rather than us doing a mass order all at once. But that total cost you will see there was $167,000. The prices on these tend to fluctuate day by day based on supply and demand because there's a lot of demand throughout the country. But that's how we got to 175 is we allowed a little extra above and beyond the roughly $68,000 that we just did a rough estimate on.
Thank you.
Yeah,
And I don't know if that changes anything or if we want to incorporate that in this motion or not, but that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Ms. Monger, I just, you know, we've kind of gone a couple of places with this conversation, and I certainly recognize the value and certainly appreciate the need for the opportunity for more flexible kinds of seating arrangements, particularly as we go as we go inside. What I guess I'm curious about, who would own these barriers? Would they be the Chamber of Commerce? Would the businesses themselves own them? And if the businesses didn't survive, then are they what are they property of the chamber, or are they property of the businesses themselves? I guess I'm curious about that, because as you can imagine, this is all coming to a kind of an abrupt halt on the 30th, and after that, it may be just as difficult for businesses. And if we don't see some reduction in the number of cases, people may not feel as safe going out to supper, which could be a problem for those businesses staying.
I had intended for the businesses to own them and to be able to, you know, continue to use them throughout COVID. I think, you know, it's commonly accepted that COVID's not going to end on December 31st, that it will continue to be a problem going forward. I think anything that we could do to make dining safer for people and support our businesses is a great thing. You know, if the DDA needs to own them and collect them all at the end, that's something we can look at, although I don't have an idea what on earth I will do with them when this is all over a year from now or whenever we finally get past this. But, you know.
But Amber, I think you understand my concern here is that if I understood correctly, there's a lot of worry, and rightly so, about business viability going forward. And this is one attempt to try to figure out how to fix that. I certainly understand that. I don't know if it's a guarantee that they'll still stay in business.
I don't think today there's any business that can guarantee anything.
Yeah.
That's just the reality of COVID. It has impacted us in such a way. I think, you know, with rare exception, most small businesses are just holding on.
Okay. Ms. Monger, is there any concern there? Is that this is all grant money, so presumably it's grant money.
Mr. Chair, yes, and I think where you're providing funds to purchase an actual barrier that then goes out to the restaurants, it's a little less problematic than other types of grant programs. So this might be something if we could get information on what that looks like and how they'll make sure that these are necessary, we could look and determine whether or not they're an appropriate expenditure.
Okay. So we do have a motion on the table. Auditor, I think you made that motion.
Yes,
Um,
Mr. Chairman.
And I think the secretary seconded it. Is that correct?
It's late, not really, but it's late enough for me and I don't remember.
I think I have it. Hold on just one second, Chairman. The motion was made by the auditor to fund the 51,328 in grants to local governments, as well as the insurance for a total of $51,859, and that was seconded by the secretary.
So that, thank you. So with that, is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion as stated, signify by saying aye or a thumbs up. That motion carries. All four members move.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I didn't hear Brandy. I had my other phone ring in. Were we saying that we were going to wait to see whether or not these plexiglass things were actually necessary in COVID? Is that what I heard?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Treasurer, what I said is that we could look at the proposal to make sure that we were comfortable that it was a necessary expenditure.
For plexiglass around restaurant tables?
Well, that the amount of the requested plexiglass, that the restaurants actually wanted them, those sorts of things are what we look at when we're considering necessity. So not necessarily that a plexiglass barrier at a table is helpful, but that this amount, the requested amount is the necessary amount, right? That we're not buying 100
I've got
for 20, for a request of 20.
I think we just lost the treasurer.
He may not have understood or heard the motion, the final version. I don't know.
We can take it up. This is it's late in the day, and I know we have more to do. So we can come back and revisit this if the treasurer rejoins us. It does look like he has left. Ben, is the treasurer still on?
It does look like he has dropped off somehow.
Okay. Well, let's push forward. We have the EPRSAL LLC Deer Trail Assisted Living equipment request. Number 30, is that correct, Ms. Blackwell?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. And I would suggest considering number 30 and 31 together. It's the same entity. However, they have two different DBAs. One is Deer Trail Assisted Living and the other is Mountain Plaza Assisted Living. So application 3 is for Deer Trail Assisted Living. They're requesting $82,439 for vital sign equipment, a new transit van, to turn a storage room into a visiting room, unspecified COVID training, and upgraded internet services. The applicant states that the equipment is necessary because they are now taking temperatures daily to monitor for COVID-19. The equipment seems unnecessary for that purpose, as a simple thermometer would also do the job. The new transit van, the applicant states that this equipment is necessary because it only has one van currently. An additional vehicle would allow for better social distancing between the two vehicles. This is a large expense, and we just aren't sure about the benefit provided due to that large expense. The storage room conversion, applicant has not provided a timeline for this project or indicated what is involved in the conversion. So it appears to, if the conversion is not extensive remodeling, it may be okay, but a construction project at this time is questionable. Training, applicant did not include when the training will occur, what it would cover, or why it is necessary. The upgraded internet applicant states that it is necessary to accommodate devices and requested 12 months of upgraded device service. The amount included on the sheet represents only the November and December amounts. The remaining 10 months will be recommended on the no funding because it's outside of the covered period. Additionally, for Mountain Plaza, their request is for our Mountain Plaza Assisted Living. Their request is $74,868. They're requesting it for vital sign equipment, a new transit van, professional training, and upgraded internet services. The reasons stated with the prior application apply to this as well.
Thank you. Mr. Miller.
Nothing to add, but I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. And I believe that we have Mr. Smith on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. First up, as a county commissioner here in Sweetwater County, I want to thank you for your approval and support of the county facilities that you've approved today, as well as previously. And also as a resident of Rock Springs, thank you, Governor, for recognizing Rock Springs as a city. We appreciate that. It's a thriving metropolis out here in the Southwest. So much appreciated. Also, Treasurer Myers stated earlier and very much appreciated his words towards the assisted livings. 47% of deaths are in this age group, and that mental health is so important. So I'll go through these quickly as best I can. So the monitoring systems for vital signs, it isn't just temperatures that we're taking each day. We're also doing blood pressure and heart rates, O2, so oxygen saturation. Those especially are very important as far as keeping an eye on COVID and the other things that ramifications that may come from COVID. So that is why that's on there. Infrared thermometers, obviously that goes along with that. The van is, we have a 12-passenger van. We have 60 residents that live here and roughly the same number at Mountain Plaza as well. When we have either appointments to take folks to, and maybe they're at the same time or roughly the same time, it's really difficult to get folks there with the social distancing requirements that we have. We've been very, very careful here. You know, we have different dining times in our dining room. We don't allow our residents to eat together because of the social distancing requirements. And so we take that very seriously, and then to pile them all on one bus to take them to appointments really defeats the purpose for us. And then going back to Treasurer Myers' comments about mental health, that also gives us the opportunity that is one thing that they can do that gets them out of the building, is going on a bus ride around town to go over to the horse corral and see the wild horses, or look at Christmas lights later on, or look at fall foliage. They really appreciate that. And we try to do that as often as we can, but it's disconcerting when we can't take everybody that wants to go, or it's just not possible in one day. So that is the justification for the van. As far as the renovation of the storage room, yeah, this is carpets there. It's really just painting and furnishings for it. So there's no problem at all as far as timeline, getting that done in a timely fashion at all. And it does provide us with a visiting room, if you will, as other entities have talked about. The internet upgrade hadn't dawned on me that perhaps we shouldn't go beyond December, so completely understand that. And I would stand for any questions you may have for me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. Any questions for Mr. Smith? Auditor Racinas.
Commissioner Smith, thanks for being here. I think I heard you correctly. You addressed that timeline would not be an issue.
Not a problem at all, no.
Okay, great. And as far as ordering the transit vans?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I'm alerted by Councilor Spillman that the treasurer had an important matter that he had to attend to. So
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Smith.
I neglected to address the training. I apologize for that, skipped over it. The training is provided by Relias. It's an online training. They have COVID specific and as well as infection control specific classes that we're able to take without having a group setting. Usually we would invite an instructor in and have all staff meeting to talk about those things. Not ideal to do that right now. And so these are self-paced. We can send them out, have them individuals take them at their convenience, whether it's here at work. We make time for them to do that here or at home. That way we can, again, not gather in large groups and they can get the required training that they need. Department of Health has already been out to visit us and to both of our locations to make sure we're doing our infection control properly during this obviously serious time. And so far they've liked what they've seen. We are in their words, substantial compliance and want to stay that way. And so whatever we can do to keep our staff trained and up to date on whatever the latest recommendations may be, that's why we have the training in there as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Any further questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Auditor Racinas.
if you'll allow me, I would like to move these together.
I think that is fine. You can.
I would move approval of number 30 and number 31 to EPRSAL, doing business as Deer Trail Assisted Living and Mountain Plaza Assisted Living in the amounts of $82,439 and $74,868.
Okay, that motion that has been seconded by the secretary. Mr. Smith, one quick question. Is there a way to pronounce EP-RSAL?
We say RSAL, EPRSAL. It stands for Encore Partners, which is the parent company, and RSAL stands for Rock Springs Assisted Living.
Okay.
There you go.
EP-RSAL. All right. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Or a thumbs up. I have, I guess that motion carries. I see the secretary, the auditor, superintendent, myself, the treasurer is excused. Next.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is Lyman, the police department, town of 32.
That is correct, Chairman. They are requesting $123,682 to remodel the town hall and police station. This renovation includes replacing doors with a window because they have 2 doors and only need 1, replacing metal transfer box with a window, adding a solid countertop and cupboards, replacing fabric furniture with vinyl furniture, adding remote door opening equipment, replacing wood countertops with solid surface countertops, adding a door to the chief's office, and installing rubber flooring in the exercise room. The concerns with this is related to necessity and timeline. Some aspects of this project seem very likely to be necessary to unlikely to be necessary to respond to COVID. Specifically, replacing a door with a window and installing rubber flooring do not appear to be reasonably related to public health emergency. The applicant has not yet provided a timeline, and as there is very little time left to convert in the covered period. As a public entity, this applicant would be subject to state procurement laws, which would add a minimum of 2 weeks to the procurement process. Therefore, we, like I stated, have concerns about necessity and timeline.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, any addition to that?
Mr. Chairman, I would just point out that this is an application where we did not have an itemized list, because I do think there are some components of this project that are likely eligible. Replacing a transfer box with a window, there might be some certain barriers in the project that are eligible, whereas there are others that are probably not. And so we weren't able to split it out. It had to end up on the policy list. The ones I would be most concerned about would be the rubber flooring, the replacing a window with a door, the ones that Beth mentioned.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone from the town of Lyman, Bridger Valley, that would like to address this? I see Ms. Bradshaw.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. This is Shelley from the Lyman Police Department to answer your questions. As far as the timeline, we have spoke to all the contractors. They know of the timeline deadline. They're very much on board, can guarantee that they will have their work done. They've all been in here already, measured, and done all the necessary work that they would have to do. So all they have to do is the work. As far as the door, replacing the door. So when you come into the PD, we have to let everyone in. And it's an old, they all come into the police department office. There's old wood counters. It's an old dispatch center. So we would remove the dispatch center and just replace the window with a glass window and do everything outside in the foyer. So we wouldn't let anyone in until, unless they needed to come into the PD. So we would eliminate a lot of contact coming in. We would put in the foyer a countertop where the officer would go out there, do fingerprints, take care of any VINs. We are the only municipality in Bridger Valley that is doing fingerprints. We've never closed down. We've kept doing that. As far as the rubber flooring, maybe not a necessity. We just thought easier to clean up. They're back there sweating, working out, the police officers. We just thought that would make easier cleaning for the exercise room for them to keep up their training. As far as the countertops, just them being very old, we can only disinfect so much that old wood, just being an older building. And the countertop person that would do that guaranteed that he could have the countertop in the due time. Any other questions?
Thank you. And let me ask if anybody has any questions. Secretary, did you have a question?
One thing I wasn't clear on was what type of, maybe it says here, but what type of flooring is in the exercise room now?
It's a carpet flooring is what's in there now.
Okay.
So it's just carpet.
Okay. All right. And I would just say to me that, I mean, we have similar to the replacing fabric furniture with vinyl. We've done that in a few places like waiting rooms and medical facilities. And I think replacing carpet, you know, with rubber, especially in an area where people are, you know, sweating and, you know, ostensibly. And to me, the rubber flooring kind of makes sense, I guess.
Okay.
I don't know about the two doors down to one, but.
Well, we just thought that would help minimize people coming into the office. We would just have them go to the east side of the building. And then that way it just minimizes, instead of coming in, because the town hall, they can come in both sides of the building. So we would minimize just one coming in one side. And this project isn't for the whole town of Lyman, it's just for the police department. Other than the town of Lyman part falls into doing the touchless faucets in all the public restrooms, at the Heritage Barn and at the toilets too. So everything would be touchless for the public restrooms. That's where the town of Lyman part comes in, is the touchless faucets and toilets.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Other questions? I have one question. The way this came, if I understood correctly from Ms. Blackwell, is that it wasn't particularly well itemized, which I guess my one concern would be, does the applicant understand that even if we approve this as is, there still is an additional, because there would have to be receipts that will be sent back and then reimbursed. And there may be some of those expenses that won't be eligible. And I just want to make sure the applicant understood that they would have to stand for those expenses.
So would we know which expenses wouldn't be? Because I sent in all the estimates from all the contractors, did all the furniture and stuff, exchanging it from fabric to leather. I sent all that in, so it was pretty much, I felt like itemized. So I'm not sure what wouldn't be reimbursed, but if we had heads up on that, then we could see where our budget was to take care of those projects on our own. Not sure if we have the money at this time to do that, but what doesn't get reimbursed back, we just will not be able to take care of at this time.
Okay, Ms.
I mean,
Blackwell. Ms. Blackwell, do you want to address that a little bit?
I would defer to Pat or Jim on that.
Mr. Chairman, as far as the receipts go, we did not have time to sort through all of those receipts. And for a lot of those items, there seemed to be crossover between labor that would have been for multiple purposes. So we don't have a spreadsheet or any kind of breakdown that would allow us to itemize. But I do believe that if the board were to select from the items that have been identified on the list Ms. Blackwell was reading off of, that would give the town direction.
So I guess I'm not sure what kind of paperwork I need to send in to show that that's all itemized.
Well, and what I'm trying to think of here is there may be some things that seem tangential to COVID, but are part of the construction project. You know, for example, and this is probably not definitive, and I apologize, but as I see replacing wood countertops with solid surface countertops, that makes some sense to me. But I'm less clear about cupboards, for example. It is unclear to me that a door to the chief's office is because of COVID, whereas I think the rubber flooring, as the secretary said, might make a lot of sense and is consistent with fabric furniture to vinyl furniture. So I'm hoping that makes some sense, and that, you know, commonsensically that you know, adding a dog kennel, which I know you're not doing, but adding a dog kennel would not meet the requirements, whereas you know, having better cleaning supply would, kind of thing.
Well, the cupboards are what's underneath the countertop. So when you replace the countertop, that's it's cupboards under there too. So it would just, you take all the countertop out, that cupboard comes out with it, is what that is.
Okay.
Any other questions? I don't know if I've confused you more or not.
No, the challenge we constantly have is that, you know, in some ways everything's linked to everything else, but at some point you've got to say, well, this one is pretty far afield, and this one makes more sense under the constraints of what we've got. And so I was hoping that there might be a way, as you look at what you're going to do, you know, to be able to help differentiate those as you send in your receipt. Because, you know, if you have labor that is going to redo the roof, for example, but some of that labor is to put down the rubber floor, the part that they're doing on the roof isn't really tied to COVID. Am I making any sense?
Well, so sure. So the cupboards, you know, they're wood too. So the cupboards are wood, the countertops are wood. All of this is wood that's been here clear since 1987. So that would just be removed and just replaced with the countertop with the cupboards still. and they'd all just be the solid surface is what it would be. And, you know, removing the original where the dispatch center is, that's where the people, so in the PD, they come into the office and they talk to the secretary there, and it's all open where the dispatch center used to be. So we would remove that and just make it so they don't come in the office. They just go through a window. We do everything through a window. So we minimize the contact of so much coming into the office.
Okay. Well, are there further
Any
questions?
other questions? I think I look like I've confused some of you.
No, it's fine. I think we're just wrestling with, you know, an auditor may look at things differently than others might. So, what is the pleasure?
Yeah, and as far as the town, the touchless faucets and that, and the touchless toilets, I mean, that all falls into the same thing. So I'm not sure how you'd want me to break that down for you to clarify any of this.
Mr. Chairman, I struggle to move forward without a buffet of items to sort of evaluate and choose from, which I think is maybe what you were attempting to get at as well. From the narrative and the description, it sounds like some of these things are very, very necessary, maybe not so much for COVID, but just from a safety standpoint of having you know, of operating a police department. But I'm struggling to get there a little bit on necessity due to COVID.
Well, the necessity would be everybody, they have free access to come into our office. It's all wood countertops. And so just replacing those to the solid surface minimizes some for bacteria, you know, for all the COVID reasons. I mean, that's basically what this project is just removing the old countertops, replacing them with the ones that are more, that we can sanitize more sufficiently. Sorry about that. And that's basically what this project is just making it more COVID friendly, trying to minimize a little bit of contact with the citizens too.
So, Ms.
Go ahead, Auditor.
Ms. Bradshaw, do you have an idea as to what the countertops cost?
Yes, I do. So they would cost, sorry, let me get to that page. So for the restrooms, it would be $6,840. And for the police department, they would be $28,760.
And while we're at it, could you just give us the other line items?
Pardon me?
Would you be able to just rattle off the other line items real quick for us and their dollar amount?
Yes. So just for Maxfield Construction to come in and just remove where the dispatch center was and to just add a countertop where they can do the fingerprinting, more would be $12,000. Then we would replace the glass so that the contact would just be coming through a glass window, would be $1,450. Replacing a door just to minimize the entrance would be $1,251.56. And Some of the electrical would need to just be moved. So the electrical would be 1,180. And then our carpet, to replace the carpet, if we remove those, we need to replace the carpet, would be 22,485.93. And then to paint would be $8,000. And did you want for the faucets and that?
Yes, please.
Okay. So to replace our desks, because they're all the wood desks too, would come to 4,340.
Sorry, say that again, to replace all the desks?
Well, they're all wood too. They're like old wood ones, so we were going to replace those too. So to replace those would, because we have six people in the police department office. So we would replace the desks, which would be, sorry, I think I gave you the wrong amount. 2, 4, 6, $7,000. And then to replace the fabric chairs would be 2017. And then for the faucets would be, and the toilets for the whole town of Lyman, and the urinals would be 10,716. Any other questions?
I think people are figuring. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is Brandy from the Attorney General's office, and I do just want to say that in other instances where we've been asked, we have said that replacing wood with solid surface, especially for chairs, is not a necessary expense, because the idea is that they're like fabric, yes, because it's hard to clean, but wood is still a solid surface that you can clean, and we understood the necessity for that. So I just wanted to make sure I was on record for that.
Thank you, Ms. Monger.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Auditor.
I'll make a motion if other folks don't have.
Okay.
And please amend if other folks are in a different place. To be honest, I'm really struggling to get there on any of these items. Necessary and necessity due to COVID are two different things, and it sounds like some of them, as I mentioned, would be good for just general safety, but I'm struggling to tie it to COVID. In regards to the exercise room, I think that, again, I see the point, but I think that gets to, it's not a necessity to have the hard surface floor at this time. I mean, particularly when there's massive concerns with working out in gyms anyway in close proximity. So I'm actually going to move that we do not fund this project.
So not fund even the touchless faucets or any of that?
Mr. Chairman, that would be my motion. I don't think we've, and in fact, if I remember correctly, outside of medical facilities, I don't think we've done any wholesale upgrades to just fund touchless things in public buildings other than medical facilities.
So Auditor Racines has made a motion not to fund. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? Hearing none, that motion fails. I would entertain another motion. Madam Superintendent, I saw first, Mr. Secretary.
I think Mr. Secretary had his up way before me.
Okay, I guess where I'm going to come at this from is I think we're kind of in the mindset of healthcare facilities, which is obviously appropriate. And we've looked at things for like detention centers and so forth and so on. But I would argue that a police station and a town hall, especially the police station, is a public safety entity. And you have a lot of members of the public coming in and out of there. And we have funded some of the things I pointed out, like, fabric to vinyl, I think carpet to the rubber flooring. I mean, these are our police officers who are working in this facility, coming and going, the public's coming and going. And those are our public safety officers who are then going out and interacting with our citizens. And I kind of thought $7,000 for desks, because that's probably not as much of a public, people aren't touching their desks, the public anyway. So I thought that could be subtracted. But as far as the countertop, I mean, wood, it depends on the condition. So I think if these folks are telling us that this wood is 1987 vintage and people come in and they, it becomes porous over time. I haven't looked at it and I don't see pictures, but from my vantage point, I would think that this would fit in concert with what we've done in the past over the last several months. My only concern is in looking at some of the analysis that we have in our paperwork is the timeline issue. Them being the public entity and being, subject to state procurement laws, that adds the minimum of 2 weeks to the procurement process. That was my only concern. And so I thought we could make a motion if it's successful, it's conditioned upon them providing an adequate timeline to the Attorney General's office that comports with the procurement process so that we know they're going to be done in time on this. So I guess what my motion would be, and again, I'm free for amendments if there are other items that people don't particularly think are related, but my motion would be to approve this in the amount of $116,682, conditioned upon the things I said just a moment ago about the procurement process.
Okay, that motion has been made. Is there a second to that motion? It's been seconded by the superintendent. Mr. Treasurer, nice to have you back. We're discussing the Lyman Police Department, and the motion has recently been made to reduce the amount asked for by $7,000 for the desks, and so the amount is $116,682.
Which number is that, Mr. Chairman?
What the number is number 32. Number 32.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Any further discussion? With that, all in favor signify by saying aye with a thumbs up. So I have Treasurer Meyer, Superintendent Balo, Secretary Buchanan, all indicating yay. If it's a nay, thumbs down, or a nay. Auditor Racinas and I will join Auditor Racinas in that as a no vote. And thank you very much. To me, it's a little bit it's a little bit vague, and that was my real challenge with this. So, but thank you, Mr. Secretary. A good motion. So we're on to item number 33, Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, application 33 comes from Palace Pharmacy. They were requesting $69,592 to reimburse costs incurred replacing an HVAC system. The concern here is related to necessity. The board has previously approved HVAC systems for hospitals and other healthcare facilities. However, it's denied projects for non-medical facilities. Although this applicant is applying under the allocation for medical entities, it is not a treatment facility, and those are our concerns.
And a quick question, Beth, from my standpoint, this is a private business?
Yes, and I believe Pat is going to address that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, in addition to the concerns about necessity, unless the applicant is on and can give us some more details, I don't believe that this applicant is even eligible as a healthcare provider because the definition of healthcare provider specifically says it does not include a person who provides healthcare solely through the sale or dispensing of drugs or medical devices. So unless they provide additional treatment, they would not be eligible as a healthcare provider and therefore could not apply under our program. So if there's someone from the applicant who can let us know whether they do that or not, that would be helpful.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, clarification. So if they gave vaccination shots, would they be considered a healthcare provider at the pharmacy?
Mr. Chairman, if Jim Peters may have more experience with that, my inclination would be that might qualify as some kind of a treatment, but I'm not qualified to make a judgment off the cuff.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jim. Off the cuff, I'm not sure. Our definition is a person or facility licensed, certified, or otherwise authorized by law of the state to provide health care in the ordinary course of business or practice of a profession, but does not include a person who provides health care solely through the sale or dispensing of drugs or medical devices. So I'm not sure if I have quite an answer to your question, Mr. Treasurer. I'm not sure it's clearly identified by our definition.
Okay, Mr. Treasurer, is that any follow-up on that?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think that they probably would qualify as a healthcare provider, even though they're a pharmacy. I think there's doctors do the same thing in their office, provide vaccinations, and so to me, I guess that would probably cross them over the line. But if it's a pharmacy that didn't do that, then they're both licensed, different licensing boards, but
sure.
Yeah,
Albertsons and others would also be healthcare facilities, I would say.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any questions? Is there anyone from the Palace Pharmacy wanting to address the board? Anyone from Palace Pharmacy? Mr. Bump, can you, I don't see anybody.
Mr. Chairman, we don't have any hands raised at the moment. If anybody would like to speak to this, please raise your hand.
All right. Well, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, and also I would note that if they're a Wyoming business, they would have likely been eligible for business council funds as well. So I would move that without further information that we would decline funding this application for now.
Yep. Okay, that's been moved. Is there a second? been seconded by Secretary Buchanan. Thank you, Auditor, for your motion. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of a do not fund, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And if nays, signify with a thumbs down or no. Mr. Treasurer, I unfortunately, you moved around. You're an up. You're okay. Thank you. That motion carries. Next, we have item 35, Ms. Blackwell.
Item 35 comes from Platte County. They're requesting $80,733 for mobile data terminals for deputies. The question here is related to necessity. The applicant states that these terminals would reduce the need for deputies to return to the sheriff's office, reducing contact and consequently the risk of COVID-19 transmission. We feel this is only tangentially related to COVID and would stand for any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, any further comment on that?
Nothing to add, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board for either Mr. Miller or Ms. Blackwell?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
You know, I think we've been paying for a lot of work at home technology, haven't we? Or am I having a misunderstanding of that?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, we have paid for a substantial amount of telework equipment.
Yeah, I don't see any difference in that, Mr. Chairman. The patrol car or the patrol pickup or whatever, that is the home of the officer. That's his workplace. That's his home while he's out on the road. I think that I mean, we just had a situation where we had to close down our office until the 10th of November because of some tangential COVID-related situation. And I'm wondering how officers would be able to actually function if they didn't have the mobile capacity if that happened in a sheriff's office. You know, so I necessarily don't see any difference between a mobile office or mobile data terminals and what we're doing for somebody living in home.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. We have Mr. Irvin.
Thank you, Mr.
Go ahead.
Excuse me, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to Treasurer Meyer. That's exactly what we were thinking when we submitted that. And also breaking that chain between the public and the office. If a deputy, they don't get really to work from home. And so if they come in contact with somebody in the public who has the virus, we're breaking that chain from the public to the office or vice versa. If somebody in the office had the virus, they're not coming in contact with the office and then the public. So we were trying to break that chain and really treat their vehicle like it's their safe haven, their office. So we would respectfully ask that you approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin. And I'll note that you have some personal, well, not you specifically, but Platte County has some personal experience with the virus. And so.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions? I see Superintendent Balo.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, when I read this, I was putting the laptops in the same ilk as radios, essentially a communication tool that maybe wasn't necessary. I really appreciate Mr. Irvin and the treasurer's comments about the need for these, and I'm just grateful that those questions were brought up, because I needed that clarification, and happy to move approval of this expense.
Okay, that
Second,
motion,
Mr. Chairman.
it's been seconded by the treasurer.
Mr. Chairman,
Auditor.
quick question for Mr. Irving. Is there continued software expenses with either of these purchases?
Thank you, Madam Auditor. There will be, and not just with software, but also with our IT department. And so that's something we understand. But so to answer your question, yes.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Irvin, do you know what company you're going with?
Our IT company, Mr. Chairman, excuse me, our IT company has suggested Panasonic. That's what they've used in other settings. And from my understanding, it's what the Highway Patrol uses. And so that was our intention based off our IT department's recommendation.
So just a quick follow-up. This is not e-ticketing per se. Is that an accurate statement?
Mr. Chairman, that's true. We did request that as well, but I see that that's been taken out. This specifically is just for laptops in the patrol vehicle, so they can do crash reporting to the Department of Transportation, and also local reporting. It just gives them a laptop essentially in their vehicle.
Okay, you do not have laptops in the vehicles now.
No, Platte County does look forward to the opportunity to join the 21st century, though.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Or thumbs up. That motion carries. Next matter is 36, and Mr. Irvin, I bet you can stay on for this one. Ms. Blackwell, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, the next request also comes from Platte County. They're requesting $64,420 to digitalize the paper land records. The concern here is related to necessity and timeline. The applicant states that the project would reduce the need of the public to appear in person at the clerk's office. However, there's no timeline, and it appears that this process could be very extensive and time consuming.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Any further comments on that?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Irvin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for this opportunity. As the clerk of Platte County, I see every day people coming into our office to research land records. And what we've asked for is to digitize approximately 288 books. They're mechanical books, so the scanning company is able to take them out and they're in 1,000 pages per book and run them through high-speed scanners quickly. We're already scheduled for the first or second week of December. I can't remember which, but we're scheduled in December to have this done. We already have a program where people are able to research our records online. So essentially, we're looking to provide telework capabilities to the public to access our office. And so in terms of necessity, we're believing that this can keep additional people out of our office and provide them telework capabilities. And in terms of timeline, we're already scheduled for the first or second week of December.
Thank you. Any questions? Secretary Buchanan.
Just quickly, Mr. Irvin, maybe I missed this, but was this already budgeted, or this is still something slightly different because it allows the public the access in addition to your digital efforts that are already underway?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question, Secretary. this is not budgeted. We have in place a software that allows us to put our documents online, but we did not budget to digitize these books. We have approximately 300 books already digitized. This would add 288 more to that number. So the program itself, that was already implemented. We're not asking for that. We're just asking for the digitizing of 288 books to add to that software.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Irving, just real quick. So this is, help me get over the hurdle of thinking this is already a project you had underway prior to COVID.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. So we currently have approximately 580 land record books. Of those, about 300 have been digitized. This request would be to digitize 288 additional books, which would get us closer to all of our books being scanned. So currently the approximately 300 books that we have in digital format are available online. We're asking to add 288 additional books to that number.
So, Mr. Chairman, just a quick follow-up. Thank you for that clarification. And I think that's a very important endeavor, but we're charged with making sure the expenditures are a necessity due to COVID. And it sounds like this endeavor of getting your records out online was already started. So help me justify how these books are related to COVID. Does that make, I might not be asking that very well.
Mr. Chairman, I think that was an excellent question, Madam Auditor. And now I get where you're coming from. The necessity question again. So you're absolutely right. Our end goal in my office is to have all of our books digitized. We did not have it budgeted this year to digitize any. The way it's tied to COVID is it provides us the opportunity to give additional telework to folks from home, because otherwise land record companies, title companies, they're having to come in to look through those 288 books. If I can reduce the number of, increase the number of books available online, I think that that's directly related to a decrease in physical traffic in our office. So that's why it would be related to COVID.
That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, any further questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board? Does anyone want to put forward a motion? I would entertain a motion.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think there is a difference between just convenience and doing this digitization for the purposes to reduce possible COVID transmission. And I think we all try to modernize our businesses when we can, but there are some reasons why you want to make sure that it happens, and if it's a public health reason, which in this case it is, then I think it's more so than just convenience. And I think that's the question we have to ask: is this year more of a public health reason to digitize these, or is it more for a matter of convenience? And I think the answer is clear that it's more for a public health reason this year. It will add to convenience, but that's not the reason for doing it necessarily, because the convenience really wasn't envisioned to be necessary as a matter of convenience in the budget process. And with it not being budgeted, it leaves you that it's for public health only. So I would make a motion to approve the $64,420.
Motion has been made to approve the digitization of the Platte County records. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? I don't see a second, so that motion fails. I would entertain a contrary motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to deny funding on item number 36 in the amount of $64,420.
The auditor has made a motion to deny funding for the same amount. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the secretary. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion not to fund record digitization, to deny funding for it, please signify with a thumbs up or an aye. Okay, so I see the treasurer has voted no on that and the others have all voted aye. All right. We are now, Ms. Blackwell, how are we?
We are at number 40. We got 16 to go on this list, I believe.
Okay.
Not that anyone's counting.
I'd like to push through on these and then we can take a little break and come back for the no funding.
Sounds good.
All right.
So application 16 comes from Sweetwater County. And they're representing or presenting it for Memorial Hospital. This is a request for $292,700, and it's for diagnostic equipment that detects bacteria, yeast, and fungus, but not viruses. This project raises necessity concerns. It appears that it'll identify the bacteria, yeast, and fungus quickly. However, it doesn't appear to detect viruses. So we're not sure how this would help or be necessary to mitigate and respond to COVID-19. So with that, I would present Pat for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Any further questions?
Nothing to add, but I am available to take questions.
Okay, and then go ahead.
I guess I would ask staff whether any of them have heard of the proposition that people are more vulnerable who have underlying healthcare conditions. Simple yes or no.
Treasurer Meyer, I think it's a good point and well made. I was going to say to Ms. Marshall, if she wanted to address the board, that she may be able to also help address that.
Hi, Governor Gordon and board. We appreciate you guys taking time and going through all of these applications. I know it's a very grueling day. I just wanted to clarify a little bit. Ms. Blackwell's correct in this equipment. The reason why we find this very important and necessary for combating this virus is because many of our patients, and what we're seeing with our hospitalized patients, is that they're starting to develop or they're coming in with multiple infections. So it's not just COVID-19 they're coming in for. What we're seeing a lot is bacterial pneumonia and even some sepsis cases. And so having this equipment will allow us to do rapid diagnostic testing so that we can identify those different pathogens and infections so that we can properly address and treat those in a timely manner. Being able to do that is going to give our patients a higher rate of success in combating COVID, as you know, we're strengthening their bodies by being able to address these other infections quickly and properly.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Are there questions for Ms. Marshall? Ms. Marshall, do you want to, I think you did a little bit, but you might just also further address the treasurer's question about comorbidities or underlying conditions.
Right, absolutely. So what we've been seeing and what research is showing is that when we have patients who are ill enough that need to be admitted into our ICU, a lot of them do have underlying health conditions. And so as we're able to address those quickly, and also as we're able to test to make sure we're capturing any additional infections or strains of bacteria in their bodies, we're able to make a quicker care plan for them so that they have better odds and we're able to treat everything that's going on inside their bodies instead of just facing COVID or just facing those other underlying issues. It's hard to separate into one or the other. It's just a plethora of different things that we look at, and having this equipment will allow us to do that a lot more quickly. So we're not waiting for days to see what's going on with our patients. We're only going to be waiting for a few short hours.
Thank you. Any further questions? Any further questions? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion. Mr. Treasurer.
Mr. Chairman, I would as soon as I find the right line, I'd move for approval of that, but I'm trying to get down to the right spot here. Yes, I'm not I must have turned the wrong page, Mr. Chairman.
Item 40, Sweetwater County Memorial Hospital.
Okay, the testing systems.
Yeah.
And does this include the ventilator upgrades, or is that just the testing systems?
Ms. Marshall, do you want to address that?
I think based on what the numbers are, I think it's just the testing system or the testing equipment. I believe that the ventilator upgrades were included in your consent agenda.
That's what I thought too. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks for the clarification, Ms. Marshall. I'm for whatever the balance is, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that we fund the testing systems in item 40. I believe that Ms. Marshall hit the nail on the head, basically saying is that you got to know what you have to treat your patient for. And if you don't have the testing systems to determine that, COVID can be fatal. We know that. So you should know what you're treating them for and get rid of the things that you know that you can take care of. But if you don't know what those things are, then you're operating in the middle ages.
So for clarification, I think the full 292,700 is for diagnostic equipment. So.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, I'd make it for the 292,700.
Okay. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that, and I'll make a comment. I had a hard time at first getting on board with this because I know we have denied an application for flu tests, and thank you, Ms. Marshall, for helping us understand. But the narrative that in their application is very helpful as well. This is not to determine what the patient walking in the door has so much as to treat the patient that already has COVID and to be testing that COVID patient for additional problems. So anyway, I just thought that I would say that out loud because that's where I am. So I would second that in support.
Thank you, Auditor. So it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye.
Aye.
That looks like it was unanimous. So thank you very much, Ms. Marshall.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you guys.
Oh, thank you for hanging in there for the afternoon with us.
Yeah. When it gets about 10 o'clock, maybe some of you will still be here. I think we're going for a record, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we are now on item 41. Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, Sweetwater County is putting forth an application for the Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport. They're requesting $112,307 for new terminal seating to require social distancing. The concern here is related to necessity. It's unclear whether the furniture proposal is a necessity expenditure. It seems a bit excessive to enforce social distancing.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Nothing to add, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any questions for staff? Hearing none, I see Mr. Brubaker is on. And Duncan, I got to say, you have a phenomenal terminal. It's a beautiful place.
Mr. Chairman, it's not quite too beautiful. We're working on a future remodel, but it's we're coming along with it. But appreciate the time. This furniture that's before you today is terminal seating. I'm sure all of you have been in commercial terminals across our country, and it's a fixed seating style where they're ordered based on a layout of a terminal, and they're not they're modular in that you can move sets of seating, but they're not able to be reconfigured unless you order basically all new seating. On top of that, some of our terminal seating is fabric that is original to our 1978 terminal. And then we also have some of our other vinyl seating that has tears in it that have the foam exposed. The proposed seating that's before you allows for tables in between seats and separation with the design of the bar seating. They call it bar mounted seating, where we can ensure that social distancing throughout our terminal. As you guys are aware, when you congregate in a terminal, you don't have much of a choice when you go into the hold room after the checkpoint. For those of you there in Cheyenne, there's a beautiful terminal with a massive hold room that allows better social distancing. We do not have that here in Sweetwater County. So we have to somewhat force the travelers to have that separation with their seating. The price, trust me, I hate the price. Terminal seating, it averages about $1,000 a seat is the cost for terminal seating. So this is not in an effort to be excessive or overzealous in our expenditure. This is fitting seating in the space that we have in a socially distanced manner. And doing so to ensure the safety of our traveling public that comes through our terminal.
Thank you, Duncan. Any questions for Duncan? Auditor Racinas.
Mr. Brubaker, thanks for being here. What has the traffic been in the terminal during the coronavirus pandemic?
Mr. Chairman, Auditor Racinas, so we are approximately down 60% right now, and that is off of our all-time highs. So from 2016 to 2019, we had increased passenger traffic at our airport by 57%. And so we're down 60% from those highs. We have seen incremental increases every month since April when we hit bottom. We are trending above industry average and national averages like most of Wyoming is. But our passenger traffic averages between 30 and 50 people per flight right now going through our terminal.
And Mr. Chairman, a follow-up. How many seats do you have right now in the terminal?
So right now in the terminal, there is, in the hold room, there is 47 seats in the secured hold room. And in the public area, there's approximately 65 seats in their current configuration and current size.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is just for the terminal, not for the holding area, or is it for both?
It's for the public area and the hold room area. It would cover both spaces.
And Mr. Chairman, sorry to beat a dead horse. Mr. Brubaker, if there's a table between the chairs, do the chairs actually end up 6 feet apart?
So, Mr. Chairman and Auditor Racinas, so as part of this package, there would also be signage that's attached to the chairs that allows for additional separation. Because of the configuration of terminal seating, you can't get 6 foot in between unless you add a bunch of extra tables, which then eliminates enough seating for our passenger traffic that we do have coming through with meters and greeters. So the signage is part of this package that we put on the seating to maximize that separation.
So, Mr. Chairman, I want to ask one final question. The chair, I mean, if we're talking about social distancing, we actually don't get there necessarily with these new chairs. You have to not use all of the new chairs, which is not necessarily, I mean, is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman and Auditor Racinas, I believe to a certain extent that it is accurate. At the same time, the way these chairs can be ordered, we're limited for terminal seating, for airport terminal seating and mass transit seating. There's limited options, so we have to work within the confines of the equipment that's available on the market, and this is what's available to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Thank you, Auditor. Devin, is this also going to apply to the FBO or just for the terminal?
Mr. Chairman, the FBO has soft seating currently that is singular in terms of being able to socially distance. And we've been able to, part of the consent package earlier today, you approved some electrostatic sprayers to help us over on the FBO side. This is the bar seating that you find in commercial terminals across the country.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Further questions? Further questions? All right. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Auditor Racinas.
I'm struggling with this one, and I think my questions probably revealed that it doesn't, it's a good chunk of money, and it doesn't actually allow for proper social distancing unless the model is we're buying new chairs that we can only use part of, which gets me to my point that it's getting a little tangential for my taste. So I would move that we deny funding on item number 41.
Auditor Racinas has moved to deny funding on item number 41, the furniture for the Sweetwater County Southwest Regional Airport. Is there a second? Seconded by Secretary Buchanan. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of denial of funding for the airport, signify with a thumbs up or an aye. I see 3 thumbs up, and I see Treasurer Meyer with a thumbs down. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Brubaker. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Item number 42.
Item number 42 comes from Sweetwater County also for the Southwest Counseling Services. They are requesting $356,791 for HVAC upgrades at 2 facilities, which equals $242,000. Micro, thank you, I can't say it, and Governor, you covered me last time. Furniture for $539,000, and then a remodel for quarantine and isolation group home for $38,252. The concerns here are related to necessity and timelines. HVAC, the request is $242,000 to replace the HVAC system in 2 office buildings, which involves replacing the air handler and 2 boilers in one building and 7 air handlers in the other. The concern is related to being able to complete this in the short amount of time. Additionally, the board has previously denied HVAC upgrades for non-medical facilities. Second, the furniture would, the applicant would like to replace cloth furniture with hospital grade furniture. We're just uncertain if this is a necessary expenditure. And lastly, the remodel, the applicant is asking to remodel a currently occupied group home into a quarantine home. It's unsure what this remodel would require, but the applicant intends to purchase furnishings such as bedding, dishes, TVs, etc. So we just question the eligibility of some of these, and that is where we stand with that one. So I would defer to Pat or Jim if they have anything else to add, or if I misrepresented anything.
Mr. Chairman, I would concur with what Beth said. The one item I would call out would be the remodel. We just don't know what that looks like. It says that the group home is currently occupied, so we were a little unsure as to what remodeling would be required. And then they did list things like televisions that we're not sure would be eligible. But to the extent that there is remodeling necessary, it might qualify as an expense for quarantining individuals.
Okay, thank you. Any questions do we have anyone from Southwest Counseling Service on the phone? We have Laura Schmidt-Pizzato. Ms. Schmidt-Pizzato, it's nice to have you on board.
Thank you, Governor Gordon, members of the committee. Yes, let me start with the quarantine group home. We have a 6-bedroom group home. It was occupied. I actually moved everybody out last week. Let me tell you a little bit about Southwest Counseling. We have about 100 residential beds that we operate for mental health, detox, and substance abuse. We have had 2 positives already in our facilities, in our residential program. Everybody who comes into our program has to quarantine. They test before they get here or as they get here, and then they have to quarantine until they get the results back. And so they take up space in those facilities. And we've already had a couple of them who've become positive. Then we have a lot of difficulty managing those facilities. So what we would like to do is have one facility for the entire agency that will do all of the quarantines for the testing portion, but also any positives that we have, they would go into this quarantine home. It is now empty. The only remodel that we've asked for is to replace the carpet with tile flooring. We do have, we have carpet throughout this facility, and that's very hard to keep clean, especially in this kind of an environment. And then the other expenses with that is to get furniture. All of our furniture in that facility is plush furniture. It's all fabric. We don't have a single plastic anything in that facility. So we would like to get, just the basic antimicrobial furniture. And then the supplies, we're not asking for beds or dressers or any of that. We've got that all set up, but we don't have any supplies to actually set these rooms up. And so we'd asked for $350 for each room to just get the bare necessities just to set up these rooms. On the HVAC, let me back up a minute. I would like to pull that one completely from the application, because we also are under the understanding at this point that we cannot meet the timeline. So $242,000 is removed from our application. The antimicrobial furniture, we have $76,539 in that. That seems like a heck of a lot of money to me. What we have is we operate 5 office buildings. This is only for, and I want to say this is only for our office buildings. This has nothing to do with those 100 residential beds. We're not replacing a single thing in those group homes, besides if we get this quarantine group home. So the 5 office buildings. They have about 50 personal offices spread throughout those 5 buildings. There are 10 group rooms. We have client-specific rooms. We have completely plush furniture in almost every area besides a couple of our reception areas. We have plush fabric couches. Our guest chairs are plush. We have replaced almost all of our group homes with very inexpensive plastic chairs for those rooms that we would like you to consider. But it's really just to be able to operate where we're not operating with fabric everywhere. And I think that's really it. So our overall request is for $114,791. So I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Schmidt-Pizzato. Any questions? And so if I understand you correctly, your request is now for $114,791.
Correct.
Any questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Auditor Racines.
there were some concerns from the attorneys general about TVs in that amount. Was that included?
Ms. Schmidt-Pizzato.
Thank you, Governor. Yes, Auditor Racines. TVs, I want to say that was about $600 has been included for TVs. $100 a piece for 6 TVs.
Okay. Any questions? Any further questions? All right, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Treasurer Meyer.
I think it's a novel idea to put a quarantine thing in a facility like this. I think it has a lot of flexibility and adds a lot of solves a lot of problems that you would have if when you get those positives in a large population that you can automatically quarantine them someplace else. I got a little heartburn with the TVs. I think I just take this down to a straight 114,000. They should be able to get by with that. That takes the TVs out and essentially gives them almost 100% funding for the furniture and getting rid of the carpet on the floor and turning that into a quarantine facility that'll make the operation work a lot better and probably have has a lot to do with COVID safety in a counseling facility.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I'll take that as a motion.
Yep.
Is there a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
And seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. That motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you, Ms. Schmidt-Pizzato.
Thank you all.
All right, we're moving right along. Ms. Blackwell, I think we have item 43.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do. Number 43 comes from Sweetwater County again for the Sweetwater Events Complex. They're requesting $100,476 for vinyl flooring and office spaces totaling $4,000, tables and chairs totaling $33,072, and for ticket booths, which total $63,404. Their concerns with this project are related to necessity. The flooring, they're concerned about the eligibility related to this expenditure. The board has funded flooring in healthcare facilities, but we have concerns that this is necessary in an event center. Tables and chairs, the additional tables and chairs are necessary to allow additional spacing and social distancing for the applicant. Just questions related to necessity for that. And lastly, ticket booths. The applicant states that these are necessary to spread out gates and crowds to improve social distancing. We once again have questions related to the necessity.
Thank you. Mr. Miller.
Nothing to add, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Treasurer Meyer.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember if one of you guys refresh my memory. Haven't we, I guess, put some money in the Camplex up in Gillette? I was trying to remember what. I know there's some things up there that we didn't approve, but I had thought that we did approve some of the things in the Camplex up there. I'm just trying to remember whether we disapproved everything that they sent or whether we did approve some of the Camplex requests.
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe the Camplex itemized their requests. The main thrust of their application was for remarketing, which is specifically allowed in the guidance. There were some other items like barriers and hand sanitizing stations, things like that, that were also on that list. I don't recall specifically if they had anything comparable to this application.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Further questions, thoughts?
I guess Sweetwater can't remarket their facility as come to Sweetwater Event Center. It's safe if we don't approve it.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
You'll have a little levity in there, you know.
Okay, what's the pleasure? Let me. Did we have anybody from Sweetwater? I guess we haven't heard if anybody wanted to address this from Sweetwater Event Center. Mr. Bump, is anybody raising their hand?
Mr. Chairman, Christina Marshall.
All right, thank you. Ms. Marshall.
Good evening. So this is Christina Marshall, and I'm not sure if a representative from the events complex was able to make it at this exact moment. I know they were on earlier, so I will do my best since I helped put together the application. I appreciate the treasurer's comment. This whole application is about implementing a new business model. We don't want to promote come to an unsafe facility. And so I want to just take a step back and put this into perspective. So regarding the coronavirus relief fund, according to the guidance for state, territorial, local, and tribal governments, the money needs to be used for actions taken to respond to the coronavirus. This entire project is based on actions on a new business model. And in particular, this is about second order effects. The events complex does not, I guess, benefit from being a healthcare facility, even though it is used as an emergency facility if it needs be when we close the interstate and so forth. So when coronavirus hit, I want you to be aware that they lost about 95% of their events, and these events required over 185 days of the year. I put this in the application because this is devastating. They've had to lay off people, downsize, and a lot of their revenues come from this. In addition, the events complex is critical for travel and tourism in Sweetwater County. We mentioned that there were 2 large RV rallies scheduled for this last summer that would have brought in 2,600 visitors from the United States and throughout Canada to Rock Springs. That was an economic impact of $4 million. So again, the events complex is not putting forth this application because it's a wish list. It is a necessity for rebranding a safe experience at their location. And so I've itemized 4 areas that they're focusing on in this request. We appreciate that on the consent agenda, you already approved some of those items, but you know, if you have specific questions on furniture or ticket booths, just keep in mind an event like the National High School Finals Rodeo, you can't put enough markers on the ground to separate, you know, people. So, for example, they would like to increase their inventory by 50%. The same thing with booking equipment that we're requesting. They do already have simple booking equipment, but it cannot track people and movement in the facility. I see it as no different than door attendants letting people into our county courthouse. They need to have some type of internal control to be able to ensure safe social distancing and control at their facility. Excuse me, in terms of the furniture, one thing that they are really pushing are their conference rooms. And to do that, they need to have the tables to spread out. So this is not to replace tables, it's actually to increase their inventory so that they can have less people at tables, but more tables throughout. So, I mean, this is a quick summary. It is all about marketing the facility and getting events back. And it's a direct correlation to these second order effects due to the coronavirus. So with that, I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Mr. Chairman, just to get a better understanding, most of the time you go to these event places, there's just one central booth. Everybody has to line up in one line and they're all in one spot and they disperse from there and go across the whole event center. So your thought is to put multiple ticket booths in there so you can direct the west stands to the west ticket booth and you don't have as much crowd mingling and things like that. So you can have some segregation in the population that attends the events. In case you have someone who's positive, that necessarily it doesn't all get funneled into one contact place.
Mr. Chairman and Treasurer Meyer, that is exactly correct. It's about increasing the spacing and managing the type of people coming in for the events.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Just to follow up on that, Ms. Marshall, what are the events you're going to have between now and December 3rd?
Mr. Chairman, I do not have that knowledge. I know that they were talking about holiday parties specifically. They are trying to get back the 2 RV rallies that were scheduled this summer. But before December, it was targeting community events such as those parties and trying to get back, you know, fundraisers, different pool tournaments to, again, rebrand and follow a new business model.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Further questions? Hearing none. What's the pleasure of the board?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think this is something they have to do to get the events center, the complex, functional in this atmosphere. I don't know the regulations well enough to say that all of this stuff is you know, something that we can do, but I sure hope it is, because it seems counterproductive to be able to have a marketing plan and not have something that's someplace safe for people to go. So otherwise you're getting the cart ahead of the horse if we can't do this. So I guess I'd leave it to staff to see if there's any way we can shoehorn this thing in as to, you know, or whether this is another thing that should go to the business council, but we're getting so late in the game. I would hope that some of these things we just go ahead and fund one way or the other.
So I'll take that as a motion. Treasurer, is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. I would take another motion.
Mr. Chairman, I will make the opposite motion, not because I want to, but I do have the guidance document in front of me, and I just can't shove it into the box. I agree with the treasurer that it doesn't make a whole lot of sense that you can remarket your facility like publicity costs, but you can't necessarily make some, you know, I can't get there reading the guidance right now. So unfortunately, I'm going to make the opposite motion to not fund it.
Okay, it's been moved by the auditor. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I will sadly second it. You know, this is a hard line to cross because we want to see this work get done. We know what a value add the events complex is to the community in our state, but I agree, it's just really difficult to get there with this particular pot of funding.
All right, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion not to fund, signify with a thumbs up or an aye. Okay. And is there okay, Treasurer Meyer is a no and the others are all ayes. Thank you. Thanks very much for the application. Ms. Blackwell, I think we are on number 46 now.
That is correct. Number 46 comes to us from Teton County. They're requesting $70,200 for a new firewall system to improve network security and facilitate remote access. The request for that is $45,000. Courthouse communication equipment for $1,200. And $24,000 for HVAC upgrades to county buildings. Our concern with this one is related to necessity. The firewall applicant states the firewall will have expanded capability and greater VPN capabilities. The current firewall VPN frequently reaches max capacity, which enables productivity for users. The courthouse communication equipment, the request is for a two-way radio headset and iPads. The applicant asserts that the two-way radio headsets are necessary for bench conferences to allow the judge to conference with attorneys without jurors and others in the courtroom hearing the discussion. Traditionally, this is bench conferences stand near the judge at the bench, and that's where they're held. So it's unclear why two-way radios are necessary. The applicant states that iPads are necessary to be used at the plaintiff table, the defense table, and the witness stand. The applicant states iPads will provide cameras and technology to allow the court to stream jury trials online. The court previously purchased 14 iPads for jurors, but it's unclear whether the 3 additional iPads for counsel tables and witnesses are necessary. And lastly, the HVAC, the applicant states that there are 8 fan coil units that need to be upgraded to increase the outdoor air ventilation to 100%. The board has previously denied requests to fund HVAC upgrades for public buildings.
Thank you for that, Ms. Blackwell. Mr. Miller, is there any additional comment there?
Mr. Chairman, based on some of the previous votes, I believe that the firewall system and the courtroom communications equipment probably falls in line with the things that you've already funded earlier this afternoon. That would leave the question being the HVAC system. And I do believe that this project in particular has previously been declined by the board, but if not, I'm certainly aware that non-medical HVAC has previously been denied.
Thank you. I see that we have a Ms. Mann willing to address the board. The floor is yours, Ms. Mann.
Thank you, Chairman, board members. I will make the HVAC component of $24,000 easy. We would like to withdraw that request since the application, we've determined that we're not going to be doing that project. The iPads for the district courtroom are needed for use as a camera at the defense counsel table and the plaintiff table and the witness stand. I spoke with the clerk of court today, and they have gotten other audiovisual upgrades to the courtroom through other funding, but they still need these 3 iPads. And the firewall upgrade request for $45,000 has been identified as a need over the last few months. Obviously, the county protocols encourage teleworking, and we found that when we have a significant amount of connections from outside the network, that the system is overloaded and the employees get disconnected from the network, or they just cannot connect. So that makes teleworking very unproductive. And we have went through the procurement process for that project, and the consultant does guarantee that the firewall can be installed in the time frame requested.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Mann or for staff on Mr. Treasurer?
Yeah, so if you do the total math on what is left, Ms. Mann, can you tell us what that number is?
The firewall is $45,000 and the iPads are $1,200.
That's the total amount that you want?
Yes.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move $46,200 to Teton County for the firewall and $1,200 worth of laptops, I guess.
All right, thank you. That's been moved by the treasurer. Is there a second by the superintendent? All in favor signify by saying aye. That motion carries. Thank you. Congratulations. Next, Ms. Blackwell.
Right, number 47 is from the town of Labarge. They're requesting $101,800 to renovate and equip the town's clinic. $22,412 to renovate the building. $40,386 for equipment. $15,000 for ADA compliance upgrades in the parking lot, and a 10% contingency fee and a 10% sum for engineering. The project raises concerns for timeline and concerns for necessity of certain aspects of the project. I would defer to Pat or Jim if they have more to add.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Chairman, this is similar to the Shoshone project that was funded in July, although we've noticed that point out that the timeline is significantly compressed. As far as the specific aspects, the ADA compliance upgrades were the ones that struck us as potentially tangential, but given the board's previous vote on the city of Lander, I think that the whole project stands and falls together based on the pleasure of the board.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the staff?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Can this be componentized? So if they get, everything but the parking lot done, we can pay them for that. I think they could run into trouble with the parking lot. That's outside work. Everything else is inside. I think they could get that. So that's, I guess, just an observation, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. Well, I think we have Ms. Bixler on who can maybe address. Or Mr. Bixler, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on this. We can definitely complete this within the timeline, including the parking lot, because $22,000 of renovations are needed. We don't have to go. We have to go out to bid, and we have a contractor already identified.
Great, thank you. Further questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Auditor Racines.
Mr. Bixler, could you just help me understand the $15,000 upgrade to the parking lot and how that relates to COVID?
Yeah, the parking lot currently is a dirt parking lot without ramps to access the building. So if a COVID patient needs to have access to the building, we would need to upgrade that parking lot.
So, Mr. Chairman, and I think I was misunderstanding. So what is this building now, Mr. Bixler?
Currently, it houses the water and sewer department.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. That helps me understand.
Thank you. Further questions? Did I see a Ms. Brandt wanted to address the board?
I don't have really anything. I am with the Town of LaBarge. I'm on the council. And I have been pushing for this for quite a while. We don't have any kind of a facility at all here. So this would be a complete really startup, but it is necessary because there isn't anything near us. But it's definitely necessary for COVID.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval 101,800.
All right, that motion's been made by the auditor. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the secretary. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. That motion carries. Thank you. Those are thumbs up. So thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you.
The next application, Mr. Chairman, comes from the town of Marbleton. They're requesting $114,078 to install air purifiers in the town hall, town shop, a bowling alley, a movie theater, and the county food pantry. Additionally, they're requesting $77,000 to remodel the food pantry. The project raised necessity and timeline concerns, given the late date in this process, and it is possible that procurement laws may apply here. So we just have concerns with the ability to get the project done and the necessity for it.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Mr. Chairman, I would just point out that the food pantry remodel is about $77,000. So I do believe that state procurement law might apply to that purchase in particular, or that project in particular.
A quick question on that, Mr. Miller. Is that a nonprofit, or is that a function of the town? Do we know?
I believe that the food pantry is owned by the town or the county, but I would defer to the applicant for that. I do believe Mr. Bixler can speak to that.
Okay.
Yes, and I apologize. I kind of have an echo on my phone. The building is a county-owned building, but the town is the one that actually operates the facility. Currently, there is just a single door. When we get pallets of food to distribute, we have to break down those pallets and bring them in box by box. So what are the goals of this remodel of the food pantry is to do double doors that we can actually roll pallets in.
Thank you, Mr. Bixler. Appreciate that. And do you have concerns about timeline?
No, we do not. It's already out to bid.
So, Mr. Miller, if it was already out to bid, is that going to be a challenge for procurement?
Mr. Chairman, that's going to depend on whether they followed the notice provisions of that. But at this point, that would alleviate some of the timeline concerns. Although I don't know the extent of the work needed to do those things that Mr. Bixler just said.
Mr. Bixler, can you provide some clarification on that?
Yeah, we do have a special council meeting scheduled for November 16th, hoping that we would get approved for this project.
All right, I see the superintendent.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure that since this is out to bid, did you put it out to bid just hoping that you wouldn't have to pull it back because you received these funds, or did you already have this budgeted with other monies?
We did not have this budgeted with other money, so we're hoping that we'd get approved today, and then we could award the bid on the 16th.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, being proactive, is that correct, Mr. Bixler?
We're trying to be proactive, yes.
Thank you, Mr.
Madam
Chairman.
Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman,
Auditor Racinas.
this is for anyone who can answer it, but are air purifiers in general spaces like movie theaters and bowling alleys recommended by the CDC?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, if I may address that.
Sure.
The bowling alley and movie theater is owned by the town. And it is a very frequented place by our residents. We've had 8 cases of individuals that had frequented that bowling alley movie theater. So we're trying to make sure our residents are safe.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification, but I think my question more relates to, is that a standard of care that is recommended by the CDC as being effective?
The quote we got from our company was 80 cents per square foot. And we feel that is a good investment to make sure our citizens are safe.
So, Mr. Bixler, following up on the auditor's questions, are these going to be HIPAA or HEP, whatever they are, HEPA filters?
No, they're going to be ionization units that are attached to the HVAC system. And they take about 30 minutes to install.
Hey, I didn't mean to interrupt, Auditor. Go ahead.
No, that's fine, Mr. Chairman. And I know it sounds good and it sounds like it makes sense, but kind of, I guess my question is more along the lines of cleaning of the HVAC system also sounds good, but that's not something CDC is recommending or saying is effective. And so that was kind of more, we know it cleans the air. Has the CDC made a determination that this is effective for an effective way to prevent COVID?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I have not consulted with the CDC to determine if this is the most effective unit.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bixler. I see your neighboring community has raised their hand with Mayor Murdoch. It sounds like you might, Matt, have a point of view on this.
Mayor Matt will know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Auditor Racines. Yeah, seeing as how this is an item, the bipolar ionization system is something that we've kind of stumbled upon recently. You will probably more than likely see a similar request from the Sblc County in the next round that you have. The U.S. Defense Department did actually demonstrate that this system eliminates 99.4% of SARS-CoV-2 in 30 minutes. So it has been demonstrated to eliminate the virus. It is not yet, as Auditor Racines brings up, a CDC requirement or recommendation. However, it has been demonstrated, I think, sufficiently to be very effective. And I know for Pinedale's request and Marbleton's request and for the county's request, it's our idea that if we can create a safer environment to stop community spread, as Mr. Bixler pointed out, I think we'd all do better, especially here in Sblc County where we have no hospital. I won't say anything there, but you know, I think this, from our perspective, if we could eliminate the spread and reduce that, it would be very, very appreciated and respected.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman, for the attorneys general, we have an air purifier on our no fund list saying it is not eligible. Maybe just some help me out there, perhaps, as to why those air purifiers are not eligible for reimbursement.
Madam Auditor, Mr. Chairman, in our research, that is a different type of air purifier. We were not able to track down the data on the current one, the ionization before you, but in the ozone one that is on the no fund list, that is specifically not recommended for COVID by the EPA or use in occupied buildings. So there are different types of purifiers. The one on the no fund list, the EPA does not recommend for COVID or in occupied buildings. The current one, we weren't able to find the data, but it sounds like the applicant was.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is Brandy Monger with the Attorney General's office, and I just want to say real quick, as we're thinking about these again, and I know I step in and I say this, but the question, I think, in part, and some of this is it necessary to purify the air in a bowling alley, and I can't remember what the other entity was? Are those necessary steps for the town to take to mitigate or respond to COVID? Are these actually encouraging people to go out to these places because we've now put in an ionizer? Is that really making them safe? Is these the types of things we should be funding if the goal of this money is to mitigate or respond to COVID? And so I'm just making sure that when you are looking at the necessity requirement, you're actually asking yourself the right question as you make that decision.
Thank you, Ms. Monger. All right, board, what is your interest here? What's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Auditor.
I'll start us out, and I may not get us anywhere, but I would like to fund the portion related to the remodeling of the food pantry, which I believe is $77,000, but I may need reminded of that by Beth.
I think that is the amount that I see as well.
Mr. Chairman, Auditor Racines, yes, that is a request.
Yes, he is correct. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, would be to fund that portion.
Thank you, Auditor. It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And that motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I want to add in that air purifier, and I think if we ask ourselves the question, Marbleton, that's the only place to go in town. People are going to go there whether or not they know they have an air purifier or not. If you had 8 cases in a town that size, and you know, it's prevention, and I mean, we've done a lot of stuff with personal protection equipment, and this in these circumstances is personal protection equipment. So, you know, I know they're doing a lot of stuff nationally with these little robots that go around classrooms with that are essentially air purifiers and UV lights, and they run up and down the halls and into every classroom like they're robo vacuums, and that's the standard of care that's out there. And these guys are selling these to school districts like hotcakes. This is $10,000 is a cheap way to do this, and it might be something we can actually look at in other areas. And if they're out $10,000 and it's not approved at the end of the year, by golly, I'll loan you the money for no interest for a year, guys. You know.
Mr. Treasurer, just
I'll make a motion to pay the $10,000 for the air purifying system.
So just a point of clarification, Mr. Bixler, $10,000, is that going to meet your needs?
That's a tough question. There's a difference between the air purifiers versus the ionization units. And the ionization units are the ones that get attached to the HVAC system, which would probably be the most effective use of eliminating COVID.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I think I had the wrong line here, Mr. Chairman. I was looking at the town of Marbleton on 48 and not 40. I mean, on 49, not 48. I put the wrong thing in there. So I had the wrong numbers. So it's 77 for the
so the purifier, $37,078.
Okay, 3778.
37,078.
Okay. Offer still stands, Mr. Chairman. I ask for this approval.
Okay, that motion's been made. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? That motion dies for lack of a second. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Thank you, Mr. Bixler. There's a question here, if we're going to get to the no funding list. It is my intent to get to the no funding list. But we're going to work through this, take a brief moment to pause. Thanks for hanging in there all day with this. I'm hoping to do better than the secretary did the last time, but I'm not sure we will. So, thank you. All right, Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I would recommend that we take item number 49 for Town of Marbleton, as well as item number 57 together for Uinta County. They are both requesting equipment for courthouses, and based on prior approvals today by the board, it would be appropriate to consider these together, as the board has approved similar funding today for this type of equipment.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Mr. Miller.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if the Marbleton equipment was for a courthouse, but they are both very similar to items that have been funded previously today. Maybe the one thing that would stand in the way of that would be some oxygen supplies on application 57. If the board wanted to consider those separately, but it could handle everything else, I believe, on one consent list based on what's already been funded. And I have the numbers.
Mr. Chairman.
Supplies, if that would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Was that Mr. Bixler?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this is Sam Bixler again for Town of Marbleton. The town council room is also our courthouse.
Okay, perfect. Then they're even closer.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you, Mr. Bixler. Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Auditor Racinas.
I would move that we approve item number 49 to the Town of Marbleton in the amount of 87837, and item number 57 to Uinta County in the amount of 50,316.
Been moved by the auditor. Is there a second? Is there a second? It's been seconded by the treasurer. On any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. So I have all ayes. Thank you. Thanks very much. So that
Thank you
brings
very
us.
much.
Thank you, Mr. Bixler. That brings us to the item number 52. Is that correct, Ms. Blackwell?
Mr. Chairman, it is correct. Item 52 comes from the Town of Pinedale. They're requesting $154,000. These funds will be used, $70,000 to purchase a SCADA system, which is a computer system for gathering and analyzing the water and wastewater systems away from it, and as well as to install the needlepoint bipolar ionization GPS units at 3 Town of Pinedale facilities in the Pinedale Aquatic Center. The concerns related to this one is related to necessity.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Mr. Miller, any additional comments?
As far as the wastewater system data, we just weren't able to fit that into any of the treasury categories. And so we do have some eligibility concerns on that one as well.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Mr. Murdoch, I think the last time you were in front of us, we were talking about the need for not having new control equipment. And now I'm just teasing you, by the way. But Mr. Mayor, how would you like to address?
Yes, sir. As I think I addressed earlier, and my apologies for jumping the gun at the last conversation, but our system is currently 20 years old. In light of what's going on with COVID, the fact that our staff has to be at times withdrawn because of the COVID, our system still needs to operate. It is essential for management of our water and sewer systems remotely. So it's more than just gathering information. It is actually populating the system with additional chlorine or whatever alarms and alerts come into our system. And so this gives us the ability to allow our staff to, if one of them was in quarantine, to still respond to the situation. And so from our perspective, based on just where we are in our system, if we have staff that's sick and in quarantine, then we're greatly at risk. And I'd have to bring special operators in who could be exposed or expose others because of a condition within the water and wastewater system.
And just a personal question of curiosity, are you participating in the wastewater program that the Department of Health has?
We are, yes, sir. And that's been a really useful project. Rabbit Trail is that we happen to have a lot of bleeders because of winter. And so right now the numbers, we have a large amount of fresh water that's entering the system. So we're going to have to kind of recalibrate the system to mitigate for that. But it was working. We were tending upwards. So it was a good system. We're just going to have to recalibrate with the amount of fresh water going in because of the concern of frozen pipes.
I see. Thank you.
If I could address the needle point question as well, Mr. Chairman.
Give me just 1 second and ask if anybody had any questions on the data system. No questions. So yeah, please feel free.
And I would just come back to the concern that the attorneys general brought up earlier, Mr. Chairman, is that we have a situation like in this request that we have here before you, and I'm happy to tell you that in the time that this call has been going on, our bids did come in, and it's actually $25,000 less than what we were originally requesting. So savings there on that side. But the matter is that we look at the concern of community spread, and we know our community is out. We are doing everything possible to prevent that spread, whether it's encouraging masks and hygiene and all the different COVID-19 practices. But at the same time, we do have citizens that are involved in different public buildings. And some of those buildings happen to be the Aquatic Center, for example, in Pinedale. Some of them are town workshops where we have critical staff working. And so if the attorneys general and the board didn't feel comfortable funding this needlepoint system for maybe the Aquatic Center, which I again would argue, but if we want to, we could also discuss the cost for the town buildings where we actually have critical staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any questions? Any questions? Seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board? I would entertain a motion to do something.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask another question of Pat? I think, would the remote SCADA system, and I'm not second guessing your opinion, does that fit at all under the expenses for public employees teleworking box?
Yeah, I think to your point, yes, it would, because it's going to make it so that our employees can work remotely and manage our system. We have multiple SCADA systems working between our water treatment plants and also the infiltration system. So yeah, I mean, from that perspective, yes.
So I really, really appreciate that, Matt, but I was asking Pat.
Oh, sorry, I heard Matt. I'm getting kind of tired here. Can't imagine how you guys are doing it. So,
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Chairman, we think that would probably be okay.
Mr. Chairman, I would, well, Mayor, can you help me understand your new numbers? There's SCADA and ionization, and what are the updated numbers on that given your quote that you just received?
So we have received 2 bids, and we are prepared to award the bids on the ionization system for the amount of $60,000 instead of the $85,000 that we have within, or $84,000 within the record. I can break that out between the Pinedale Aquatic Center and the town buildings if you'd like me to, and we're still at $70,000 for the SCADA system.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to move approval of the SCADA system in the amount of $70,000.
And it's been moved by Auditor Racinas. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? It's been seconded by Superintendent and by the Secretary. Is there? Now, Mr. Secretary, if we were in England, you would all be, no, let me see. I'm sorry, it's late. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye or thumbs up. All right, that carries.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next.
Mr. Chairman, application 56 comes from Uinta County. They're requesting $391,864 to enhance its data storage capabilities. The concern here is related to necessity and timeline.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Miller, anything in addition?
Mr. Chairman, I believe the applicant was stating that this was necessary to store data collected during contact tracing. We're not entirely certain that an expenditure of this magnitude is supported by that justification. But if the board does find that this is a necessary expenditure, I do believe that it would be eligible under contact tracing if the board determined it was necessary.
All right, thank you. With that, I see a Ruth Ann Jesse wanting to address the board. The floor is yours. Ms. Jesse, if you're muted, we can't hear you. Oh, that hand has dropped. Perhaps she's trying again. I think we probably need to hear from one of the proponents on this.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer, sorry.
While we're waiting for them to jump on, I'm just kind of curious as to what due diligence we used to make a determination that this was too much money. Did we get a hold of ETS? Did we check on how much data is necessary to do trace tracking from other jurisdictions in the country, or data? It seems too big for me on the face of it, because storage is so cheap, and you can get cloud contracts for a lot less than this, it seems like. But then again, contact tracing is going to use a lot of storage. But I just didn't know whether you guys ran down any experts on this that could actually give us a good idea about how much they're using in their contact tracing. Ooh, I better drink some water. My cotton mouth is getting a little bit bad here, boys.
All right, Ms. Blackwell, any thoughts on that? Or
Mr. Chairman, this is Pat Miller.
Oh,
we did not check with ETS. The dollar number just seemed rather high. I personally answered some contact tracing questions earlier this week, and they were not terribly extensive, but obviously that can't be the sole basis for the board's determination.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Miller. I'm not seeing any. Oh, there's Mr. Riemann, and step forward. Thank you, Mr. Riemann.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, this is Jeremiah Riemann with the County Commissioners Association. I'm trying to track down Commissioner South, chairman of the board there, to see if I can get a representative to speak to this and the next couple of issues for you as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Riemann. I see Ruth Ann Jesse has raised her hand again.
Great.
Ms. Ben, are we able to get Ms. Jesse?
Mr. Chairman, it looks like she's unmuted. Go ahead and try again, ma'am.
If not, is she able to possibly call in?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, if you can chat me her phone number, we can turn her on if she calls in.
All right. In the interest of time, Ms. Blackwell, I think we'll leave 57 and 58 to see if we can make a connection. Let's move down to item 62, which is the Washakie County Emergency Management Vehicle.
All right, let me get to the right page. Number 62 comes from Washakie County Emergency Management. They are requesting $70,000 for a new pickup to transport PPE and disinfecting supplies. The concern here is related to necessity.
All right. I see we have a couple of people that have signed on, Mr. Quinney and Ms. Neighbors. Mr. Quinney?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I'm representing Uinta County Fire Department, which is separate from Uinta County on item number 58. So I'll just wait till you come back to that. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. I see that now nicely there. Mr. or Ms. Neighbors, if you're on, you have the floor.
All right, Mr. Chairman, this is Cami Neighbors. I'm the Emergency Management Director in Washakie County. Thanks for letting me have this opportunity to explain my application. During this pandemic, for the most part, emergency management agencies across the state have been tasked with handling the logistics of the response. Specifically in Washakie County, we've been handling all of those logistics. We receive PPE, hand sanitizer, and other response items by the pallet load. So in fact, just next week, we're supposed to get several more pallets that are going to our hospital and long-term care centers. We currently have a 2008 Ford Explorer. So you can imagine how many trips it takes and how much time it takes to deliver, say, 8 pallets of gowns, masks, gloves, et cetera, around the county. So purchasing a pickup will allow me to make a lot fewer trips, save a lot of time, or to put the items in a trailer. Right now, I'm not able to haul a trailer. We also lend a helping hand to our agencies in our community. For example, when the nursing home here had their outbreak, we loaned them the county hazmat response trailer to assist with their staff decontamination and storage. So with my current vehicle, I'm unable to haul our response trailer to those in need, such as the nursing home. And then looking forward, as public health continues with their mobile vaccination clinics, which are now mobile due to the pandemic, and as they make plans to conduct COVID mass vaccination clinics, emergency management will be tasked with helping them move supplies throughout the county. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Neighbors. Any questions? Ms. Neighbors? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Auditor Racines.
And thank you, Ms. Neighbors. That your explanation really makes the difference in these to me. But I would move approval of $70,000 for item number 62.
Okay, it's been moved by Auditor Racines. Is there a second? Is there a second? It's been seconded by Treasurer Meyer. I forgot to ask Mr. Miller if he had any opinions on this. So I'll recognize him for the discussion item.
Mr. Chairman, I would just point out the board does have a mixed record on vehicles. I do believe there have been some that have been voted down as far as additional patrol vehicles, whereas there have been others, transport vehicles and the like, that have been approved. So this fits squarely in the gray area where we just don't know. So it's entirely up to the board.
Thank you, sir. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I would just comment, my thought process is on a county level, this is kind of what YDOT was doing to help out Homeland Security at the state level.
Thank you, Auditor. I see the Secretary raised his hand.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I remember doing some ambulances and some stuff with emergency vehicles, but to me, this is pretty tangential as far as just something to haul things around, and you can use a trailer. And I know probably an Explorer isn't ideal, but you know, could you put a hitch on the Explorer, and how big's the trailer? And a $70,000 pickup is quite a lot of money. I mean, maybe not these days, but
Mr. Chairman, if I may, the request is for a 3/4 ton pickup to haul. We do have several trailers that are quite heavy. Our sheriff's office has tried to haul them with our F-150s and had a hard time. So this would be capable of hauling any of those trailers.
Thank you, Ms.
my only comment is I think it just, I mean, anybody could ask us for a vehicle now just to haul stuff in the bed of it that's COVID related, and now it's a precedent we'll set. So that's my only comment. But that's it.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of item 62, Washakie County Emergency Management Vehicle, please signify with a thumbs up or an eye. I see one thumbs up or two. Mr. Treasurer, did you say yes? Okay, Superintendent? Okay, there are 2 no's, Superintendent and Secretary, and the Auditor and the Treasurer both voted aye, and I will vote aye. Thank you. Next. We'll go back to Uinta County and see if Ruth Ann is able to be on now.
Hello.
Oh, there we are. Very good. We hear you.
Hello, my name is Ruth Ann Jesse. I'm the IT Communication Director with Uinta County. This is a little more than just data storage. This is our servers. This is our whole data centers. We have 2 redundant data centers, one at the complex and one at the sheriff's office. They're about 14 years old. I've been working at trying to get it updated, and the revenues just weren't there for us to do it this year. So this also covers all of our emergency management systems, all of our first responders. We carry all the data for the whole county, for all the police departments, emergency managers, everybody. We do everything. So I need to get these, and the increased usage with public health and everyone and working from home and everything, it has made a major difference, and it's starting to cause weak spots and using more storage. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Jesse. I'll ask if there are any questions. Are there any questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Auditor Racinas.
Ms. Jesse, what is the timeline for the project?
I already have it bidded, and they're ready to start.
And when will
they guarantee finished by the 15th of December.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Auditor. Any other questions? Any other questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board? I would entertain a motion one way or another.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to move to not fund this. I understand that it is necessary for a lot of reasons. I'm not sure that I can tie it sufficiently to the pandemic, especially given that this has been on the cusp of falling apart already, it sounded like.
Thank you, Auditor Racinas, for your motion. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Secretary Buchanan. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion not to fund item number 57, please signify with a thumbs up or an aye. Okay, and nays? Okay, the treasurer is a no, and the secretary, the superintendent, and the auditor are all ayes. Next item, Ms. Blackwell. I think we have Uinta County Fire Protection. Thank you, Ms. Jessie.
The next request comes from Uinta County. They are requesting $230,434 to remount an ambulance owned by the applicant, as well as for paramedic response truck. The question related to this application is timeline and the necessity.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, any particular comments here?
Mr. Chairman, I would just ask the applicant if they are seeing a need for paramedic response to COVID, because it's been my understanding that of the disease, which should be taken with a grain of salt, of course, not being a medical professional, that it primarily becomes problematic once they've been hospitalized. But I would more than welcome the applicant to speak a little further to this. This was one of the things that was holding us back on this application.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Mr. Quinney.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that we've seen in terms of responding to this COVID pandemic is needing to respond to people's home that are possible COVID patients or COVID patients, but treating them and not transporting them. So this paramedic response vehicle really is the beginning stages of a telehealth program. Unfortunately, when we respond to people's homes and do not transport them, especially the elderly population, that is not a reimbursable expense by Medicare. And so we are finding ourselves in this COVID pandemic responding a lot to people's homes, the elderly who have fallen or have become ill and then do not know if they needed to be transported. So getting our paramedic out to these homes, A, doesn't tie up an ambulance, and B, allows them to start communication with the hospital to determine if they need to be transported. And then it goes beyond the paramedic being able to respond, would then be able to assist public health with mass vaccines clinics, also operate in much of the way that emergency management and transport of PPE supplies between Evanston and the Bridger Valley. We cover the entire county for EMS services. And so what we decided, instead of just putting in for an ambulance, which would be around the $240,000, depending on what we would take our most vulnerable ambulance, the one most high miles and unreliable, and do a remount for about $165,000, and then use that additional money for this paramedic response vehicle and kind of get two bangs for our buck. And we just didn't anticipate that this COVID would tie up our ambulances as much as it does. When we transport a COVID patient or a possible COVID patient, it ties up an ambulance a lot longer because of the decontamination process. And we're having more ambulances on the road to Salt Lake City to transport some of these more critical COVID patients. And so allowing the paramedic response vehicle, along with the remounted ambulance, we're able to kind of divide and conquer and get to people's homes and not necessarily tie up an ambulance for those possible COVID patients that may not need transport, just need to be talked to the ER physician via telehealth, an iPad or the cell phone to determine if we needed to bring them in. And so we're a new paramedic service, and this is the opportunity to better respond to this COVID pandemic. And I know timeline was an issue on, as well as the staff commented. And our board has determined these are such necessary tools that we went ahead, we've started procuring this so we can get it done by December 30th and in service. And it's just going to negatively impact our budget elsewhere if we are not able to secure the grant funding. And that's, we do that a lot in emergency services. We have a wildfire that comes up or something, and we have to pay for it because we're responding to it, and it just negatively impacts our budget elsewhere. And so by approving this grant funding, it will help us with the pandemic response and not negatively impact our budget elsewhere, because we need these tools to be able to have the resources necessary to respond to this and not have all our ambulances tied up so we can't answer that 911 call.
Thank you, Mr. Quinney. Any questions for Mr. Quinney?
Mr. Chairman.
Auditor Racinas.
Mr. Quinney, have you had any situations where you have had all of your ambulances tied up and needed one?
Not yet, but obviously the numbers are higher than they've ever been. And now that we're moving into the winter season, for some of those people that have traveled over the I-80 on the Sisters, know that, we have not only the COVID problems to deal with, we have mass casualties on the interstate. And so if we have to be able to respond to all these things, and so if our ambulances are tied up on a COVID situation and we have a pile up on I-80, it leaves us vulnerable. And so those are some of the concerns that we have, is our ambulances, the turnaround on our ambulances are so much slower with the possible COVID patient. And we have to decontaminate even with the possible COVID patient, because sometimes we don't get results for several hours and we just can't wait for that result to determine if we need to decontaminate. So we're taking those ambulances out of service. And it just, now that we're moving into our busier time with I-80 in winter, that the need for these resources to be able to handle the surge capacity is huge for us.
How many ambulances do you have total?
We have 7 in service right now, 4 in Evanston and 3 in the Bridger Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Quinney. Thank you, Auditor Racinas. Any further questions for Mr. Quinney?
Mr. Chairman.
Treasurer Meyer.
Yeah, I guess, Mr. Quinney, the question is, were you planning on buying a paramedic response vehicle, irregardless of the COVID, or is this just a smart way to do more with less?
Well, no, at some point we would need, we want to move this direction with the community paramedicine, but the COVID has just forced our hand several years earlier, and needing, unfortunately, the ambulance side of our business is completely funded by the revenues we receive, and we bill patients. And with the initial stages of COVID in March and April, nobody wanted to go to the hospital. Nobody was calling 911 because they didn't want to they were so scared of COVID. There was no elective surgeries going on, and our call volume dropped significantly. So our revenue stream has gone down. And so our revenues are a huge portion of that. And this needing to get out and treat people in their homes, but not get reimbursed for that for Medicare yet is a hurt for us. And so, but we still want to be able to provide these services to these COVID or possible COVID patients. And so we're like, we need this tool, but we need it now. And we're going to get it, regardless of the grant funding, but it's just going to really negatively impact other areas of the budget. But we need these tools to be able to effectively respond to in the middle of this fire, this pandemic, and be able to not have anything available if someone calls 911.
Mr. Chairman, I hope we can find out ways where we can get other people to buy a $70,000 or $100,000 vehicle rather than a $265,000 vehicle. So I guess this is one community that's figured out how to do that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I see that there's a Luke Seifert that has his hand raised.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, good evening.
Good evening.
I represent the Wyoming Emergency Medical Services Association and am familiar with Mr. Quinney's application and the intent. He's very eloquently explained the position and adequate reasoning for funding of this project. I will add that Mr. Quinney's intent also follows state and national best practices recommended by the Office of Emergency Medical Services for the state of Wyoming and national organizations. If you'll note, areas like New York and Colorado, large areas that have seen massive surges, have used actually what's been termed the canary as a way to reduce responder exposure. One of the things to consider, that the board should consider here, is if you send an ambulance on every request for service, even if one's not needed, you expose 2 providers. And if you have an exposure that results in a quarantine in a state with such limited emergency medical services personnel, you put many, many other people at risk. So this helps avoid that. The other thing we're seeing, as Mr. Quinney had mentioned, is longer response times or longer call times. And what that does is it increases the frequency of double calls or 2 ambulances out at the same time, which would take a minimum of 4 personnel instead of, if you had a paramedic vehicle, 3 personnel. So again, as we see COVID start to surge, we already have a shortage of medical personnel, from nurses, doctors, paramedics, EMTs. This is a very fiscally responsible way to, one, increase response capabilities and protect providers, both hospital providers, EMS providers, and patients. Again, I commend Eric on his application, because this is, as you've seen, he's trying to figure out the most fiscally responsible way to do this in remounting an ambulance and in using a paramedic vehicle to get the adequate care while protecting patients and still providing services. This telehealth part that he's talking about from the paramedic response vehicle is something that really seems to only be considered from the hospital end. But the other part of telehealth that's becoming more and more of a staple, especially during the COVID response, is the field part, which includes specially trained community EMS personnel. They have to have specialized equipment to interface with the hospital, vehicles, et cetera. And this is a key component in that. As Eric mentioned, one of their goals is to help provide those services. And as you'll see, there are other applications with that intent. And so I think that Mr. Quinney has done an excellent job at both trying to meet state and national best practices and recommendations, and do so at the most economical rate.
Thank you, Mr. Seifert.
Thank you.
Any questions? Any further questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Auditor.
I would move approval of $230,434. I guess maybe my only question for Beth is this something that we should allocate into the other funds, or does it not really matter? And maybe you can worry about that if the motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I think what we've done in the past with EMS related stuff, so I would think this would fall into that, is it's come out of the extra $5 million that was set aside for those entities that didn't have a specific allocation. Jim and Pat, correct me if I'm wrong.
That would be my intent.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I do believe that is correct, although I think in this case it doesn't matter because Uinta County has not even come close to exceeding their allocation.
I figured. Okay, that would be my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. And I think the treasurer has seconded it. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye or a thumbs up on the screen. That motion carries. Congratulations. Thanks. We have 3 more, and then we can take a break for a little bit. So, number 63, and I do apologize to everybody online. It just takes time to go through this. We want to give everybody a chance to speak to it, and thank you for your patience. But recognizing it's late, really appreciate you being brief in your comments. So, Beth, I think we're at 63, which is the Washington County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So they are requesting $60,000 for a detention transport vehicle. The project raises necessity and timeline concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Mr. Chairman, on this one, the applicant did check the box indicating on its application that it would not be able to fully expend the requested funds by December 30th. Not something we see very often, but on this one we did. We were unable to determine what the problem was. And so we put this one on the policy list. I do believe there may have been some detention transport vehicles funded previously, but really it's the timeline that we need to know on this one.
Okay. Thank you. I think we have Mr. Seifert raising his hand again.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Apart from the EMS Association, I work for Washakie County, and unfortunately, the Sheriff's Department representative is unavailable at this time, and so I will do my best to speak on their behalf. I was able to ascertain that they can guarantee that the vehicle will be available within the funding period. It's nothing particularly special. Right now, they use a Dodge Caravan, and so they'll just need to go to basically a lot and pick off a vehicle. It should not be a concern with the timeline. The county also has an IT and vehicle installation specialist, and so timeframe for equipment installation should also meet the requirements of prior to December 30th with December 15th receipt deadline. The purpose of this is Washakie County houses inmates from all over the state and, in fact, the nation. We've housed people as far as New York City and had several concerns with potential COVID exposures from those inmates. You cannot adequately social distance a deputy in a pickup truck, and so they use the van for that purpose. Again, with the number of potentially COVID patients that come through the jail and the transfer to and from our facility, the Sheriff's Department feels that this is necessary to protect both responders and inmates. I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Seifert. One question I would have is, would you be transporting folks to and from the boys' school as well?
I don't know. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I do not have an adequate answer for you on that.
Okay, fair enough. I note that the boys' school takes clients, I guess you'd say, from all over, and I know that sometimes those are pretty long trips. So, any questions? Any questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of item number 63 in the amount of $60,000. And I would just take Mr. Seifert because I think he's been here not only all day, but I think he's been with us on all of our prior meetings at about this hour as well. So thank you for your advocacy of your profession and in this emergency.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you for that. And I think we're working up medals for those who hang on to these calls. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the superintendent. All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye. That motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Seifert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Item number 64. We're finally up to the northwestern part of the state. West Park Hospital District, Cody Regional Health, EMS telehealth equipment. Ms. Blackwell.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think it would be appropriate to take 64 and 65 together. They're from both from West Park Hospital District, and they're both dealing with EMS items. So item 64 is a request, is requesting $395,588 for telehealth equipment for EMS personnel. The concern with this application is related to the necessity. And for application 65, they are requesting $225,128 for an ambulance cot and a lift system. Once again, the concern here is necessity.
Okay, and we have Mr. Franklin. Let me ask Mr. Miller first before Mr. Franklin. Mr. Miller, any additional comments?
And Mr. Chairman, this is Jim Peters. I'll take this one for Pat. With number 64, it appears that the telehealth equipment would be used when the EMS responds to a call, that they would have a physician on the other end perform the evaluation. And as Beth said, the concern here is necessity, but if the board determines this is necessary, it would qualify as an eligible expense for telemedicine capabilities. And on the EMS power load, this appears to be essentially a lift system to be able to lift patients. And again, here we just had concerns about necessity and whether there's a sufficient link to COVID for this specific expenditure.
Thank you, Mr. Peters. So with that, Mr. Franklin, I'll give you the floor.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your time. I will address the telehealth grant first. So a little bit about Cody Regional Health, EMS. We are an EMS system that is owned by Cody Regional Health, but we also service areas outside of our area. We currently provide services in 3 counties with backup on one of those counties, and we also back up Yellowstone National Park and also Hot Springs County. You heard Mr. Quinney and Mr. Seifert refer to community EMS earlier. Well, currently in the state of Wyoming, they approved community EMS back in 2000, I believe it was 16. Currently there's less than 10 clinicians, paramedic clinicians in the state. We employ 5 of those. What these clinicians do, they work with primary care, specialty care, mental health physicians throughout the Bighorn Basin, and they follow up on patients. They address chronic issues. They go to our vulnerable patients inside of our communities, and they just work to get them living better, healthier lives. What we did notice at the onset of COVID, we instantly, like Mr. Quinney said earlier, we saw a 30 to 40% decrease in volumes. At that same time, we also witnessed increases from patients that was actually dying at home and suicide rates climbing. Our community EMS requests at that time drastically increased. We was responding to all kind of requests from physicians to go follow up on their patients because their patients simply did not want to come to the hospitals or go to their provider's office fearing getting COVID. So one day when we looked at this, we identified a gap where if we didn't have the infrastructure that we needed to do everything at home, we could do certain things like draw labs or check vitals, but with the telehealth equipment, we had the software to take the equipment to the patient's houses, and we could link it back to the software at the physician's office where we could speak with the doctors in real time. Now what this does is what the doctors can do, they can order the paramedicine there to, because a lot of our patients don't have the capability to operate computers, things like that. There are a lot of elderly people that just don't know how to navigate the system when it comes to Zoom or, trying to link up with that. So that's what we want to do here, because we have the personnel. We're currently doing the system now with community EMS. We're trying to get the equipment where we go out there. And one thing that community EMS also could do is when we're dispatched to a patient's residence, we can speak with providers and take them to alternative facilities instead of coming to the hospital. We would actually drive the patients to the doctor's office or to the walk-in clinics to get them quality care. So that was the first grant on telehealth.
All right, thank you. Any further questions on this? Mr. Franklin, I note way back early on when we first saw the onset of COVID-19, I have to say that there were a couple of physicians in Park County who actually talked about being able to modify BiPAPs to be ventilators should the need arise. I know your county has been one of those counties that's been really reluctant to use face masks, et cetera. And so I guess my question here is with surge and understanding that Billings Clinic is at times turning away patients. I don't know, Bozeman probably has an equally substantial rise. Would this equipment be helpful if your surge means that you have to treat people at home with maybe a modified BiPAP kind of situation?
Yes, sir. Well, when you put a patient on BiPAP, that's actually a respiratory thing, so they need to be treated inside a facility. But we can go provide respiratory treatments, follow-up medicine. We can actually work as an extension of the physician in real time. So there's a lot of things. We can do anything up under our scope, the paramedic scope inside the home. We work, when the people compare us to home health. Home health deals with more of the aging population. We deal with chronically acute patients. So that's the difference. So like if, you was to call your provider and say, look, I'm having these symptoms. I really don't want to come into the doctor because I'm worried about getting exposed. He said, well, I can make an appointment with community EMS. They'll come to your home and follow up with you. And that's the benefit to the system. And you mentioned Billings Clinic. Right now, we actually work with Billings Clinic to follow up on their patients as well. So we're just not benefiting Kearney Regional Health.
Okay. And do you also work with St. Vincent's?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
and I apologize if this has been asked, but Mr. Franklin, help me out with the timeline. I know you can't just go buy an ambulance.
No, these are not ambulances. So you're talking about the vehicles or the telehealth?
I'm talking about the number 65.
Oh, let me get the list.
So we're talking
about telehealth.
Okay, thank you. Never mind.
Okay. And I was hoping to, we talked about that 10 million that was set aside for other services, because I'm sorry, they're getting a call. Excuse me. So we was hoping to be able to secure funding from the 10 million set aside for the other services. Sorry about that.
Tell you what, Mr. Franklin, we'll come back to you if necessary. I don't feel that we should be listening into your call, so I'll move to Mr. Seifert.
It's about to go off if you want me to continue. Okay. Did you want me to address the power load grant now, or did you?
That'll be fine. I just didn't want you, if you were responding to an emergency call.
Oh, no, sir, I'm not responding. So when we talk about the power load grant, is basically protection of my staff. Currently our staff, when we're required to manually load patients into the back of the ambulance, this takes anywhere from 2 to 4 people of our staff to load patients in, and the weights of the patients can go up to 400 or 500 pounds. And what this requires is currently our paramedics and EMTs have to be 1 to 3 feet from the patient, which increases their exposure. When you're talking about perfect conditions, this process has tons of risk factors to our providers. Now with COVID, our providers are having to wear face shields, they're having to wear PPE, goggles, face masks, pappers, gowns. And what this does, it limits our providers, like when you talk about depth cassette, depth perception, the field of view, things like that. And they're having these patients suspended up, a 300-pound patient. And now when you talk about winter coming on, you got ice, they're sitting on that. Recently, I lost a 23-year-old paramedic for 3 months due to back surgery. So basically this, it protects our staff. And when we lose a staff member, you got to remember, this taxes our system, because in the last 3 weeks, I've lost 4 staff members on quarantine and exposure orders. So this is what I'm trying to do for this grant, is protect our staff.
Thank you. I have Mr. Seifert and then Ms. Jacobs. So Mr. Seifert, if you wanted to address the board, I will give you the floor on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will try and be brief. I'll first address the telehealth equipment, if that is acceptable to you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so the telehealth, we did a pretty good job of explaining the intent of that with Mr. Quinney's application. Cody Regional Health takes this to the next level. What they can provide is actually not available anywhere else in the state right now. And some of the equipment they requested allows them to do field lab testing. So for example, you have an at-risk population, somebody who's both at risk for whatever socioeconomic reason, and then is at risk because of their health status. Simple example here would be somebody who's on a blood thinner and maybe is immunocompromised. Taking them to the hospital or to their physician's office to have blood drawn to get their INR levels is very risky and dangerous for that patient. And they may not make it if they're exposed to COVID. Now, EMS through community EMS can go in and draw that lab and give the results to the physician. Somebody whose medications have expired and they need to have medications renewed, they can go and take the appropriate vital signs and do an assessment to ensure that the proper dose and medications are given. It is just an incredible extension of primary care that has just become, I can't put any word other than necessary during the COVID response. And so I don't know the pleasure of the board as to this matter, but I assume that I probably don't need to speak anymore as to the necessity and application of this project. So if there are any questions, I would stand for that.
Thank you, Mr. Seifert. Any questions? Hearing none. I see Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you allowing me to speak. I just wanted to address the telehealth project. With the dramatic uptick in COVID cases, our viral management committee has been discussing surge planning. And as part of our surge plan, they have talked about when we have COVID positive patients enter the emergency room that are borderline whether they should be hospitalized or not, we could send those patients home on some type of oxygen therapy and use our paramedics with telehealth to go and treat those patients in their home. So it would really relieve the burden of inpatients on the hospital if we get to that point, which we are also talking now about stopping elective procedures. So that could happen sometime in the near future.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Any questions for Ms. Jacobs? Very quickly, Ms. Jacobs, one of the things that we're struggling with is trying to have people understand the seriousness of this disease. And I'm just curious if you have any particular suggestions on how to convey to residents of Park County that this is something they should take seriously. And if we do a better job, we'll still have businesses open and things going better.
I think that's a difficult challenge. I do see that we've had several residents test positive and become very ill and change their mind about things such as social distancing and mask wearing and those stories have entered our local news, which I think is a step in the right direction. We also have a nonprofit in our community that was started that the hospital helps back called Mask Up Park County, and we've done a lot of advertising in that regard. I'm just hoping that people in our community will sooner rather than later catch on that they need to take better precautions.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Mr. Seifert had his hand again. I imagine this was for the for another item. Do you want to address the board again, Mr. Seifert?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. If I could address the EMS power load, item 65. This is, as Mr. Franklin explained, a mechanical lift system that allows the patients to be entered into the ambulance at decreased risk to providers. And as Mr. Franklin explained, when you lift a 300, 400, 500 pound patient, it takes multiple providers. You're exerting yourself, breathing deeper and at a more rapid rate in a very close proximity to possible or known COVID patients, again, increasing the risk to the providers. So this is not an ambulance per se itself, but a piece of ambulance equipment. This has been approved with ambulance purchases by the Slib board, both, I believe, Washakie counties, and there was a couple of other ambulances that were approved, and those were pieces of equipment included with that. So it reduces the risk, the COVID risk to the providers, the number of providers that may be potentially exposed. And then it's just another thing that can keep our workforce in the fight.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman, is timeline a concern with the power lift?
No, ma'am. We've already spoke with the vendor and they can deliver.
Thank you.
All right, further questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Yes.
I'm going to move these together unless someone tells me not to, and I won't.
It's nice it's a late part of the day.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of items number 64 and 65 to West Park Hospital, District DBA Cody Regional Health.
Thank you. It's been moved by the auditor. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? Well, all right. All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. Thank you very much. Mr. Deputy Director, I didn't want you to fall asleep. Please, yes. Ms. James, did you have you wanted to address? Yeah, Ms. Jacobs?
No, thank you. I apologize.
No, no worries. Thank you. So, Mr. Deputy Director, where do we stand?
Chairman, that concludes your policy list. What you have left is your no funding list. Ms. Blackwell was kind enough to provide some breakouts for us if we wanted to categorize these and group them in some way to maybe provide one vote for the whole. We are happy to provide that list to you. I'm not sure what the past tenor has been and when you get to this point in the meeting. So.
What's the pleasure of the board? In some ways, I think it might make sense for us to take a little bit of a break here, come back, get those categorizations, and then walk through the remainder of this. Does that make sense to you all?
Yep.
Okay, so I see we're at 7:10, and I do apologize for those being on. Does 7:30 sound like a good time to get back together? All right, thank you very much. Treasurer, I gotta say, when you walk backwards from it looks like you're walking into the lake.
Mark, what's your next week look like? Crazy?
Well, I'm still in quarantine, Mr. Treasurer, until Wednesday. And then I think Thursday, Friday, let's see what happens. Friday's maybe got some room.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I just wanted to get together with you sometime here and go over some of the different strategies we've been talking about to gain some yield on our income.
Okay.
Funds. You know, we got about 6% headroom in our equities, but necessarily I didn't want to use that up. I wanted to figure out something that we could do in that 30% area. And it sounds like we're going to have, if we want to do some investing on non-leveraged real assets or infrastructure, we're gonna have to get some help from the legislature. I mean, coming up with some different ideas that we're gonna go over with the IFC. That some other funds are using, like New Zealand or some of the Canadian funds, is in how they determine how equity could be defined, because that's what the legislature has to do constitutionally, is define equity.
Yeah.
And trying to come up with a different way to necessarily define it that's more or less on a with risk budgets and reference portfolios.
Right. Right.
But it's kind of a, gotta get our heads wrapped around it. And but I think it would give us some flexibility, but really outline how much risk we're willing to take without, normally the equity part really kind of defines your risk, but you can have as much risk in different kinds of bond assets as you do with equity. So it's like, some of those CLOs that the WRS used were, yeah, they got hammered on those, and they were fixed income, so levered to beat the band, but there again,
Yeah.
Anyway, it's all kind of interesting thing. I think that's why you like the job and why I like it,
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I see we are at 7:31. And so I'm going to call us back together. Our decision earlier today, we've been at this long enough that the news has hit. State of Wyoming declines to grant land lease for wind energy projects. So we're already, today was a great day.
Well, we were all in the same boat anyway, huh?
Anyway.
Pretty much. Yeah.
All right, Deputy Director, I'm going to call us back together. And I think you had a suggestion.
Mr. Chairman, options, I would categorize them. So option number one would be to handle all 76 items on the no funding list individually. Option number 2 would be to go and categorize these as Beth has provided them to us. I can run through those really quickly. It appears that we have, looks like 31 of these items that are for entities that have exceeded their allocation within the allocation model. And so we could defer those and table them until the next meeting when you all have determined you need to consider your allocation model again. So that could take a third of them off the list. The next bit or organization grouping list is for those that have been deemed ineligible for the CARES Act funding. There's 12 of those. Also, there are 13 that have been previously denied funding by Slib. And I may have to ask Pat or Jim or Beth if these are the exact same applications coming back or just similar type items have been denied.
I can address that real quick, Deputy Director. The items on that list are items, some of them are the exact same applications, some of them are a little different. And then also some of those things on that list are items that are similar to other items you have denied in the past. So we tried to take cues from what the board's past actions were.
Okay. So then we have one more list that are items that are tangentially related to COVID that may need discussion, and then a list called the non-consent list applications, which may need discussion.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll also mention that there is a comment from Kim Jacobs in the chat that Cody Regional Health wanted to speak to items number 72 and 73. Both of those items are on the list of the exceeded allocation grouping. So it's not that you would be denying them, you would be tabling them if you grouped them this way.
Okay. And then I guess item 64 was brought to my attention. That's the town of Pavilion. So what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I wouldn't mind that table those. I guess the ones that are over the threshold of the individual funding, but before we leave tonight, I'd like to have a clear understanding about what we might be doing with our excess funds. There's that one classification that we've disallowed them in the past, but the refrigeration and those type of things, I think it's more likely than not that there will be some vaccine available before the end of the year. So I think that's something, if any of those are on the list, we probably should revisit those.
Okay. Well, Beth, why don't we go through what your groupings are, and if you can just kind of quickly. Okay, so there are a couple that have been taken off.
Also, Mr. Chairman, we've received letters of support from Park County that they would like to provide some of their allocation to the West Park Hospital District. They're number 72 on the no fund list. And
well, let's Beth, I'm gonna suggest, why don't we take the ones that are categorically excluded? If you've got that list, let's just walk through that list first, if that's possible.
So the applications that are ineligible for CARES Act, is that the ones you would like to go through first?
That would be my.
All right. I will start going through the list. Number one is request number 18. It's from Central Wyoming Fair and Rodeo. It's for revenue replacement, and the request is $45,333. Request number 2 is application 23 from the City of Cheyenne for the hitching post demo. The request is $2 million. Request 3 is application 24, also from the City of Cheyenne. These are BOPU expenses, paper products. They requested $17,720. Application 28 from the City of Mills. This is for food, hotel rooms, and batteries, totaling $3,507. Application 30 from the City of Rock Springs for training and air purifiers, totaling $13,930. Application 29 to the Crook County Sheriff's Office for emergency management system for $365,818.
Which one is that?
Oh, yeah.
39.
Number 39.
39.
Okay.
Application 47 to Peak Wellness Center for revenue replacement and loss advertising, totaling $1,012,036. Application 49 to Platte County for IT security and protection, totaling $9,240. Application 50 to Safe House Services, Inc. for remodel, totaling $744,810. Application 54 from Sblc County for signs, equipment, and revenue replacement, totaling $730,793. Application 55 from Sweetwater County for the Memorial Hospital for laptops, totaling $91,237. Application 75 is to Weston County Fair Board for the skid steer and loss advertisements, totaling $23,487.
All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'm curious what number 50, the Safe House Services, Inc. and the remodel is about. Are they not a healthcare facility, or what's the deal there?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, their project will not be complete until February of 2021.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right, that's it. Okay.
So, Amanda, that makes sense to me. I'm gonna walk back up through some of the chat here. Carmen Rideout has said she is going to withdraw. Okay, not sure if to withdraw a portion of our grant request to meet acceptable levels for a home health agency. We are number 51, so that is something to consider later. Let's see. Okay, the exceeded request for CRH. Are you able to see some of these chats too?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there anything on this list that, okay.
It looks like number 3 and 39 can be taken off because they cannot have the project completed by the 31st.
Okay, so we had 39 on that list anyway.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Um,
And Tiffany Marcel talked about they're talking about repurposing some of the laptops. Okay, so I'm going to recommend this process, that we put this together as a consent list. I would accept a motion on that here in just a moment. And then if anybody wants to take something off that consent list, they can do that after we've established the consent list. Fair enough?
Yeah.
All right, so I would entertain a consent list that would include items 3, 18, 23, 24, 28, 30, 39, 47, 49, 50, 54, 55, and 75. Superintendent,
That was really fast.
okay. The items that I have are 3, 18, 23, 24, 28, 30, 39, 47, 49, 50, 54, 55, and 75.
Mr. Chairman, I think you can add number 51 to that list. Based on
Okay.
the chat.
Add number 51 to that list as well.
Oh, but Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Treasurer.
that says that it exceeded the grants amount, that it's not necessarily not eligible. So is it not eligible also?
They withdrew the request.
Or they withdrew them? Okay. All right.
Yeah, so I would entertain a motion to have that as a consent list.
So
And then-
moved.
Okay, so it's been moved by the secretary. Is there a second?
Second.
Been seconded by the auditor. So the way I propose to do this is, if there's anything that needs to be removed from that consent list, that now is the time to do that. So
Mr. Chairman, I would actually
number
propose
2 can be removed too.
that we add number 2 to that list.
Okay.
I guess that's not what you asked for, though.
Okay. Well, no, I wanted to get this list. So if there's anything that comes off this list, it appears to me 51 comes off the list.
Comes off the consent list?
Comes off the consent list because 51 did not withdraw request total of the total request, only a portion of it.
Okay.
And is there any other item that needs to be taken off? And I apologize for the sort of haphazard nature of this. I'm trying to get there. I do recognize this Sabrina Foreman.
Hi, Mr. Chairman and board members. Good evening, I guess is what I should be saying. I've been here with you guys all day and it's been quite a long day. You had quite a wind conversation this morning. I just wanted to talk about the City of Mills real quick. I'm the Community Development Director with the Town of Mills, City of Mills. On the funds that were denied for the food, hotel room, and batteries, the food and hotel room were for our police officers and fire department firefighters who were exposed, or they weren't sure if they were exposed back in April. And so they had to go, instead of going home, they went to a hotel room. So that's what that was for. And then the batteries were purchased for our automatic hand sanitizer stations that are in all of our public buildings. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that that's what those were for. And they were eligible under the FEMA Public Assistance Act. So once again, I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Ms. Foreman. So board members, if there's, if you want to take 28 off, that's fine too.
No, Mr. Chairman, I request it comes off.
Okay, so you request that comes off.
Yeah.
51 is off. All right, so our list at this point: 2, 3, 18, 23, 24, 30, 39, 47, 49, 50, 54, 55, and 75. That is our consent list. All in favor of the consent list signify by saying aye. That is the consent list. That carries. I would entertain a motion not to fund, do not fund on the items on the consent list.
So moved.
Been moved by the superintendent. It's been seconded by the secretary. All in favor of that motion signify with a thumbs up or an aye. That motion carries. All right, thank you very much. Ms. Blackwell.
Sorry, I was answering IMs. Was number 55 included on that list?
It was included on that list.
It was, okay. So Brandy, yes. All right, the next list, Jason, do you have any thoughts we could do with items that have been previously denied by the board or similar items that have been denied by the board?
That makes sense to me.